optional button. Should I post them in Discord? So go ahead, Grimnar, like, completely feel free to, because right now I'm still catching up on like backlog, but we are literally catching up, so you know, don't worry about it. If you posted something now, I wouldn't be able to get to it today, but I will get to it in the future. So I'd say like just wait for right now, as I start catching up. All right. But let's just get this going. So, and remember the rules for posting a deck to be reviewed. Give me like a solid paragraph or whatever, a couple sentences of what you are trying to do. You know, what your goals for the deck are. Because remember, my reviews aren't, hey, here's how you can have like a turn 2 combo and go off. No, my reviews are to help you do what you're trying to do more efficiently, more on theme, whatever, just with like an outsider perspective. That's all. Okay, so just always remember that, chat. That is what we are about here. It's trying to help you do the deck that you want to do more often. Okay, let's get this baby started, and then I should probably oh, that's right, yeah. Oh my god, that's so true. Yeah, oh my god, I forgot that I even did this. I was surprised it worked. Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy. Alright, I gotta find a way to do that a little better, but alright, so let's go over Argus Kos, Eternal Rebel from Fett's Bounty. I believe in the description, Fett says this is Argus Kos. He's like Zada, but for abilities, which is very true. Is my opening line when I sit down with the deck. It's Boros tokens, and that alone can win without even casting the commander. But that's not the fun part. The fun comes when you go wide and activate a Jaxus targeting August and drawing a dozen or so cards when those tokens die. For example, Luca's -2 and exiling a bunch of tokens and trading them for critical massive creatures from your library. Yep. A dream win. A dream win that I'm still chasing is casting Thundering Raiju, killing the whole table, only got 2 to 3 players, and one swing as it systematically adds a counter and does each opponent 1 damage, then another 2, then 3, then 4. It's a deck that can slowly put creatures on the battlefield, and when there's enough, it can just burst out of the wind, but also has a chance to just come out swinging. I like this. So this was submitted and accepted by Decked Out's Discord for a community list review, which was their 50th episode. While it didn't perform commercially, it just didn't get there in terms of what it can do compared to the other 3 lists doing their thing. Been some major changes or 2 cents. Okay, gotcha. But yeah, so Fats, this is your Argus Kos. So what does Argus Kos do? Argus Kos is a 3 mana, 3 and a white, 3/4. Legendary creature Spirit Soldier with Vigilance, and says whenever Argus Kos Eternal Soldier becomes the target of an ability that only targets it, you may pay 1 in the Boros. If you do, copy that ability for each other creature you control that ability could target. Each copy targets a different one of those creatures. So, just as they said, this is basically Zada Hedron Grinder, but instead of spells, like, you know, 1 giant buff spell that's going to go through all your creatures, you're going to do a activated ability or a triggered ability, just an ability that you control, targeting it, which is cool. I mean, I like that there's different aspects of targeting your own creature kind of like covered, which is really dope in my opinion. Excuse me, I literally just woke up from a nice little nap. Please forgive. Alright, so Argus Kos here. What are we gonna say about Argus Kos? He's really dope. Just by virtue of being unique in that he does abilities. So you're not just going to do like a divergent evolution and just get a bunch of creatures from your deck. You can still do that, but you're going to do that with, say, something like Luca, Copper Code Outcast, or something like that. So, with Argus Kos, they said that this is basically Boros token. So, yeah, like, oh, that's so cool. See, I'm already inspired. Literally, just, like, looking at the options of what this deck can do is already getting my mind just like working, and I'm just so excited already. So a Johnny Caller of the Pride, put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature, perfect. Argus Cost puts a +1/+1 counter on all the creatures that you control. Amazing. Target creature gains flying and double strike until end of turn. How about all of your creatures get flying and double strike? Amazing, amazing, amazing. Basri, +1/+1 counter on a creature, and it gains indestructible. That's the main one. Elspeth Resplendent, +1/+1 counter on a creature, and it gets first strike, lifelink, or vigilance. Huh. And a count. Okay, yeah, a first strike, vigilance, or flying counter on it, which is great. Marble Dan, drinking water already? Already? I ain't even start yet. Fine. Twist my arm. Good evening. Better be drinking water. I'm drinking water. I'm drinking it. I'm drinking it. I'm drinking it. Alright. I like this a lot. I like this a ton. I'll be completely honest with you. This is already really cool. This Argus Cost here. Elspeth. Okay, my Elspeth's -5 to destroy all other permanents except for lands and tokens. That's a pretty good board wipe for you. Elspeth Sun's Champion. This is something you could probably already get rid of. Although I know you said it's Boros tokens. This Luca, I think you said the -2. Yeah, exile target creature you control, then reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a creature card with higher converted mana cost than that card and put it onto the battlefield, which is going to be real easy because you're going to have a bunch of tokens out, right? So that makes sense. That makes sense with Luca here. I think there's another Luca that does the same thing, actually. I'm like 80% sure that there's another Luca that also... Oh, maybe it's the red-green one. I might be wrong here. Yeah, perhaps not. Elspeth doesn't hit his commander. That is true. Elspeth does dodge the commander, so it is probably a one-sided board wipe, unless +1/+1 counters start getting added, in which case it's no longer one, right? But at least you get the plus and make a bunch of guys. Obviously, Anim Pakal, just like Boros All-Star. Aurelia, really good. Aven Interrupter, okay, just like a creature-based kind of interruption there, fine. Brash Taunter, I do wonder... We're gonna have to look at Brash Taunter and see if you're actually like focusing damage on it somehow. Brimaz is fine for making tokens, but I think Brimaz is rather outclassed nowadays, but maybe not. Bruce Taro, when he enters or attacks, target creature you control gains double strike and lifelink until end of turn. That's huge. Charismatic Conqueror will get you tokens. Delina Wild Mage, choose target creature you control, roll a d20, create copies of that creature if you roll the dice right. Beautiful, wonderful, that's super amazing. Elish Norn, Grand Cenobite, that's just kind of like a value card. If this could definitely disappear if you so need, like if your curve is kind of suffering, you could definitely take out Elish Norn. Gold Knight Commander, I actually really like this card. I have this card in a couple decks, and there's enchantments that do the exact same thing, but this deck does want to focus on creatures at least a little bit, so I like Gold Knight Commander. Just whenever another creature enters the battlefield, all of your creatures get +1/+1 until end of turn. Brash Taunter and Goad are two of my absolute worst fears, including Stuffy Doll. Yeah, that's so true. That's so JDX. But yeah, Gold Knight Commander is not bad at all. Depends on how many tokens you're getting all at once. Guardian Scale. Oh, the backup mechanic does target a creature, yeah? So when Guardian Scale Lord enters the battlefield, you know, for 5 mana and then 2, but all of your creatures now get a +1/+1 counter, and when that creature attacks, return a permanent with mana value less than its power, which is huge. Kind of like Cathar's Crusade. Yes, it is kind of like Cathar's Crusade, except for no +1/+1 counters, which is fine in its own way. I mean, yeah, no, I don't need to describe it. Yes, it is similar to Cathar's Crusade, just not all the way. Hero of Bladehold. This is a card after my own heart, personally. And also pretty good for making tokens. Battlecry. Battlecry doesn't target or anything. This is just like a good token generator, right? Imperial Recruiter, obviously good. Jaxus, discard a card, create a token that's a copy of another target creature, do a bunch of that. Knight of the White Orchard, just kind of a value creature. Loyal Apprentice. Now, there's another Lieutenant card. So Loyal Apprentice, again, keeps on making you tokens, and that's cool. I mean, especially on turn 2, you kind of just like make tokens when your commander's in. So for that alone, it deserves to stay, but there's another Lieutenant card that I think we gotta add. Myrel, Shield of Argave, really, really good in this deck. Super good, because you make tokens on top of like doing all the other things you're doing. I just upgraded them when the Fallout set came out. Wait, what's up? Can you submit a deck, by the way? I want you to roast me. This is not a roast session. No, this is not Kura Hutsuki roasting you. This is me just reviewing and seeing if there's anything I could add to the deck to help you do your goal. But yes, go ahead in the Discord, JDX. Myrel Shield of Argave is absolutely correct. Arthelion is the exact same thing as Jaxus. Create a token that's a copy of another target creature you control. Gain haste, sacrifice it, blah, blah, blah. Othari, Sun's Glory is definitely going to keep on repeating and giving you tokens after tokens after tokens. So I love that. You have 2? That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, the deck reviews are open for everyone. Selfless Spirit, that's just like a value creature. Selfless Squire, huh? I guess that would be kind of funny. Activate only a sorcery. Can you clone Selfless Squire at like instant speed? Because like if not, I'm not really about this card, to be honest with you. Because like even if you somehow made like a bunch of Selfless Squires, like enter the battlefield, prevent all damage that would be dealt to you this turn, and then you get counters, it's like, I don't know. There's like other things that you could be doing for 4 mana. Can I just do a text list, or what's your preference? If you go to the Discord, JDX, you'll see the instructions for the Kuro deck reviews. The main thing I want is a Moxfield list. It has to be from Moxfield because they are sponsor of the channel. And then I need like a paragraph, or at least like a couple sentences telling me what it is you are trying to achieve with the deck, okay? Don't just say like, okay, here's my deck list, what do you think? Because I'm not trying to give you advice saying, okay, cut down everything that's 7, you know, everything that's 5 mana value or greater, put in 0 mana rocks and just win. That's not my goal. My goal is to help you find more ways that you can do the thing that you want to do in this deck. So that is a heavy requirement. Silverwing Squadron is really expensive. Speaking of like things I just said I want to do. So 6 mana, star, flying vigilance, power and toughness are equal to the number of creatures you control when it attacks. Make a 2/2 white knight creature token with vigilance equal to the number of opponents you have. This card's not necessarily win more, but it is like it's win more in the sense that you need to be able to spend 6 mana on a creature that's like kind of clearly a threat, and then your opponents also just kind of like let you swing, let you make 3 2/2s a turn, etc, etc. I'm not really feeling this one. What I would be feeling more so is the Luminarch, the golem that like every upkeep you make a 1/1. I think you'll literally get way more value out of that than Silverwing Squadron. What's my limits? Take out everything and add Cyclonic Rift Trust. So true, especially if it's not blue. The more you do that. Budget, power, flavor. I would prefer flavor. Samurai Dance rules. I would definitely prefer flavor. I don't care about budget, but I cannot work with budget. Budget is not a category of deck that I specialize in. My budget is like, are they cards I own? Can I get them from friends or off TCG Player for like under $3? And if I don't have like an alternate of that card in my collection. So I don't deal with budget because I just grab what's in my collection and use it without worrying about the budget. So but yeah, I would just say flavor, power, whatever you think that I would be able to kind of review. Budget is what I force upon myself when I know the deck is sort of dumb. Sure, that's fine. I force variety on mine. Solemn Simulacrum, Space Marine Devastator is fine. These are expensive creatures, though. I know you said your tokens. I know you said your token base, but at the beginning of combat on your turn, return target creature. Target creature you control gains your choice of flying, vigilance, or lifelink. That's great. Thundering Raiju, I know you said that's a combo that you want to pull off. And then Ultramarines Honor Guard. I don't know how much I like these. Reality Scramble does sound good, because that's a activated, right? Reality Scramble, right? Reality Scramble. No, so okay. Do you remember this is Argus Cost, not Zada? So you need to target creatures with an ability, not a spell, but an ability of yours, not just a spell. Because then, or else we would just be playing Zada, which is just a different deck. Burn down the house, make a bunch of like 5/5 devils, that's fine. Increasing devotion, make a bunch of humans, gotcha. I like it because it swaps out walkers. Right, yeah, but Reality Scramble is not a card that will work in a deck more than anything else. Luca's -2 does this for like all the creatures in their deck, you know what I'm saying? Martial Coup, board wipe, X5 or greater, destroy all other creatures. Goad for top from the ramparts. White Sun's Twilight. I feel like this package can change. Call of the Copper Coat should be in here, I think. It says Invine Link is invalid or expired. I will fix that for you. For you. For you. JDX, here you go. Sorry, I know I keep getting distracted, chat. I don't know if this is some sort of mental tick I have, but there you go. Alright. Yeah, I don't like these. Okay, Call of the Copper Coast is instant, that's right, okay. Boros Charm. Target creature gains double strike until... No, but this is spells, so this is just a permanency control indestructible, that's fine. Call of the Copper Coats is really good mana value. Clever Concealment's really strong. Flawless Maneuver is good. Glizzle's Fury is largely going to be a land, but sometimes you toss things at people. Path, Stroke of Midnight, Sword, Sephira's Protection, sure. Arcane Signet, Commander Sphere. Don't really care for that. I don't care too much for Commander Sphere on the 2-color deck. In a 2-color deck, I don't think that you need this. Fellow Stone, Halo Fountain. Those are... That's cool. No, this doesn't target. This doesn't target. Okay, so this Halo Fountain cannot be used with Argus Cost because you're not targeting your creatures, right? Halo Fountain simply says untap 2 tapped creatures you control, or untap a tapped creature you control, but none of it says target. It needs to say, like, you know, untap a tapped target tapped creature you control, or tapped target creature you control. So Halo Fountain doesn't work the way you might think it does. Fates, so that would be like, that's on my chopping block, for sure. Obviously I can't, like, you know, say take it out, but yeah, Halo Fountain does not work the way you think it does for this deck. You hate Commander Sphere? I think Commander Sphere is good in certain decks, but definitely not every deck, right? It's not a universal card. It's not a universal card. Heartseeker. Equipped creature gets +2/+1 and unattach. Destroy target creature. I don't think this... Oh, okay. No, that's actually kind of dope, actually. Okay, so your goal here is to pay 5, right? Attached to target creature you control. So pay 5, target creature gets attached, then you copy it for every creature. So it will resolve once, and then, like, you know, it'll trigger to attach to every other creature. Tap, kill something, you know, unattach this, destroy target creature, equip to the next creature, tap. Okay, I mean, that's actually... This is a very neat and inventive board wipe. I think this is really cute. This is cute as hell. I would keep this in. This is adorable. That's really cool. Might just be in there for the win con? Maybe. That's potentially very true. Without Fets here that specifically say yes, I'm going to imagine that it's technically meant to probably combo with the commander, because I could see how someone would be confused that it is, but yeah. Hexplate Wallbreaker. Whenever a equipped creature attacks, if it's the first combat phase this turn, untap each attacking creature, there's an additional one. So it's an equipment that you attach, you attack, even if you paid 4 to equip to someone, and then you copied it for every creature you control, this only triggers if it's the first combat phase of the turn. So in terms of being like a extra combat step bringing card, I'm not quite seeing it. Short Strike Trident would be fun with the commander. Is that one? First strike, attach, unattach it, deals damage equals its power to target player. That would also be very funny. Yeah, Short Strike Trident is absolutely something I would put in this deck for sure. For sure. Absolutely, 100%. 100%. That's definitely gonna be a recommendation. Did I? Okay. Have the whole team just toss. Yeah, no, literally, they just toss tridents the whole time. That's actually really cute. That's gonna go in recommendations for sure. That's absolutely gonna be in one of the recommendations. That's gonna be a recommendation there. But yeah, I don't think Hexplate Wallbreaker is necessarily that good. I know it's a rebel that could technically get back with like Othari, but I'm just not feeling it. It's just a token, you know. Anointed Procession, fine. Divine Visitation, fine. Felidar Retreat, fine. Impact Tremors, fine. Paladin class, creatures you control. Oh, whenever you attack until end of turn, target attacking creature gets +1/+1 for each other attacking creature and gains double strike. That's hot. That's hot. This is cool. This is a very good class. I like this a lot. That's actually really spicy. Mizukami, thank you very big much for the sub. Appreciate your friend. Thank you, thank you. You're one of the proud there. The backup mechanic is nutty. Yep, there is Guardian Scalelord in here for the backup mechanic. Nutty. Rabble Rousing. Whenever you attack with one or more creatures, make that many citizens. Yeah, as just like a token generator, Rabble Rousing is just kind of good for that. Rising of the Day is fine. Valor and Akros. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield, creatures you control gain +1/+1 and so on this turn. So yeah, Valor and Akros is the exact same thing as Gold Knight Commander, except for Gold Knight Commander is a creature, which in this deck is kind of what you're doing. So I think I do prefer on a creature more so than an enchantment. And I don't think necessarily that this deck is producing enough tokens all the time to always be worth that specific squeeze to put like 2 of these cards in here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I can't believe it's been 7 months already. That's honestly wild. 34 lands. Okay, that's a decent amount. Yeah, so let's like start recommending some cards here. Do we have draw in here? I know that this has the a tagger ability, type and tag. But I think you yourself have. Oh no, okay, you did detail this. Yeah, +1/+1 encounters, board wipes, draw. I don't. Yeah, Commander Sphere is out. Commander Sphere is out. Halo Fountain also out. Idol of Oblivion, that's fine. You're making tokens. This counts as draw. A lot of draw. That's draw. That's fine. I just don't. I'm not really feeling this one. This is also draw, right? Yeah. Kill. Brash Taunt. Yeah. Did we ever figure out what Brash Taunter is supposed to be? Because like even if you did Brash Taunter tap. Oh. Brash Taunter tap target your own creature. Make it target every creature you control. It only deals 1 damage, so your creatures will probably survive. Unless you start putting +1/+1 counters on Brash Taunter, in which case Brash Taunter does start, like, killing your own things. Do we like Agatha's Soul Cauldron? We do. If we do. Actually, we do. We do. We do like Agatha's Soul Cauldron in this. That is actually... That goes crazy. We do. 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 So, here's my question. Okay, there's a couple add-ons here that I think definitely work. One of them... Okay, so you can do... I don't like Selfless Squire in here. I don't think that you can, like, kind of put Selfless Squire into play often enough for it to be, like, really, like, you know, that good. Mentor works. There's a lot of cards here that work. Okay. Non-token. So I think that there's some better draw spells you can get. I mean, like, you know, you could always do protection, Aven Inspectors, or Interruptors, fine. These are, yeah, I don't like Selfless Squire. I think you need more token generators. If you're down to one opponent, you could just kill for the self. I mean, well, if you're down to one creature with one opponent, you should just be able to kill, right? Scavenge Brawler is a finisher. I'll have to look at that one. Leonin War Leader. War Leader. Winning attacks make 2. Yeah. Hero of Bladehold right here is that too. Where does he? Is there a list specifically for token generating? Okay. Yeah, Hero of Bladehold does this well. Anim Pakal. Increasing Devotion. I don't... I think... Oh, the Lieutenant... The Goblin Lieutenant. I think it's actually like literally called Goblin Lieutenant, right? Goblin... Lieutenant. I remembered how to spell Lieutenant, and I'd be able to find this goblin really fast. Liu? I guess Lieutenant would be right here, right? Goblin Lieutenant is L-I-E. How about Krenko? Krenko also works too. Oh, it's Goblin Gang Lieutenant. Thank you. No, that's Goblin Gang Leader. I think it's Goblin War Lieutenant? Goblin Siege Lieutenant. Yes. Siege Gang Lieutenant. Thank you, Josh. Thank you. Yeah, so Siege Gang Lieutenant. I had a button here, I swear, for like cards I was looking up. I could have swore. Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't have that button anymore. Okay, I'll figure it out. Yeah, Goblin Siege Lieutenant. Or Siege Gang Lieutenant, sorry. So... Siege Gang... Okay, that's not the way to do this. Teehee. Let me get a separate little page here. Scryfall link. Liu Siege Gang Lieutenant Liu. Yeah. Sorry. I could have swore I had like a separate scene for this already, but maybe not. Let's drive. Well, there we go. All right, Siege Gang Lieutenant. Hi. Hello, chat. Sorry. It's been a bit since I streamed the deck reviews. So, yeah, Siege Gang Lieutenant. Let me... There you go. So, Siege Gang Lieutenant is, I think Siege Gang Lieutenant's pretty good here for cards that we're talking about here. So like Siege Gang Lieutenant I think is perfect for this deck. We have Skull Clamp, right? Because our commander lets us hit all of our 1/1s. True. We don't have Skull Clamp in here. Take the tags off. We don't have that. Really hates set notations? No, it's fine. Yeah. But Basari's Lieutenant? Yes, Basari's Lieutenant. Oh, actually, no. Basari's in here. Basari's in here specifically for putting a plus and counter and making one creature indestructible, but not all of them. But Basari's Lieutenant's not. See, the thing is just that, like, I feel like this deck technically has too many options. Does that make sense? Like, I think there's a million cards that you could put into this deck, and they'd all be right. They all make, Boros making tokens. Not hard to do, right? That you can make tokens. You can, like, kind of find... Spoiled by choice. We are super spoiled by choice. You can find good abilities to, like, kind of pump all of your things. I think the question is, like, what's the best one, right? Because, like, Basari is plus and counter on target creature, and it gains indestructible until end of turn, which is awesome. You can put indestructible and plus 1 on your whole board, but only until the end of the turn. Is there not something that lets you maybe put like an indestructible counter on your whole board? You know, perhaps that. Cycling cards. When you, like, the Ikoria cards that say, like, when you cycle, put, like, a counter on something, those would hit your creatures, and that's part of an ability, not a spell. So that's, like, a way to do that, too. Something like Eldrazi Monument. Eldrazi Monument says all of your creatures, like, that's just a passive, all of your creatures are indestructible. I think to remain on theme of just saying, like, hey, my commander, Argus Costs, their special ability said I got something unique, which is all of my creatures just get a plus and plus, like an indestructible counter, because I paid like 2 extra mana. Isn't that awesome? That's what I think kind of feeds more into how neat the deck is than just saying like, okay, here's just an enchantment that says I'm just indestructible, right? Do we want Ally of Zendikar Gideon or for emblem pumps? Again, same thing, where it's just like, we could just say make a bunch of tokens, get a bunch of Cathar's Crusade, and then just win. But then what is Argus Cost doing per se, right? We're trying to find ways to make Argus Cost say like, okay, I'm winning because Argus Cost did their special ability in like, plus and encounters on all my creatures and then swung. That's what I'm at least thinking. For this. Scavenge Brawler then? Scavenge Brawler. So Siege Gang Lieutenant I kind of like. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control your commander, make 2 goblins with haste. Maybe not that one. What was it? You said... Oh, no. Scavenge Brawler costs 5 mana to do its ability. It has to be in your graveyard. and then 5 mana to do its ability, and then another 2 to put it on all of your creatures. And I don't even think Scavenge Brawler, Scavenge Brawler doesn't even, like, give you indestructible, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not a fan of Scavenge Brawler in this one. It's Oblivion Stone kind of... Oh, ooh, yes. Oblivion Stone does go hard here. So, but that's like 4, 5, 6 mana just to put a fate counter on all your creatures, and then another 5 to destroy it. You know what I mean? That's a lot. I feel like that might be too much. Whereas I think, what is there not a board wipe that says like target creature you control, maybe like it's indestructible? Or no, sorry, we want abilities. I think we just rely on the clever concealment and the flawless maneuver to avoid the board wipes per se. You know what I mean? Archangel Elspeth. See, yeah, so Archangel Elspeth I think I like better than Elspeth Resplendent. Or may honestly even better than Basri. Because Elspeth Resplendent. So choose up to 1 creature, +1/+1 encounter on it, and flying, first strike, lifelink, or vigilance, right? Which is, I mean, again, that's not bad. Is that better than... Oh no, we're looking at Resplendent. What did we just say? Archangel Elspeth, sorry, hold on. Archangel Elspeth. Put 2 +1/+1 encounters on the creature, and it becomes an angel and flying, right? So like basically a permanent flying counter. Except for it doesn't have a counter, it just becomes something. And it's an angel and gets 2 bigger. Is that... And she costs 4. But that's a minus ability, whereas this Elspeth is a plus ability. But this... her... Oh no, sorry. They're both pluses. This +1 makes a soldier, though, actually. I just copy paste on field link description of the deck and curl. No, copy the link. Copy the link, JDX. Copy the link. She also makes tokens. That's true. I think I like... Oh, Mother of Runes goes hard, Grimnar. I think Archangel Elspeth is the better option here than... Because for 4 mana, you start making tokens. And then for -2, if you have enough mana, you can do the whole thing. Whereas this one would just keep on doing the whole thing. So I think Archangel Elspeth is the trade for Elspeth Resplendent. Yeah? I think that's fair to say. Okay, I think that's a trade. Mother of Runes goes hard for protection, actually. Right? There's not a Mother of Runes that taps and gives indestructible, right? Is there one of those? I don't think so. Oh, no, the dogs. The dogs that sacrifice to give indestructible to target creature, that could be just as good as any, like, protection spell. Yeah, like Selfless Savior. I think that's just as good as any, I think that's just as good. Also, there's another card that I almost made this as a deck, actually. Eartha Joe, Frontier Mentor. 4 mana, 2/4. When she enters the battlefield, make a mercenary or whatever. And then whenever you activate an ability that targets a creature or player, copy that ability. You may choose new targets for the copy. I think that just makes you Argus one more time, which is fine. I mean, just... Oh, wait. Wait a minute. Argus. I have a mercenary. I tap Argus. I tap the mercenary, target Argus, pay 2, put it on everyone. Aretha sees the original, sees the original ability, copy that ability, targeting Argus. That's another ability targeting Argus, even if it's a copy. So that's 2. This lets you trigger the same ability twice, actually, with Argus. Aretha Joe, Frontier Mentor. So I think this also goes as a recommendation. Chat, you're saying Strionic Resonator? Oh, Strionic Resonator does trigger Argus twice. That is true. Deathless Angel and Eagle of Defiance. Eagle of Defiance is 6 mana for the indestructible counter, and then you have to spend 2 mana on top of that, which is just a little too much. Which is Eagle of Deliverance. Yeah, we got to think about the mana cost on some of these here, because like this mana cost for Steel Seraph is like Steel Seraph itself already costs either 3 or 6 mana, probably for 3, and then you use 2 mana to double this passive ability that happens all the time. Having creatures that you don't have to necessarily have 2 additional mana up for when they're entering the battlefield and then no other time is important, right? Like Bruce Taro triggers on ETB, sure, or when attacking, right? So you can save your mana for attacking. Tyrite Sanctum is hot. That's easily a land that you could put in. Tyrite Sanctum. That's pretty cool, actually. Tyrite Sanctum. Target legendary creature becomes a god. Oh, no, it's only on legendary creatures, which there's just not a lot of those. Sparks Elemental, good to see you, bud. Gideon Blackblade. Spelled Blackblade wrong, of course. Spelled Blackblade wrong again. Gideon Blackblade. Up to 1 target creature control gains your choice of Vigilance, Lifelink, or Indestructible until end of turn. That's probably better than Basri. But Basri makes tokens on attack. And this Ajani can give target creature, aka all your creatures, flying and double strike. So Ajani Caller Pride actually just wins games sometimes. Maybe in trade for an Elspeth Sun, but Elspeth Sun's Champion makes a bunch of tokens. These Planeswalkers are hard to change, in all honesty, because they all do a thing. It's just, does it do it better? And I think Gideon Blackblade is, as far as like a one-time sorcery speed like burst goes, it's not a bad card, but I don't think it's the best card. You're making Argus a god, then putting an oh, does Tyrite make it a god first? I think we skip indestructible counters. Yeah, there's not a lot of cards that give indestructible counters, in all fairness. There's not. Which is okay. You know, like, that's perfectly fine. I do like Duke Ravengard, however. Duke Ravengard is kind of like sicko mode here. First time using Moxfield. Oh, gotcha, JDX. Something Brawler. Which Brawler? But I think Duke Ravengard here at the beginning of combat on your turn, another target creature you control gains haste and myriad. Being able to say that your entire board is now, like, there's 3 of them entering the battlefield. Or, well, 2 other copies entering the battlefield. And everything is an opportunity that you can't pass up. I think Duke Ravengard is one of the main recommended cards for here. For what he's able to do. What's like the last card? Because we do like 5 main recommendations here. And chat, you recommended like a lot of good ones, so I want to make sure that I do hit on those. I know the Trident, yeah. Scavenge Brawler. We talked about the Scavenge Brawler. Sparks, it costs too much. It's 5 mana. It's a creature that needs to be in your graveyard, and then 5 mana to activate its ability, and then also 2 mana on top of that. And that's a lot. I'll have to get some food, but we'll be back. Alright, sounds good. Grimnar will be here. Yeah, it's a bit too much. A bit too much, in my opinion. In my opinion, obviously, I mean, you know, y'all can do whatever. I like Giver of Runes. Giver of Runes seems pretty good. I know we said Mother of Runes. I think Giver of Runes is also pretty good. Just trying to find like one more card that kind of like really fits in here, you know? I think Giver of Runes more than Mother. There aren't a lot of cards that give counters of any type, which is fine. Which is fine, especially ones that target non-humans. Although, I mean, our commander is a non-human, so it's perfectly fine. I think this is Restoration Angel would trigger. Although Restoration Angel would actually kill all of your tokens, so that's probably a bad idea. Yeah, that's probably a bad idea. Let's not do Restoration Angel, actually. Using shield counters. So yeah, there are some creatures that enter the battlefield with shield counters. One of the newer ones is Proud Pack Rhino. Proud Pack Rhino put a shield counter on target permanent, which is perfectly fine. It's my main issue with that. I don't really have an issue with that. That's perfectly fine. Kuro keeps looking at his Etchy collection off to the side. We're welcoming Kuro, but you don't have to hide it. No, I would have to hide that for sure. The thing is, we don't really need to protect our board that hard. It's really not that big a deal. I didn't mean to make like as much of a funk about it as it seems. Like, honestly, just a dog. Like, one of the dogs that sacrifices, or the shield knight that sacrifices to make a creature indestructible until end of turn is already fine. Like, that's perfectly fine, right? Like, just one of those is just as good as any instant speed spell, just about. Is there one that just sacrifices without needing a cost, right? One of the, like, one drops that just sacrifice what's that? Shield Mate, right? Shield Mate something? Selfless Savior? There we go. Selfless Savior. Selfless Savior. Right. They have Selfless Spirit already, so like it does give indestructible to everything without having the target. Selfless Savior is also just kind of on theme, right? Trying to think what goes harder in this deck than like what's already here. For only one more recommendation, because we spent enough time on this. I just want one more recommendation to put in here. Currently we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have these 4, right? Oh, not drawing a lock, Lamau. We have the Trident. We have Elspeth, Archangel Elspeth. We have that's funny. We have Athri Joe and Duke Ravengard, so I just need one more. Did you look at Basri's Lieutenant? Yeah. I think the reason I don't care too much, when it enters protection multicolor, enters the battlefield, put a +++ on target creature control, you can double that. Whenever another creature control dies, find a +1. Actually, that's actually really good. Yeah. No, that's pretty good. You do get a lot of +1+ encounters in this deck. I think that's pretty decent. You're right. Yeah, I like that. It's not just boss. It doesn't say like and or. It's just any creature that dies with counters on it, right? So even if Bossry doesn't die, if there's a board wipe, it triggers for all of your creatures, not just well, yeah, it's not one or more. Bossry or another. Yeah. That's actually pretty cool. It would be pretty cool. And it gives you some kind of sweeper insurance. True. I mean, this deck doesn't really care about what sweepers like happen, just that there are just that the cards are there, you know. All right, so there we go. That's 5 recommendations right there. What a goofy thing to be happening right now. That's 5 recs right there. What's happening here? Silly freaking cards. Silly freaking OBS over here. This is the first review that we're doing, chat, so obviously that's where all the snafus are gonna happen. Okay, I got no explanation for why that's happening, but that's fine. Anyway, Etheridge just doesn't like you there. Apparently not. I have no clue. Like, I don't even know where this is even finding this card. It's like just strange. That's so weird. I got no clue. This doesn't make any sense to me. Fine. File it is. Oh, there's something in there. That's crazy. Know how that happens. Okay, there we go. Alright, Gods in His Kingdom, all is right in the world. We fixed it. Boop. Alright. The first deck review of the stream always has to be fraught with issues, okay, chat? But then, once we work past that one issue, we get to keep on going for more, okay? It's all about messing up the first time, so then the next time is perfectly fine, and there's no issues ever whatsoever ever again. Yep. It's like pancakes. The first one's a little ugly. That's probably pretty true. Happy little accidents? Yeah. Okay, so to wrap this up, to wrap this very long-winded explanation up, I think this deck is sweet, by the way. Argus cost, being able to just like double your, like not even double, to whole board your abilities, right? Like Zada, we've played Zada before, right? Zada Hedron Grinder, you know, target something, double, you know, put it on all your creatures, yada yada yada. That's we've done that before. But abilities that you control, that's a little bit different. That's a little bit more creature based, or at least permanent based, which I like. That's refreshing. And it still costs you 2 mana, so you don't just do it for everything. So you have to make sure that you kind of like pick and choose the right thing to do and the right abilities to kind of focus on. I think personally that the deck still needs a little help making sure you have enough tokens. Like, for example, I still don't think you need an Elesh Norn per se. But also at the same time, Luca will sometimes just like roll the dice you into an Elesh Norn, right? So like it's fine at the end of the day. But and Guardian Scale Lord goes hard here. Get Backup in general goes pretty hard here. But I think having passive abilities on your creatures like Steel Seraph, right? Passive abilities that will just happen, target a creature you control, you pay 2, if you want, put it on all your creatures, etc. Those are good things to have. And I think that you might want to change a couple of these cards out to involve those. Like I know, like Solemn Simulacrum into a Jaxus the Troublemaker is pretty cool, I guess. But like, other than that, I don't know if Solemn like really goes as hard as it used to anymore. You know, I think like not Jackrabbit, that new rabbit from Thunder Junction, the Explorer. I think that kind of like does a little bit more for you. And like Silverwing Squadron feels like a little win more. Yeah, I don't know. I think we need to find ways to keep on making more tokens. And I think some of the costs in here are a little too big for that amount. Especially these. I think that we can do better than increasing devotion and martial coup, but we have to come up with them. All right, that's gonna be it for that one. All right, so thank you very much, Fets Bounty. You're awesome. You slay. You slay. All right, on to the next one here. Current deck reviews. Fets, your deck has been reviewed. I'm gonna give it an Urabrask thumbs up. Next one is, where do we go? Oh, that's good art. Why did I just see these? Okay, next one. Oh, Nine Fingers. Interesting. From Copper Corky. So this is Copper Corky's Nine Fingers. Was it Nine Fingers Keen? Go. Alright, Copper Corky with 9 Fingers Keen. 14 gates, 9 fingers, 1 meme. I love it. Alright, so their description. Alright. Their description reads, while the whole landfall and lands matter style deck is seen quite often these days, this deck strives to recur lands by sacrificing them, replaying them, and has less than common alternate win cons, while also supplying enough equipment and synergistic non-land permanents to make our commander excel and succeed. Okay, alright, that's pretty decent thing. So we're recur lands by sacrifice. So this is like a land sort of recursion deck thing. Okay, and then equipment, non-land permanents to make our commander excel and exceed. So the reverse guild trees, my first one was made the best. Nice. All right, so 9 Fingers Keen, 1 in a Sultai, 4/4, legendary creature, human rogue with menace, ward, pay 9 life. Whenever 9 Fingers Keen deals combat damage to a player, look at the top 9 cards of your library. You may put a gate card from among them onto the battlefield. If you control 9 or more gates, then if you control 9 or more gates, put the rest into your hand. Otherwise, put the rest into the bottom of your library in a random order. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. So, a 4/4 with menace, that's hard to kill. Okay. Ring professionally like a CV, right? Wait, it draws you 9 cards? Yeah, if she deals combat damage to a player, look at the top 9 cards of your library, put a gate into... You may put a gate into... among them into the battlefield. Then, if you control 9 or more gates, put the rest into your hand. So, yeah. Okay. Sultai is hard, is a difficult deck for me to like do, so forgive me as I kind of struggle through this one, chat. So we're looking for gates and landfall recursion and equipment that make your commander do the thing. Okay. Arkelos, Lagoon Mystic, long as it's tapped, other permanents enter tapped, untapped, permanents are untapped, that's cool. Ashias, Soul of the Wild, power toughness equal to the lands you control, non-token, blah blah blah. Azusa, Lost but Seeking, put more lands into play. Bristly Build, plus and plus encounters on lands. Search for a basic or gate. Discard a card. sacrifice a land, search your library for up to 2 basic land cards and put them into the battlefield. Perfectly fair when you're doing all of this sort of stuff. Dry the Illusion Grove, Elvish Reclaimer, Felix 5 boots, so double on hits with Felix 5 boots, right? If a creature you control. If a creature you control dealing combat damage to a player causes a triggered ability, if a permanent you control the trigger, do that again. Cool. God, I need more while they're already. Gatebreaker Ram for gates. Obnixilis the Fallen. Land enters the battlefield. Do stuff. Cool. Uma, Queen of Asuva. Whenever Uma, Queen of Asuva enters the battlefield or attacks, put an everything counter on up to 1 target land you control. And then each non-land creature with an everything counter on it is every creature type. For each land with an everything counter on it, every land type in addition. Every land type that counts as gates, yeah? That counts gates. I'm sure it does, or else it wouldn't be here, right? That'd be quite the misplay. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, land types. Yeah. Okay. Oracle Modiah, put more lands into play. Perennial Behemoth, play lands from your graveyard for probably like a turn. It's fine. Quarian Ranger, return a forest, untap target creature. Okay. Rampant Frogantua. For each player who has lost the game, when it deals combat damage to the player, you may mill that many cards. Put the number. Oh my god. Damn, that's good. 3 damage, mill that many, put any number of land cards from among them to the bat. Damn, that's fucking good. Okay, Jesus. Random Excavator. Path Purifier, lands you control, and land cards in your library are basic. That's fucked up and really good. Scoot Swarm, Seedborn Muse, Stone Seer, land enters the battlefield, untap it. Okay, cool. Tatiova, Gitrog Monster, Tiller Engine, Tireless Provisioner, Titania, cast force from your graveyard, whenever you maybe mill 3 cards. Okay. Other Titania, yeah, that makes sense. Titania number 3, the original. Neverlands, blah, 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 blah. Yep, that makes sense. Ulvenwald Hydra, toughness equals lands. Uro, just kind of as good. Walking Outlet. Okay, so Jesus Christ, you are putting lands into play. Understood. Okay. Alright, so this deck is all about lands. Although, creature-wise, I haven't really seen you winning with the lands. So, but they did say that they have a couple alternate win cons. So you hear this route, get gates, tutor, play an additional land, tutor, crop rotation, land tutor, realms uncharted, lands, 4 lands with different names. That's funny. Whenever land enters the battlefield, and creatures just +2/+2 until on the turn. This could be pretty. Yeah, this could actually go pretty hard, especially if your commander has menace and is hard to block. Yeah, Adventuring Gear could get really grody. Amulet Vigor to make them enter the battlefield untapped. Blackblade Reforge, Conduit of Worlds. I actually don't like Conduit of Worlds. Well, okay, maybe you just do the pass. You just do the. Never mind. You just do the passive that says play lands from your graveyard. Never mind. I thought if you play the land from your graveyard, it would lock you out of playing like cards from your hand. Sakura Tribe Scouts, Titania's Command, explore the Underdark Navigation Orb. We'll look at all those in a second. Expedition Map, Fire Shrieker, double strike on your menace. Shroud. Yeah, your commander doesn't need to be targeted by much. Mirage Mirror, sure. Pip-Boy, attacks, discard, draw, discard, plus and kind of untap 2 lands, sure. Prowler's Helm can't be unblockable, that's fine. Staff of Titania, X with a number of forests you control. Never creature makes its forest, okay. Sword of the Animus, okay. Millennium Calendar, interesting. Very, very interesting. Trailblazer's Boots, non-basic land walk, okay. Copy lands, a copy of a land, surface and share, okay. Guild Summit, put more lands, things in can. Soccer Tribe Scout was the first thing that came to my mind as well. Let me check that out. Let me put that up on the side here. Sakura Tribe Scout. Oh, yeah, it's the same as Walking Atlas, but better? Walking Atlas costs 2 mana, this costs just a green? So just objectively better? Just objectively better. Okay, sure. Yeah, fine. I guess, right? Like, we'll just take the objectively better card. Voyaging Satyr. Voyaging Satyr is good. Untap target land. We have cards that do that. Oh, no, they have the Quirion Ranger, which I guess you don't technically... Oh, that's untap target creature. We have the Tiller, and he has a... sorry, they have enough... Copper Corky has enough cards that just say that your lands come into play untapped, so I don't think that you necessarily need Voyaging Satyr, but that's a maybe. I'll have to consider that one. Staff, Summon, Trailblazer Boots, Guild Summit, Splunking, yep. Argoth, Baldur's Gate, Gates, Cloud Post, Gate, 7 forests, 7 islands, 7 swamps. That seems not right. You need... What the fuck? Bro, what? Yeah, okay, 7... Yeah, okay, that's... Okay, that's good, okay. Yeah, you don't... Oh, no, you're about right, okay. Thran Portal, Blackgate, Gates. Maze's End, obviously, is the card that you're, like, tutoring up the whole time. If Maze's End gets destroyed, you have multiple ways to get it from the graveyard. I think this is actually pretty neat. My Gaysig also loves Reshape the Earth. True. I'm a newbie, gotta let me know if I posted in the right channel. I'm sorry. It's just a place called Kuro Deck Reviews, JDX. So I think you did it right. Once I'm done with this, I'll check it. Vesuva, Yavimaya. I think Urborg's in here somewhere, maybe. Probably. Actually, no, it's not. I mean, yeah, it's a lot of gates. The gates for your colors. What more really needs to... What other, like, alternate win con thing is kind of gonna go in here, you know? Oh! Ooh! Sage of the Maze! Sage of the Maze is kind of good here. Have you ever heard of Sage of the Maze? That's not the right thing. Sage of the Maze, yeah? That's actually pretty good. Sage of the Maze. Add 2 mana to any combination of colors. Until end of turn, target land you control becomes XX Citizen, where X is twice the number of gates you control, which is whatever, but tap an untapped gaze you control, untap Sage of the Maze. Like, that's... Hold on. Like, tap, target land becomes an XX Citizen creature with haste, in addition to its other types, where X is twice the number of gates you control. Okay. And then you just tap another untapped gate to just make another big creature for free? So you just make an army out of nothing for free? That's kind of... That's really good. What? You just make an army, like, in a can for free with a box of scraps. Personal feelings. I don't like Umo in the 99. You have to protect her too hard to be worthwhile. That's certainly... Because what? Enters the battlefield or attacks whenever ETB or attack. And she's a one. She can attack pretty easily. 3 mana can attack easily. Target land and up to 1 target creature. Each non-land creature or... Sorry, each land is anything... If she's not there, the counters do nothing. That you're not wrong. And this deck doesn't really, like, get creatures back, per se. That's completely fair. And she doesn't, like, put more lands into play or anything like that. So, that is completely fair. That's Yeah, that's a fair argument. I got nothing for that one. Explore the Underdark does get gates. That's right. For 5 mana, though, Secure This Route already gets 2 gates for 4 mana. Realms Uncharted gets you 2 gates at instant speed for 3 mana, right? Yeah. So without her, the everything counters become nothing counters? Right, exactly. Everything or nothing. No Urza's Cave? Oh, yeah. Urza's Cave is... I'm going to assume that any caves. Oh shit, no, that's good. Oh yeah, no, for sure, Urza's Cave. Yeah, this is literally like you sacrifice it, search for any cave, and then you just get to replay this. Oh yeah, no, this is no, you're right. Yeah, Urza's Cave definitely goes in here for sure. Without a doubt. No, not even close. Not even close, baby. Good call. Good call. Good call, good call, good call. Gates deck want Maze too much? That's right! Yes, you could search for Maze's End immediately. That's so true. No, good. Yeah. No, that's a wonderful call. You were completely right about that. Super right about that. Navigation Orb also lets you search for 2 gates for 3. That's really good. We have crop rotations in here. Sylvan Scrying also lets you look up any land. Oh, Bonnie Paul. Bonnie Paul? Cultivate? You call navigation or cultivate? I like that. Bonnie Paul, so like 6 mana is like a lot, right? But like whenever you attack, you just put a land from your graveyard or hand onto the battlefield, which, you know, again, it's like if you're going to be sacrificing lands for crop rotation and everything, this does just get it back into play for free already, which is pretty dope. I think like any more ways to kind of just trigger this landfall stuff is a smart idea. Oh, there's that new frog from Bloomburrow. Was it Clifftop Lookout? Yeah, this is 3 mana. 3 mana for a 1/2 with reach. That's not... Oh, wait a minute. How and why do y'all know so much about Magic the Gathering? We have problems. We're cooked. We're sauced. We're sauced. That's why. I like Bonnie Paul. I like, how about, chat, how do you feel about, the new Vine Lasher card, yeah? How do you feel about that one? No Lotus Cobra? Yeah, this deck doesn't really seem to want Lotus Cobra. And I don't, like, necessarily disagree. The deck isn't, like, that expensive. If you kind of look at it, like, mana-wise, they're not spending that much mana. That doesn't kind of get refunded by the fact that they're putting lands into play. It's usually, like, untapped on, like, multiple occasions. It's actually, like, kind of fine that there's not a Lotus Cobra. That's actually, like, not that bad. Do these lands have activated abilities? No. Well, no, I mean, kind of, but not really. Oh, actually. Kinda? Kind of. I was thinking of, like, maybe Blossoming Tortoise, but it's not necessarily. It's not really that necessary. Funny doppelgang angle. Oh, that's kind of funny. I don't know if they'd want that, though. This deck is about, like, lands and messing around with lands and making the commander, like, really strong to murder with. and having alternate win cons, I don't know if necessarily Doppelgang is like their vibe. If that makes sense. I'm this way over Pokemon and Y Schwartz and also wrestling. Damn, and Y Schwartz. Y Schwartz definitely your pet TCG away from the big three. It's actually a very solid player based outside of America. Yeah, I used to play Y Schwartz. I still have my Attack on Titan deck. I think it's kind of hard to judge this deck. It's not even judging is the wrong word, but I think like I think you're right about like the Umo and everything probably being something that you can replace. Because she doesn't attack like that easily. Like a 1/5 is still sometimes pretty killable. A 1/5, you know what makes Umo bad? Is that she is a 1/5, meaning that she will be able to swing anywhere. But the thing is, your opponent will just like triple block for up to 5, and she won't kill anything because she's just a 1/5. So she actually like she'll ETB, put in everything counter on something, and then just never attack again for the rest of the game because like everyone would just double block. So she'd never trigger again. So yeah, Uma is not great. He's Fairytale and SIO, nice. At Asai, I thought Asai was in here. No, AC, they have Tatiova. AC is just like the same fucking card. It's just the same card. I've been noodling with Open the Way. It's pretty solid. Open the Way, huh? Do we like Iridescent Vine Lasher in here? I think it's like a solid maybe. If we're putting so many lands into play, but it's not, I guess, like every land into play. It's just like enough to get there with the win con. What did you say? You said open. Oh yeah, no, I like Open the Way. I like Open the Way a lot actually. So you pay 4. You pay 4 in green. You just keep on going until you put 4 lands into play. So like for 6 mana, you do put like the top 4 lands of your deck into play, which is pretty strong. Like whether they're tapped or not, you do like pay 6 and just kind of get there. I actually do like this a lot. Open the Way. I'm about it. I'm down for suggesting this. That's a good one, chat. I have Open the Way in my like my like 4 color or greater decks, so I can just get those colors into play. Multani, true. Multani. Okay, I spelled that wrong apparently. Ashaya is already here. Ashai. How do you spell Multani? Multani. Scape Shift and Splendid Reclamation have been fun for me. So I think they Copper Corky has enough of the like creatures and stuff that just say play lands from your graveyard. I actually don't think that Scape Shift and Splendid Reclamation will actually do. Well, maybe Scape Shift. Splendid Reclamation won't do as much as you think in this deck. They're not actually self-milling that many things. And they have like 12 different ways to like just get them back from the grave just from all these creatures themselves. And Scape Shift maybe. Scape Shift would be just kind of like a big rotation, and then you just kind of like play a bunch of things from your graveyard. So that's a big maybe. There's 45 lands in this fucking deck. That's why there's so few everything else. There's 45 lands in here. Jesus Christ. Scape Shift would be good. Cultivator Colossus would also be kind of hot. Do we have any triggered abilities on lands coming into play other than Bristly Bill? Are there like actually like triggers for lands entering? Scoot Swarm, fine. Not really. Just like Tatiova. Man is not missing a single land drop ever. Literally never. Literally never. I do think this... It is. No, they said that it is a Voltron angle. They did say it's a Voltron angle. While also supplying enough equipment and synergistic non-land permanents to make our commander excel and exceed. So yes, it is. Um, wait, the Sword Tooth kind of triggers. Oh, Muldrotha. I mean, Muldrotha. Definitely. Oh, and White of the Reliquary as well. I like White of the Reliquary. White of the Reliquary just gets really strong. Oh, for each creature. Oh, okay, it does actually. White of the Reliquary doesn't get very strong. It lets you tutor up any land, which is nice, but it itself doesn't get very strong. The new Planar Genesis card also works. It's not really a lot to recommend because I do feel like they did hit the nail on the head with what they're trying to do. So that's why I'm kind of like not finding it the easiest. To just say like, here you go and you win. Scapeshift does seem like it would be pretty strong in here though. Scapeshift seems like it'd be really good. Is there anything that gets star for the number of lands you control? Gatebreaker Ram's pretty good here. I think one spicy card that they could run is March from Veles Vale. Multani from Dominaria. Is it Mulitani, right? I think it's Mulitani, right? Oh, apparently I spelled it right, and it just didn't take it. Okay. Reach, trample, +1/+1 for. Okay, yeah. No, that should be in here for sure. I don't know why it's not, technically. Like, I would like that rather than Uro, Titan of Nature's Wrath. Like, I would prefer Militani every day of the week. Okay, I like that better than the card I was going to suggest. Okay, yeah, Militani Yavimai's Avatar. You were right. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised it's not in here. Benny Paul's Cow. Benny Paul is in here. So these are the cards that we're recommending here, chat. So we have the first one is the guy. The Gate guy, which lets you just make an entire field of creatures, like, which is really strong. Urza's Gate, which is like, I don't know why it wasn't in here. Militani, again, just like a really big trampler. That's what Ulvenwald. It's basically Ulvenwald Hydra, right? No, Ulvenwald Hydra has reach, not trample. Open the Way, which I think is really strong, and then Bonnie Paul, so that you can swing, draw cards, and put lands from your graveyard and what you and or your hand into play. And I like that a lot. Oh yes, and Benny Paul's Cow also gets +1/+1 for the lands you control. Yeah, I think that's like a decent level, decent amount of suggestions, because they're already doing so many things right. You know, they're already putting good amounts of lands into play from the graveyard, from your hands, etc., etc. You know, Ramunap Excavator into a card miller, and then Azusa Lost with Seeking is just going to trigger a bunch of things. Bristly Build does give you kind of like more options to play around with things. Obnixilis. Yeah. There's no maximum hand size effect. I don't think that they really care. They don't have it. They don't have it, but I don't think that they care, because they could just play the lands from the graveyard at the end of the day. I don't think that's really a concern for them. It's just self-mill by any other name. I mean, well, it's a slightly different name, but yes. There's not a lot of draw in here either. A lot of the draw in here is just like, okay, when you play a land, draw a card. So it's just replacing, right? Seagate Restoration would be neat. Seagate Restoration would be pretty cool. As just like a big draw spell that can sometimes be a land if you really need it. You know what? Endurance. Endurance. No, not endurance. What's the enchantment that says when you draw a card, you can either choose to like keep drawing until you get a land or non-land. I think that's going to be important in this deck. Abundance, thank you. I think that's important here. I think that's probably more important than, I'm going to say, than Open the Way. As bad as that feels. I think, because technically they already have, they're already doing stuff that puts lands into play from their deck, so that's fine. But I think Abundance, being able to go like, hey guys, listen, I got 45 lands, and I have 5 of them in my hand. I objectively do not want another land. I don't. So give me anything else but that. So yeah, if you would draw a card, you may instead choose land or non-land and reveal cards on the top of your library until you reveal a card of the chosen kind. Put that card into your hand and the rest at the bottom of your library. I think this is 100% needed. I think. And oh my gosh, like if you have a Tatiova and then a Zusa and Abundance out, like you could go like, if you already have like 4 lands in hand, you play a land, you say non-land, tutor a non-land, and just basically keep going from there. Would you peep Cultivator Colossus? Is that anything? So I did mention Cultivator Colossus, Buttress. I do note that it's a $27 card. Not that, again, I necessarily care about budget, but if there was one thing that would just make me go, oh, okay, maybe I'll just like suggest Multani instead, it would be that, right? We're just choosing the top 5 picks, right? We could keep on suggesting anything, and that would be fine. But just to say, like, here's a decent 5. These are the top 5 card decks right here. So a guy that lets you get an entire battlefield out of simply just having gates. A gate that searches for any lands, which is important. Multani, a big trampler that equals the amount of lands you have, and also comes back from the grave. Abundance, so you can choose to draw more lands or not. You do have 45, you absolute freak. And then Bonnie Paul gives you 2 creatures, one that's power and toughness equal to the lands you have, and I think it also has trample. And it says whenever you attack, you get to draw a card, put more lands into play from the graveyard or the battlefield, blah blah blah. I think those kind of fit the theme that you're going for. Obviously you choose what you would take out. I do like what chat says about Omu, in that it's probably not that great. Because as someone in chat mentioned, it's like you have to protect her in order for those counters to mean anything. And as I mentioned, she'll trigger once when she ETBs, but if she has to attack, she only deals 1 damage. So your opponents are going to just like triple block her to deal 5, lose 0 creatures, and then she's just dead forever. So I don't think she's very good. I do not, unless she was able to like flicker, or if she said like whenever you attack, that would mean something, but if it's only when she attacks, it means nothing. Means nothing. Okay, so there we go. Copper Corki. That's your deck review. We just added a couple cards here. She's good as a commander, but not in 99. You're right, because you can just recast her, and even then, I think what we've talked about is still like applying, where it's just like a 1/5 is actually pretty easy to kill because it costs you nothing to kill her by just multi-blocking, Alright, giving you a thumbs up reaction, and that your deck was reviewed at 1 hour 34 in. All right, and JDX, you did it correctly. You're fine. You did everything right. You did everything right. Okay. Back to where we were. I need to get more water, chat. I can already feel my voice kind of dying here. Alright, next one. Let me just get that one ready before I BRB. So, Copper Corky, you did kind of post two at this, like, just kind of back to back, just to make sure that we keep on going through more. I'm just gonna skip your the approach one. It is Popper EDH, which isn't like anything I necessarily have a speciality in. I'm just general EDH. So I wouldn't really be able to recommend like Popper based things because I will literally forget that it's supposed to be a common. But I mean, approach of the dragons. I mean, you got this. All right, Vikings, you are up next. Onion Bug, hi. All right, so this is Vikings. On what the heck is this? Oh, Perry the Pulverizer. All right, I'll be right back, chat. Again, just gotta get some water because I'm dying. I'll be right back. Now this is a deck title I can get behind. Yeah, my hammer is made for smashing. So true, so true. Let me just kind of get some of this stuff out the way and clean it up a bit. Pop, 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 pop. Could have sworn I had buttons for those. But looks like I don't. BRB. Slightly. Gotta open my window. Okay. All right, chat. We're back. We're back. All right. We're ready to go. So this hammer is made for smashing because this is Perry the Pulverizer. We do love ourselves a Perry the Pulverizer. Alright, so Perry the Pulverizer is a 1 in a Bant 3/3 legendary creature Rhino Soldier. When Perry enters the battlefield, put a shield counter on target creature. Whenever Perry attacks, target creature you control gains trample and gets +X until end of turn, where X is a number of different kind of counters among permanents you control. And their description for the deck is my favorite Banty boy, which, as per the rules of the these, is not enough of a description. We're still gonna review it anyway, but I do need more of a description so that I can I can just try to help you make a deck that is doing what you want it to do, not just like say, hey, these cards are good or bad. But let's see what we got going on here. So Perry is actually a deck that I have a deck that's heavily based off of Perry decks. My Aragorn and Arwen Rule 0 commander deck is Bant colors, and it's all about ability counters basically. So I actually heavily model my decks off of parry decks. That and like Falco Spara, but mainly parry. So I think for this review, it will probably not be too long. We're just gonna kind of recommend some specific things and pretty much just kind of go forth. So Invasion of Ikoria is actually I actually really like Invasion of Ikoria. I think it's one of the better probably in the top 3 for sure of the invasions. So X green, when it enters the battlefield, search your library and or graveyard. That's the huge part. And or graveyard for a non-human creature card with mana value X or less and put it into the battlefield. If you search your library this way, shuffle. That's huge. That lets you resurrect something from your graveyard. Excuse me. That's like really, really important. So, you know, that's just neat. It doesn't really do anything with counters. Aven Courier, whenever it attacks, choose a counter on a permanent you control. Put a counter of that kind on that kind on another target. On the target permanent you control, if it doesn't have a counter of that kind on it. I mean, it's like a 2-drop, so I guess it's okay. Avenging Bonder, double strike counter, birds, Denry Klin. Denry Klin's really good in this type of deck. When they enter the battlefield, you either choose like a +1/+1 counter, a first strike, or vigilance counter on it, and then every single creature that comes into play afterwards gets all the counters that are on Denry as well, right? So if you put a vigilance counter on him, every new creature will enter the battlefield with a vigilance counter, and +1/+1 counters, whatever counters are on him. Denry Klin's really good for this deck for sure. As for Sentinel, E-Witness, Falco Spara lets you keep on drawing. Glen, Voice of Calm. Skulk. This creature can't be blocked by creatures with greater power. Whenever Glen deals combat damage to a player, draw cards equal to its power? Well, what do you want to do that for? Whenever parry attacks, target creature gets +X/+X and trample, where X is the number of different kind of... So, like, the Skulk part wouldn't necessarily come into play as much. I think it's just, like, you can deal damage and draw equal to your power. I do wonder, what's the over-under on... Oh, no. I was going to say that one Merfolk that has Island Walk that has the same ability, but it has Island Walk. I guess you're less likely to have opponents with islands than someone that you can just smack for trample damage. Yeah, I guess Glen works here. That's just fine. Goldberry. Goldberry's kind of slow, in all honesty. Like, she's just kind of really slow for what she does, because she takes the counter away. Right? She moves one counter of each kind, not on Goldberry, from another permanent you control onto Goldberry, right? So if there's like, I guess, like 5 counters on something else, I guess Goldberry can save a creature that has counters on it. Never mind. I guess she can go like, oh, you're about to die. I'll take one of all of the counters that you have, put it onto me, and then next turn I'll put it onto someone else. Okay, I forgot that you can use it defensively. Never mind. That's actually pretty good. Okay, that's pretty good. Grateful Apparition with Proliferate. Cutzel is just a Grand Arbiter on your side, as well as drawing cards when they hit. Lizelle gives you double those counters. Ledger Shredder gets +1/+1 counters. Malcolm gets a Chorus counter. Okay. Draw a card and discard a card. 4 more Chorus counters. Okay, there's just more counters. This actually works pretty well. Mecha Godzilla, who is I think this is the crystalline giant or something. Crystal giant. Crystalline giant. So it's just this guy. At the beginning of combat on your turn, choose a kind of counter at random that Crystalline Giant doesn't have from among those, and then just put it on it, which is fine. I mean, like, I don't really like Crystalline Giant that much, but in a deck that literally just wants to get different types of counters, you really can't not run Crystalline Giant. Mothra flying counters, noble, and just resurrection. Noble Hierarch. It's also very funny. It's a little goofy. Noble Hierarch is fine. Norn's Choirmaster. Whenever a commander you control enters the battlefield or attacks, proliferate. Park Heights Maverick with Dethrone. Can't be blocked by creatures of power 2 or less. Okay. When it deals combat damage to a player or dies, proliferate. Okay, sure. Sure. Hisali Pridemate, sacrifice it to destroy an artifact or enchantment. And it has Exalted too. Perfectly fine card. Rafik of the Many. Oh, that's actually really good. So basically like swing with parry, and then you can get +1/+1 for Exalted, and then double strike on top of your +X and trample. That's really strong actually. I like Rafik of the Many here. Rishkar, +1/+1 encounters on creatures that will let you draw. Oh, it's any creature with a counter on it, so it doesn't even have to be +1/+1 counters. It's any counters. Rolass, when it dies, double proliferate. Scavenge Brawler. See, now Scavenge Brawler works in this deck more so than it does in Argus, because like just the fact that you have these counters on anything matters to the functioning of the deck more so than like, you know, having 5 mana and then being able to like kind of spread it all around. Just having 5 mana in the first place already gives you like +5 in power already, you know. Slippery Bogbinder, Hexproof counter, that's strong. Sovereign Olnek, each creature you control with power greater than its own power, put +1/+1 counter on those creatures to difference, that's fine. Tekathal, if you proliferate twice instead. I might have a problem with the proliferate cards here. There's a lot of proliferating, but not a lot of +1/+1 counters. And the thing is, parry is just equal to the number of different kinds of counters among permanents you control, right? So you get +5/+5 from the Scavenge Brawler because they put 5 different counters on your board. It doesn't matter if there's 12 different creatures that all have flying, vigilance, trample, lifelink, and +1/+1 counters. That doesn't matter. So like I'm kind of uncomfortable with the proliferating because it just makes one creature get that much better. You can proliferate shields. You can proliferate shields. Yep, that's which is entirely fair. You can proliferate shields. And only one shield will get, you know, triggered per damage or whatever. Whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, and then untap each creature with a counter on it. So mainly that second part will be used. That's really good. Thorming Bird, proliferate. Varela the Hulklade, double the number of each kind of counter on target artifact, creature, or land. I find Varel to be too slow nowadays. This is the Vorinclex that doubles the counters you get and halves the counters your opponents get. Wingspan Mentor, ETB, put a flying counter on something. And then Zolotoyak, the Smiling Flood, put a flood counter on a land, which is fine. And then also untap your creature with fun things on it. So Zolotoyak does get you more +1/+1. Damning Verdict, destroy all creatures no counters on them, that's fine. Rishkar's Expertise, your creatures are probably pretty big. Until end of turn, so you swing with parry, get a big +X/+X, and then main phase 2, Rishkar's Expertise. And then another proliferate, yeah. Contractual Safeguard, put a shield counter on one creature, and then put another counter, then put a shield counter on everyone. Dolan's Veto, Enlightened Tutor, I have to think about what enchantments I have. Fierce Guardianship, Death Touch counter, Mana Drain, Proliferate, and then anything that has a counter on it basically phases out. That's very strong. Ripples of Potential is very strong. Swords of Plowshare, Safaris Protection, Worldly Tutor. Okay. Bargain Signet, Collector's Vault. Just draw a card, then discard a card. Create a treasure token. I wonder how worth it that is. Like, this deck doesn't really care about treasures per se, right? Like, treasures aren't anything more special in this deck than a mana rock. So I do wonder what this is for. Because then, yeah. Everflowing Chalice. Proliferate does work on Everflowing Chalice, okay. Gavel of the Righteous. Ooh, a big hammer. Does parry work off battles, planeswalkers, and sagas? Yes. It's permanents you control. And I guess battles... Are these counters? I guess those are counters, right? Are these counters? Courier's Briefcase, maybe? We'll think about that in a second, yeah. Are those counters on battles? Do you control the battle, but someone else is protecting it? I thought about that too as soon as it was mentioned. Let me just look at this really fast. Yeah, you choose an opponent to protect it, but they still control it. Why is it talking about the back side of the ability before the front side? That's fucking weird. Defense counter. They're defense counters. Interesting. Okay. That's cool. Yeah, they're defense counters. Alright, that's actually really neat. I like it. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, the Siege's controller can't assign creatures to block it because the Siege is under the control of the person who casts it, not the person they're assigning to defend it. Yeah, okay. Cool. That's really neat. We learned something new there. So yeah, Siege has defense counters on it. I'd like to nominate long list of Ents for an absurdly lengthy cheap saga that does +1/+1 counters. I don't think that the +1/+1 counters themselves are that important here. But we'll look at it. I'm surprised there aren't... We haven't looked at the enchantments yet. There might be sagas here. There's at least one saga. Okay. Gavel of the Righteous. You said Courier's Briefcase. Let me just make sure we write that down. Courier's... You can't. It has 5 colors on it. It has 5 colors. You can't. Gavel of the Righteous... At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a charge counter. So this is no, Everflowing Chalice has charge counters too. Enchanted creature gets +1/+. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each counter on Gavel of the Righteous. As long as Gavel of the Righteous has 4 or more counters on it, equipped creature has double strike, which is pretty cool. You can either pay 3 or remove a counter from Gavel of the Righteous. That's actually really dope to equip. That's actually really fun. I like that a lot. This is a good card. This is a good card. Elspeth Resplendent would probably be good. Yes. Yes, you are correct. Yes, you are very correct. You are super correct. Yeah, that's actually... It's actually really strong. Yeah. Oracle's Vault. This card's funny. So pay 2, tap it, exile the top card of your library until end of turn. You may play that card, put a brick counter on Oracle's Vault, and then once you get 3 brick counters, you can just tap, exile the top card. You can play it without paying its mana cost. Only if you have 3 or more brick counters. So you can get 1 brick counter, and then proliferate. Now you have 3, and then you just top card of your deck is just free. Soul Ring, Sword of Fire and Ice. Oh, proc red and blue. Target creature you control gets +X/+X. If you give parry proc blue, green, and white, you wouldn't be able to target parry with his own ability. So that's kind of an issue. Right? Like, that's kind of a problem. Lux Cannon? No. Whoa, maybe, actually. Let me just save this one. Yeah, Lux Cannon's actually kind of baller here. Le Canon Lux. I don't know about Lux Cannon. I don't know about Lux Cannon. If you're proliferating enough, you'll get there. Wilfried von oh, that's actually huge. Brownian, that's actually really good. That's actually kind of, ooh. Hold on, keep that in mind. There's another Lux thing. There's another Lux Cannon thing that deals, yeah, Lux Auxiliary. Whenever you cast an artifact or your spell gains Sunburst, that part's whatever, right? But at the beginning of your end step, if there are 30, oh, it's among artifacts and creatures you control. So if there are 30 or more counters among artifacts and creatures you control, Lux Artillery deals 10 damage to each opponent, which is kind of funny. There might be 30. There might be 30, because remember, every proliferate makes you double every single counter that's on one thing, which is huge. Oh, I got you, Brownie, I got you. Lux Artillery might potentially be a thing. I'm gonna save this as a maybe rec. But what was the one that you said? It was yeah, Wilfried Mott. That actually goes hard. So at the beginning of your upkeep, put a time counter on him. Look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of time counters on Wilfried Mott. You may put a non-land permanent with mana value 3 or less from among them into the battlefield, with the rest at the bottom. So yeah, you'll have a decent amount of creatures that you hit with that. You'll have a decent amount of cards that get hit by Wilfried. Yeah. Deep Glowscape? True. Let me add this one. Deep Glowscape does double all the things. Deep Glowscape, when it enters the battlefield, double the number of any kind of counter on any number of target permanents of any kind of counter. Yeah. Of each kind of, sorry, I was reading it wrong, like literally just looking at it, reading it wrong. When Deep Glowscape enters the battlefield, double the number of each kind of counter on any number of target permanents. So that's basically proliferate. Although, but no, it's double, so it's if there's 2, you go to 4. Yeah, that's huge. Some strong artifacts too. So currently, the deck doesn't care about how many permanents are on these. If you add stuff like Lux Artillery, they do care. But like currently, it doesn't matter if there's 2 double strike counters on one creature. It just doesn't really change much, which is why the proliferate is kind of a little weird. It does work if there's +1/+1 counters, that matters, but the rest doesn't really. These, charge counters and stuff, that does matter. I don't like the swords here, as I was saying before. Again, if you give Parry protection from any of Parry's colors, Parry can't target themselves, which is kind of an issue, because you want these swords that you can swing in for free, but it doesn't really matter if they're Marathon Champion deck reviews. Holy shit, I've only been through like 3 though. You're fine. Some strong artifacts too. Yeah. The Ozolith is good because obviously if that creature dies, it just all goes to the Ozolith. And actually that means that the Ozolith has those counters and Parry will always trigger. Umezawa's Jit. Remove a charge counter to do stuff. Okay, yeah, if you're I think Umezawa's Jit is actually pretty cute if you get a charge counter and then you just kind of like keep proliferating and doubling and all that sort of stuff. I think that's kind of neat. Broker's Ascendancy at the beginning of your end step, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature and each loyalty counter. Fight Rigging, getting a command, you turn, put a counter on target creature you control. Then if you control a creature power 7 greater, pass the card. Finest Hour, Exalted whenever creature control attacks alone. If it's the first combat phase, you get another one, so Parry doubles himself twice. 4 Nox. 4 Nox is Vanishing for 3 mana. At the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, you draw a card, and you just do it like forever. Oh, it is a time counter. I think I like Wilfried Mott better. I think Wilfried Mott does enough of what 4 Nox does, right? Instead of drawing a card, you just put in like a 3 or less drop from your deck in to play for free. Invasion of Gabagool, true. True. I do like Invasion of Gabagool here. Proliferate is nice with 4 Nox if there's, but the thing is like 4 Nox. Okay, but okay, fine. Like at the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, you draw a card. Sure, you have an enchantment that does that forever. Fine, right? But Wilfred just puts things into play for free for you forever, like on an increasing scale. You know what I mean? I think that's better than just drawing a card. I think it's better than just drawing a card. There's a hold on, my Doctor Who deck is right here. There's a Doctor Who card that, what's the enchantment? The Doctor Who enchantment with vanishing counters that lets you exile something at the beginning of every like pre-combat main phase or something, or should I say first combat? And I'm looking at my deck right here because of course I have it within reach. I think it's Kraken Time. Sounds like a Scooby-Doo made it. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, Kraken Time. Yeah, Kraken Time is better, I think. So this gets you, so Vanishing 3, so it has time counters on it, right? But for 4 mana, when it enters the battlefield and at the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, right? So it's like ETB, you already take something, and then every turn, you're gonna keep, any of your turns, you're going to exile another thing, and I think that's pretty fair for 4 mana. Wilfred kind of rules, yeah. Wilfred also just Wilfred rules, so I'm gonna recommend Kraken Time. I think that just kind of slaps a little harder. Primal Empathy. At the beginning of your upkeep, draw a card if you control a creature with the greatest power. If you don't, put a +1/+1 counter on a creature you control. Fine. Resourceful Defense is really good. Whenever a permanent you control leaves the battlefield, if it had counters on it, place those counters on target permanent you control. Just remember this card if you're ever doing a Planeswalker deck. And then pay 5, move any number of counters from target permanent you control to another target permanent you control. Super huge. Cannot wait for the High School D&D Universes Beyond. High School DxD? Yeah, no. And then Song of Erendiel. Scry 2, draw 2, make a treasure, 2/2 bird. Flying counter on each creature you control without flying. For 5 mana? I don't know about all that. Neogen of Towering Might? That would probably be better. Enters the battlefield, indestructible counter on it. Remove an indestructible counter from Neogen. Distribute 8 counters from among any number of target creatures you control. I don't care. Meh. Swift Reconfiguration does save your commander from death. Like if someone says destroy target creature and then you just, or board wipe and you just Swift Reconfiguration your parry, he's just a vehicle and he doesn't really need to attack, like ever, actually. Like ever. That's actually really cool. I like Swift Reconfiguration as a potential save your commander spell. I don't like Songs of Erendiel. I don't like that at all. 33 lands. Okay, you do have some mana dorks in here. I'll give you that. I guess. There's some. There's no ramp in here. There's no ramp in here, chat. That which was taken, just 2 cheeks to run. Yes. That doesn't have divinity counters. Yeah, that's 2 cheeks. It costs you 5 to play and then 4 to use. That's 2 cheeks. 33 lands is pretty low, and there's no ramp in here. There's none. Like, I don't know why Collector's Vault is in here when I would probably just rather a Cultivate. You know what I mean? I would probably just sooner put a Cultivate in here, if I'm being completely honest with you. Because this deck doesn't even care about treasure tokens or anything like that. Yeah, this is a very... I think you can take out the Sword of Fire and Ice and the Sword of Truth and Justice for sure. Fertilid? That's too much mana per turn. Just to get like one lands? That's not worth it. I feel like not running a Planeswalker is a shame. It is. Bro said 2 cheeks. It is 2 cheeks. Not running a Planeswalker is a shame. You are correct. I think we specified Elspeth. So I think our earliest Rex were these 3. The Elspeth for sure. This Lux Artillery might be not what we want. But Wilfred Mott and Kraken Time I think are really good. I would trade that for 4 Nox easily. I'm not feeling... There's no ramp. Why is there no ramp? Oh, the new Innkeeper's Talent. New Innkeeper's Talent would go a little hard here. Oh, chat. Dreamtide Whale. Dreamtide Whale, chat. Dreamtide Whale. Hello? Dreamtide Whale goes hard in anything it wants. And yeah, you're right about Agent's Toolkit, by the way. Tweaky Lightning, thank you very much for the raid, my friend. Shout out to Tweaky Lightning. Shout out to you, Brad. KO, good to see you, friend. I like Dreamtide Whale probably more than I like that Lux Artillery. But I think, yeah, the toolkit, I think toolkit is what someone was talking about earlier, the Agent's Toolkit, not the briefcase, because the briefcase you can't use in here. But I think Agent's Toolkit comes in this commander deck, actually, so you kind of need it. Stream was good. Hate the rain and run, but I got invited out to play some commander. Tweaky, good luck. I hope you win. Win for me, okay? Yeah, I think Agent's Toolkit is what someone was talking about before, because they mentioned like the briefcase. I think Agent's Toolkit is the play. Will do. Alright, yeah, and I don't like the swords in here. There needs to be some ramp, but I mean, I think that's just something that they'll figure out by themselves. You know what I mean, chat? Like, I think they'll just kind of get it. They'll just kind of get it. I think Agent's Toolkit for 3 mana. 1, 2, 3, 4. Agent's Toolkit just gives your commander +4/+4 simply for existing. And if you proliferate anything from Agent's Toolkit, it just lets you keep on putting more counters on other creatures. So, yeah. Yeah, I think that's really good. I think that's really good. And I think that's pretty much like all the main suggestions I would have. Do you have the land that moves counters? Nesting Grounds, okay. I mean, as long as you have that, I think you're good. You have time counters, you have battle counters. You don't have Elspeth in here, and that's what we're suggesting here for loyalty counters. Shit. There's one more recommendation. Do I like it better than the rest of these? Kind of. Skyboon. This also stays thematic because they're from New Capenna, but Skyboon Evangel, I think that's also from this deck too. Skybound Evangelist, when it enters the battlefield, supports 6. So you can put +1/+1 counters on up to each put a +1/+1 counter on up to 6 other target creatures, and you can put counters on other people's cards too with this one. And then it says whenever a creature with a counter on it attacks one of your opponents, that creature gains flying until end of turn. So your cards that already have flying, or sorry, with counters, will get flying and then be able to hit. Sanctuary Warden, also true. Oh, that just makes you... Doesn't that just make you investigate when a creature with a counter on it dies? Oh no, that's the angel here, right? Yeah. Oh, you don't really need to make tokens though, in all fairness. Oh, you do get to draw a card. This is another card from New Capenna. So like I almost wonder if like they already kind of like decided that they didn't want to do all these New Capenna cards, and that's kind of like why we're in this situation. Like that's or maybe they just made the deck afterwards. But like they're clearly trying to do a little bit of like an exalted thing with Rafika the Many, Qasali Pridemate, and the Finest Hour. So clearly they're trying to just like have one big giant attack with creatures and parry, and that's okay. That's perfectly fine. We just need to make sure that they're getting a variety of counters, I guess. And I suppose having a variety of counters is more important than, you know, removing a counter in order to draw a card and make a 1/1, I guess. Like probably it probably just seems to be like that's the case. The proliferate still kind of throws me off just like a little bit. I don't think you need Rolask, because Rolask only when he dies does he proliferate. I don't think you need. I don't know if you need Tekkathal. I don't think you need Tekkathal. I don't think you need if as long as you have creatures that proliferate. I don't think that you need someone that says when you proliferate 2 times, because I don't even know what that would do for you. I don't even know what that would do for you in certain cases. The titular hammer that smashes. I mean, we have Gavel the Righteous right there, if you really want. Hold up, is Luxor in here? Luxor is not in here. Luxor is not in here, and that would hit harder than any of these swords, per se. Yeah, Luxor is not in here. Is it Luxior? Yeah, Luxior. +1/+1 for each counter on it, yeah. Yeah. I mean, the deck has a lot of options, right? It's not like the deck doesn't have options, so it just has a lot, and there's certainly some things I would take out in order to have more options, I guess. I vote Luxior and lose the Jit. I think they just want to be able to proliferate on the Jit and do funny, wacky, haha things. But that's also completely fair to swap those two. I would agree, personally. But I think these 5 recommendations here are pretty straightforward. Having the Elspeth that gives you counters does the thing that Perry wants. I think a 7/5 whale that you do proliferate and keep counters on is pretty strong. The toolkit literally lets you get +4 as soon as it comes into play with your commander, and then you just do more. Kraken Time just keeps on exiling at the beginning of every main phase, first main phase, and then Wilfred Mott again just keeps on putting legendary free cards into play for you. So those are the top 5 recommendations, but we definitely probably could have gone to do a top 10, in all honesty. We won't, but we could have. There's definitely some things I would swap out. I would take out the swords, because again, I know the swords are typically here to make sure that you can deal damage. Like you can, you know, avoid people's creatures and swing in for free. But like, one, parry gives trample. Parry gives trample, and +X+X. So you don't really need protection that much if you have trample. And two, if you can't target any of the cards that are holding these swords with Parry's ability. So, you know. Yeah, Midnight Clock also does time counters as well as a mana rock, which they are desperately low on. Desperately low on. They're very low on mana rocks. That is definitely a problem to look into. Alright, I think that's a decent amount. I would definitely take out Wingspan Mentor and put in the Sky Boon guy I was talking about. Okay, we're done with this one. That is our those are our recommendations for Vikings. Thumbs up. Vikings. Yours ended at 216. They're our they're our counters. That is actually even better. That is strictly better. Actually, nice job. There's the swords. Okay. Ooh, this is a new one. So this being a new card, I just kind of want to talk about it. I know technically we're going over like the same person's deck twice in a row, but this one is at least posted to Moxfield, and I have not actually gotten to talk about an Arna Kenrud deck at all. I remember I hated Smasher decks as a complete noob until I found out you can just remove it. Which one? Smasher? Vile Smasher? Anyway, okay, alright, let's look at this card. So this is Arna Kenrud, Sky Captain. So for 2 and Esper, we've done like 3-color decks, the last like all of them. So 2 and an Esper, 4/4, legendary creature, human knight, flying lifelink with ward, discard a card. Whenever a modified creature you control attacks, double the number of each kind of counter on it. Then, for each non-token permanent attached to it, create a token that is a copy of that permanent attached to that creature. So typically, yeah, so counters and equipment and auras are what's going to be like doubled on this deck. So it's just like a Stang. It's just Stang, and Stang Twin, just Esper, and with counters. Another 3-color deck for mine, yeah. More like Arna, kind of rude, am I right? Yeah. Alright, so let's go over this. 5 mana, 4/4 flying lifelink. Okay, so you have a Layla, Artful Provocateur. Whenever you cast an artifact or enchantment, make fairies. Arden to free equip on things. Sky Hunter to do equipment. So it looks like this is an equipment themed deck, because again they didn't give a description, which again it started out as the Assassin's Creed deck, but then switched it to Arna. Dang. Wow, we really are catching up. Alright, so yeah, I mean... Okay, equipment. Esper equipment, right? Balan, more equipment. Bronze Guardian, just I guess to give... You'll have a bunch of artifacts, so then therefore his star 5 is going to be like huge star 5, okay? Cogsworth, Commander has Ward 2, so it's Ward 2 and discard a card. And then green, 2 white and all that stuff. Danitha makes things cheaper. Danitha, Benalia's Hope, gets artifacts from the graveyard. Stranded Magistrate, that's just rude. Emery gets artifacts from the graveyard. Esper Sentinel. Glenn, equipment, deal damage, draw cards. Halvar, God of Battle. No, this is for equipment, because equipped creatures get double strike or enchanted. Oh, nice. I didn't realize it was enchanted too. Ledger Shredder's just a good card. Mondrak will get you 2 counters of each, or 2 tokens of each thing. Pure Steel Paladin will draw you a fuck ton of cards when equipment come into the battlefield. It's actually huge. Shadric Silvercoat's pretty cool. And then this, I can't pronounce it. I did forget how to pronounce it, so I'm not going to try, but I will say the Assassin from Assassin's Creed 3. As long as they haven't dealt damage yet, it has hexproof. Whenever they do deal damage to a player, you make an Assassin with Menace, and then when you do, return an equipment card from your graveyard to the battlefield and attach it. Fine. Sarah Ascendant is just good. SRAM, obviously, really good. Stoneforge Mystic, good. Reality Chip, good. Okay. That's a pretty straightforward creature base, right? Like, this actually is 21. That makes sense. Anchor to Reality, lets you get an equipment or vehicle put into play. Tutor, Artifact Tutor, Equipment Tutor, Artifact Tutor, Revival, Artifact Tutor, Board Wipe, Wheel. Level, draw, removal, counter, tutor, counter, removal, Teferi's Protection, tutor, and tutor. Okay, I mean, your package is packing. Artifacts, you have so Mana Rock. You have 1, 2, 3, 4 Mana Rocks. Ooh, you guys are running low. 31 lands, bro. What the fuck? I mean, I guess your curve is pretty low. Curve is like 5 for, well, your commander costs 5, which is kind of a lot. Never seen that Teferi art in that? Yeah, this is the Strixhaven Japanese art for Teferi's Protection. Buddy Mine plays okay, Bloodforged Battle Axe, obviously equipment, keep on hitting people, make a copy of Bloodforged Battle Axe, continue, repeat. Conqueror's Flail, people can't cast things on your turn, which is pretty good. That is pretty important. Double Strike, Jeweled Lotus, Crackland Iron. Okay, so with Crackland Ironworks, you can swing, right? Your commander will double all of your equipment, and then main phase 2, you can sacrifice those tokens to add colorless, and then you have a fuck ton of colorless to cast a bunch more things. Lavaspur Boots is fine. Mox Opal, Nazgul Battle Mace, Menace, Death Touch, Annihilator. 1. Whenever an opponent sacrifices an opponent, put that card in the battlefield and control, they pay 3 life. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. It's pretty good. Hit Boy, on attack, draw a card and discard a card, counter, or untap 2 lands, which is probably what you'll do. Shurikai's in here just to be a draw engine, huh? Interesting. Like, I know Shurikai is a good draw engine, but no, I mean, it's not like she doesn't get. You don't really get equipment from, like, you kind of get equipment from your graveyard with Emery, kind of, like, not all the time. Or Savine's Reclamation. I don't know about that one. Soul Ring, Sword of Feast and Famine, that's really good for your deck. Sword of Fire and Ice. Blue and red. 2 damage on a combat and draw a card. I mean, I don't think Fire and Ice is really that good nowadays. Sinew and Steel. Protection from black and red. Destroy target planeswalker and up to 1 artifact. I don't know if I care too much about that one, to be honest with you. So Lion Stash would be cool. Lion Stash would be a cool equipment, actually. Yeah, just to exile, just like as a nice thing to exile stuff from your graveyard. Sword of Truth and Justice. I feel this is Vikings deck, so this is just the same as the Perry situation, where, like, I guess you have these swords and you want a deck to use them in. If you're gonna use these swords in the deck, I suppose it might as well be this one, as long as you don't have protection from white, which I think is a specific thing that you need to not have protection for. With Arden, you need to not have protect. Oh no, I guess it's fine. I guess it's okay. You'd have to like unequip the sword if you want to then put everything on them, but I suppose it's okay. Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, I mean, if you have all these swords, this is the deck to use them more than it is the other one. Instants and sorceries, protection from when enchanted creature deals combat damage to a player, create a treasure token, and the next time you cast an instant or sorcery, you copy it. Do you have? Oh, you do have instants and sorceries, so you do hit and then double fabricate, double tutor, double resurrection. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Time sieve. Oh yeah, time sieve. So you swing, you make copies with your commander, and then after that you just sacrifice those 5 and take an extra turn, and ideally just win. Fine, you know. Hey, sometimes you just have to have a win count in there. Then of course the One Ring is there. Anointed Procession, so you get double the artifacts again. Black Market Connections, Combat Research. What? Oh, and oh, you're doing enchantments in here too. Interesting. Deals combat damage to the player, draw a card. As long as the creature is legendary, gets +1/+1 and has ward 1. Okay, sure. Okay. Yeah, isn't that just better than that, like, Curious Assault or whatever that card used to be? Battlefield Improv in there? No. Let's look that up now. Before I forget. Oh, and Battlefield Improvisation. +2/+2. Oh, no, the reason is because it's too late. So, kind of. So, if it's equipped, if the creature attacks and it has 1 equipment on it, right? Then you can use it to attach yourself to an opponent's creatures for accidental kills. Oh, that is kind of funny. That is funny. That is okay. You know what? No, I take it all back. That's hilarious, actually. That's actually fucking hilarious. Okay, never mind. That's a suggestion right there. That's suggestion number 1. That's hilarious. Being able to equip an opponent's creature with your equipment, instant speed, and they just die. That's so funny. Oh my, like they're trying to make trade deals with you. They're just like, oh yeah, listen, just like, you know, let me hit you for 2. All right, fine, I'll let you hit me for 2, and then it's like 20 all of a sudden. It's like that's fucking funny. That's funny. That's really funny. Okay, yeah, that's the suggestion. Combat Research, I guess. Eldrazi Conscription. So Eldrazi Conscription, when you double it with Kenrud, it's not going to give you another Annihilator trigger. So like it's just going to be a 10/10 Annihilator 2. That's still pretty good, of course, but like just know that you're not doubling this. It's just like you'll double it to make it a 20/20, but the Annihilator part won't matter unless you have extra combat, which you don't. And since you control the equip, you get the triggers. Well, you get the yeah, depending on the equipment, right? Yeah, whenever the equipped creature deals damage to a player, do that stuff. Right. Yes, correct. Forge anew. That goes in here. Actually, battlefield target equipment battlefield. As long as it's your turn, you may activate. I gotta actually get a piece of Battlefield Improvisation and put it in one of my decks. Now I think about it. Thank you for mentioning that. As long as it's your turn, you may equip abilities anytime you could cast an instant. Ooh. Wait. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. As long as it's your turn, you may activate equip abilities anytime you could cast an instant. Whenever a modified creature you control attacks, double the number of each kind of counter. Then, for each non-token permanent attached to it, create a token that's a copy of that permanent. Okay. Chat. If you swing with 3 creatures, so say you have 3 creatures out, right? Doesn't matter, whatever. 3 1/1s, but they all have an equipment on them, right? Each of them have at least 1 equipment on them. And say you need Pure Steel Paladin on the field, right? So your equipment triggers are 0 or, you know, 1 less, whatever. I don't care. So it when you swing with these 3 creatures, right? All 3 of them swing at the same time. Your commander sees 3 different modified creatures attacking, right? So the first creature will she'll go like, okay, I'm looking at you. Whatever is attached to you, double this. So then you'll go, okay, in response to that trigger, you're going to take all these equipment. All of the equipment? Yeah, no, it's a modified creature in an attack. So you're going to take all those equipment and put them here. And then that's going to double. And then your commander's ability will resolve. And you'll get double copies of all the equipment here. Then the next creature is up. And you can equip everything to that one too. Then that'll trigger double all of those. And then same for the third. I think I'm describing it correctly. As long as you have Forge Anew, which says you can activate equip abilities at instant speed, you should be able to respond to each single trigger of your commander. Because your commander says, yeah, whenever a modified creature you control attacks. So that does it like one at a time. One creature at a time is going to get a double all of your things, double all of your things, double all your things trigger. That's really cool. That's a huge amount of equipment entering the battlefield. Like a huge amount. And a lot of damage that you get to spread around. So cranial plating, yeah, cranial plating at instant speed is pretty funny. It's pretty funny. Yeah, that's really funny. Oh yeah, actually, what draw spells are in here? There's none? It's all Tuthers. It's just all Tuthers. There's no draw in here. It's Tuthers and a reality chip. And hoping that Sword of Fire and Ice hits, you know? And doubling it just makes it better? True. In fact, doubling could kill it, right? Like, if you swing with a 2-2, and it already has 1 cranial plating, so then you double it, so then it dies, but they both trigger, that's extra funny. So, again, I think this is it seems to be a Viking trait. Pure Steel Paladin is draw. Thank you, that's right. Pure Steel Paladin's draw, is so is SRAM. And actually, because of Pure Steel Paladin and how it works with your commander, you're actually going to, like, draw a fuck ton of cards. You're right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And the rings or whatever. So it seems Viking seems to not do a lot of ramp in here. Oh, sideboard has Battlefield Improvement. Okay. 31 in Esper. 31 lands and only 1, 2, 3. I mean, this is only for your command. Okay, this is only for your commander, and it still requires 2 more different colors on top of this. So, like, I'm gonna say you have 1, 2, 3 mana rocks. That feels pretty low, right? Like, am I just kind of like, am I out of touch? Mantle the Ancients, Sigarda's Aid, Smothering Tithe, and yeah, 31 lands seems well. Okay, so unfortunately the first thing we see is the most keepable hand ever. Deal another hand. Keepable. Okay, Arcane Signet just doesn't move. Hold on. Not keepable. Keepable. Not keepable. Not keepable. I wouldn't keep. I wouldn't keep this. I wouldn't keep this personally. I guess I would have been wrong. Keepable. I mean, sure, if you're feeling wacky. Keepable because you do get to reality chip into. Okay. Well, unfortunately, we've drawn more technically keepable hands than not, which is kind of fucking wild, to be honest with you. But here we are. Ooh, actually, is this keep? I don't. I actually wouldn't keep this. I would not keep this hand. Oh man, I'd be so fucked if I did. Gotta get the Moxfield draw algorithms into my games. This is incredible. I know, for real, for real. Is there an Urza Saga at least? No. No, that would have been... No, there's not. There's not an Urza Saga, which would be important. Yeah, I mean, like, this is a low amount of lands. It just, at the end of the day, this amount of lands is a little too low. And I'm not going to suggest what to take out, but I certainly don't really care too much for combat research. Like, combat research or just a straight up land, it will probably just win you the game a little bit more. I mean, the deck is fine. The deck literally has, it doesn't have wrong cards in it, right? It doesn't have any wrong cards. So let's just see if there's any let's just see if there's any suggestions we have. We did have one suggestion already, which is putting in the improvise there, which is definitely like a super good play. Card's real good. And then what else do we suggest? I was gonna suggest Brass Knuckles. I feel like the equipment that they have, especially because, again, they seem to really want to use the swords. It seems like they own them and they want to use them. So fine, right? So, although I would put the you have a Sword of Hearth and Home, and I think I would put that in here because you need land, brother man. You need lands. Like, fuck Sword of Fire and Ice. Okay, I guess if it does 4 damage and draws you 2 cards, fine. Do you need Sword of Feast and Famine? You only need to untap your lands once. What card do you not need? Oh, you don't need Truth and Justice. You definitely don't need Truth and Justice. You objectively don't need Truth and Justice. What, you want 2+1+ encounters and proliferate those 2 counters twice? You don't have counters in the rest of your deck. Hearth and Home for Wealth and Power. In the interest of, I've never seen a Wealth and Power hit the table, and they own it, and I want them to be able to use it, you know what I mean? I would just take out the Sword of Truth and Justice, personally. I think it's the least good card here of the swords. I don't really care for this one either. Destroy a Planeswalker or up to 1 targeted artifact. I mean, like, I guess killing an artifact is good, and killing 2 artifacts is pretty good. But Truth and Justice is kind of whatever. But I think with okay, I would suggest Phantom Blade from the Assassin's Creed set. I know you know it. Because when you make a copy of it, it just kills something, which is kind of cool. Urza Saga, Cranial Planting. Hey, Fate. Hey, Frat Bro, how you doing? How can I get my pet deck up in here for you to review it? If you put it in the deck review channel in the Discord, then you'll be able to find it just fine. Just give me a like a little small paragraph description of what you're trying to do with the deck, so then I can recommend how to help you do what you're trying to do more. Not just like recommend good cards, but what you're trying to do. Argentum Armor is late, but it's a board wipe effectively. It is pretty late. Bakura, everybody loves swords? No, did he? Pause, right? Yeah, cranial plating, that's right. Yeah, cranial plating. So I like Phantom Blade. Just as, like, I know it's 5 mana, but this 5 mana repeatable, just like kill a creature. Cranial plating needs to be in here though. Cranial. Oh wait, cranial plate. Yeah. How about instead? How about Thran Power Suit instead? How about Thran Power Suit? Lion Sash, that's right, yeah. Oh, that's right. It's the, yeah, Thran Power Suit, right? Like it's kind of gonna do the same thing as It's going to end up doing the same thing as I mean, if you're putting on the same creature, I suppose it does the same thing. But at least it gives toughness on the back and ward too, right? So like just the creature that has all these things on it is just harder to kill. Thank God ward doesn't stack. Yeah, well it does. It's just that this doesn't stack ward, right? It says it gets +1/+1 for each aura and equipment attached to it, and separately it has ward too. Ward does stack. It stacks in the worst way, actually. You have to pay 2 unless it's countered, and then you do that, and then you pay 2 again unless it's countered, and then another 2, and then another 2. It's not just pay 4 altogether. It's pay 2, then 2, then 2 if you have multiple wards. So yes, ward does stack, and it stacks in the worst way you could think of. Hey, Shame Arna, hey Fresh, thank you very much for the subscription. 8 months in a row, bro. Thank you. We almost have a sub, baby. Shame Arna doesn't really like legendary equipment, which is a shame, but that just means that we get to play around with other cards. You know, if she did allow for legendary equipment, then it would just be a legendary equipment deck at the end of the day, right? And we kind of don't need to have that forever. Yeah, Lion Sash is just like a good card. Obviously, the clones don't come into play with the +1/+1 encounters that Lion Sash would have, so it would just be a creature, or sorry, an equipment that just gives you +1/+1. But it does exile cards from graveyards, and that's kind of important. Because a ward is anything that an opponent uses to target, right? Yes, correct. So if you have Thran Power Suit tokens, you can have like Ward Infinity. Yes, correct. If you have 5 Thran Power Suits on you, you would have 5 instances of well, yeah, you'll have 5 instances of Ward too. Lion Sash, I do like Lion Sash. Just has like a value card here. Because we're Marionette Master to go with KCI. Does our commander just say that they get sacrificed? Oh my god, they stay. Oh. Oh my god, they stay. Oh, that's crazy. They don't even die. That's fucked up. That's crazy. Okay. Jesus. Yeah. That's wild. I don't even know how to accept that, to be honest. I don't even think I can. I don't know how to accept the fact that, yeah, you're right. That would just be kind of... That just goes hard. I think a Marionette Apprentice. No. So I would not want to put if the artifacts sacrifice themselves at the end. I would say Marionette Master, and actually I would probably say Marionette Apprentice. That's what I would say. However, because that's not what's happening, right? You would only be able to combo it with KCI, or else the card is just like, or else Marionette Master is just sitting there doing nothing. And I don't want to just put like a card that only works with one other card in the deck. You know what I mean? Like, it literally doesn't work with the commander at all. It's just there to work with the deck. So you have to pay like 12 mana for 5 cases of Ward 2. Well, no, you just well, with your commander, you just have to equip the Thran Power Suit once, and then you swing, and then you double it, and then you swing, and you get another one, and that's how you get 5. But oh, sorry, you're saying you You have to pay 12 mana for 5 cases of Ward 2. Well, it'll be 10 mana, right? Just 5 times 2? Is that not how it would be? I think that's how it is. Oh. Living weapons will trigger immediately. Did you know that, chat? Chat, did you remember Nettlecyst? Did you remember, chat, that Nettlecyst and just things that have living weapon would trigger immediately when they swung with your commander out? So you don't even need to be goofy. You could just do. You could just be that goofy goober. Yeah, that's really strong. I'm not understanding of the stacks of Ward. Literally, it just stacks up. So if you see a card that says Ward 2, and you get another instance of Ward 2, it's just another line. Like it's like you type in Ward 2, and then you press Enter, you go to the next line, and then you just type in Ward 2 again. So when you're paying, right, the first thing that says like, hey, counter your spell or ability unless you pay 2. Okay, fine, you paid 2. Good job. Now the next line says counter unless you pay 2. Okay, you did? Alright, good job. And then now the spell can resolve. That's all. It's just literally a stack. It's just literally just Ward 2, Ward 2, Ward 2. They literally have all the pieces. Yeah. Would For Mirrodin have value too then? Well, the creep For Mirrodin. Which one? Battle for Mirrodin? Like Mirrodin Besieged? Or what do you mean? Colossus Hammer would be funny. That would be funny. She also, like, your commander has flying and lifelink. If you put the hammer on her, she just, I mean, okay, like, it's fine. For Mirrodin equip. Oh, yeah, the equipment. Okay, yeah, that's what sorry, you're talking about would the For Mirrodin cards. Yes, they would. They would have the value of, yes, they can swing immediately and start doing things. It's just that the best For Mirrodin equipment are typically in red, and that's it. They're just in red. The white ones aren't even that great. What type of decks are you reviewing? This is for CDH stuff or just high power? This is just like casual commander, VBiz, and I'm mainly reviewing decks on helping people find ways for their commander to do what, like, for their deck to do what they want the deck to do, not just be like a strictly better upgrade, right? I'm not saying just take out every 7 mana value card and put in 0 mana rocks to win. That's not what we're here for. Everyone has to give me a description of what they want, and then I can help them achieve that description. So, oh yeah, like you see this giant price here. It's like I'm not paying attention to the price because when I build decks, I don't pay attention to the price. I just use the cards that I physically have on me, typically. And most of the price here is just like they have, they have a Sword of Wealth and Power. If they own that, then like go off, King, whatever, sure, use it. And that's $224 already, right? So I'm not gonna get in the way of someone using a card that they want. Batterskull and Nettlecyst, that's very true. Batterskull would be kind of fucked up, actually. I'm gonna suggest Nettlecyst, just like to represent all of the living weapon cards, you know what I mean? Like all at once. We're just gonna knock all of the suggestions out with Nettlecyst. Anyone looking at the recommendations to go like, oh wait, Nettlecyst living weapon works? Well, what about the other ones? Yeah. Because of course I would probably just suggest every living weapon, right? Mirrodin and these, damn right. Yeah. And honestly, like, I know this deck has 1,500 price tag, but like, I mean, this is a beatable deck. This deck is not like. This is a deck that you can play against. You don't just lose as soon as the deck sits down at all. This is This is a deck that you can have a good back and forth with, and they have 31 lands. They have 31 lands and 3 pieces of ramp. Isn't that fucked up? But I think this is fine. Like, the deck itself is definitely doing what it wants to do. And with these recommendations here, so our recommendations are the Battlefield Improvisation, which lets you do some wacky stuff with your equipment. I like the Hidden Blade dagger here because it's ETB with your commander will just kill something on the field. There does need to, like, you already have a lot of interaction, right? Maybe you can take out one kill spell knowing that you have an equipment that ETBs kill something, and then you'll attach it, you'll double it, it'll kill something else, right? Maybe that's just something that you are now able to do. You can take out a, I don't know, fucking Deadly Rollick, who knows? Nettle Cyst to just kind of represent any living weapon cards. Living weapons are able to play, and then next turn you don't even need to equip to anything. You just swing and you just get another living weapon in there. The living weapon will not produce a germ though. I lied. Wait. I feel like I think it would die. I think it stays attached. I think it overrides. No, your commander says it comes into play attached. Right, that overrides the fact that the card would be attached to a germ. So it would make a germ and then it would just die. Which is kind of funny. Attach that to it. What do weapon? The modified creature control each non-token permanent attached to a created token that is attached to that creature. So you are making it, yeah. So yeah, it would just listen. You get death triggers. You get a 0/0 Phyrexian germ that dies. Isn't that cool? Phyrexian Metamorph for flexibility. Lion Sash, and then Thran Power Suit, because Thran Power Suit will at least give the creature that you are equipping Ward 2, which is a good thing, right? And then you also get to, well, if you copy it, you get another set of Ward 2 on one creature or multiple creatures, whatever you're going to do, because your tokens stay around. And then Lion Sash is just a good card because you have removal and counter spells, but you don't have any graveyard hate. There should be at least one artifact in here, equipment even, that gives you graveyard hate, and that's what Lion Sash will do. There you go. Uh-oh, fumble, yeah. Like, no, you're not wrong. Like, that would be fine. Sculpting Steel and Masterwork of Ingenuity would all be fine. Like, they're literally all fine cards. But I want to give, like, a top 5 card sort of thing. Because, again, they're not doing anything wrong. This deck is fine. It has the equipment that they like, that they want to use, that they have, whatever. My main suggestion is just, like, you know, more lands and ramp, right? Like, that's the real suggestion. They could just keep the exact same list and I would just put more ramp in there. But if we're talking about like some other spicy things that they might not have considered in terms of like equipment or whatever, yeah, I would suggest these other ones. That's all. Oh, fumble would be good for opposing Voltron cards. Very true. Very true. Okay. That is Vikings Enro Kennerud. So that's gonna be deck number 4 of the night, and we're gonna keep on going. And next one is a Gitrog. Gitrog is funny. This is the Gitrog Rider one, which is kind of crazy. Up. Okay, your deck was reviewed at deck 255. All right. Go back to this. Why is this so difficult? Oh, perfect. Okay, thank goodness. All right. So Brian, not gonna. This is version of the Gitrog Ravenous Ride. All right. So the Gitrog Ravenous Ride. What number in the list am I? I'm a paint shit, bro. I don't. I don't keep the list. You can see where I'm at. I marked where I'm at with an Urabrass thumbs up in the Discord. So, you know, we're there. We're gonna finish at least last month, maybe tonight. Yeah, we're gonna do quite a bit tonight. All right, let's and begin. All right, so funny Gitrog. What is the description? So Brian has a description. This is a funny deck with the Gitrog Ravenous Ride. I do use high power creatures, and it's a landfall deck, making this a funny deck in my opinion. All right, Brian. Okay, let's see what we got here. Gitrog Ravenous Ride, 3 black green 6/5 legendary creature, frog horror mount. Trample haste. Whenever the Gitrog Ravenous Ride deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice a creature that's saddled it this turn. If you do, draw X cards and put up to X land cards from your hand onto the battlefield tapped, where X is a sacrifice creature's power, saddled 1. This card's fucked, bro. You posted a deck a month before this? Then I probably did it. Paint cans. I most likely did it. 28% sure. Yeah, I did these. Oh. Yeah. Yes. Oh. Okay, well, then I have to go back and reestablish more things. Okay. No, then I'll just have to go back. No worries. It is what it is. I'm gonna get all these done. Gitrog Ravenous Ride is baller. I remember Girl Redacted came out with a Gitrog Ravenous Ride deck, I think like as soon as it got revealed. Which is pretty and I hear it was really grody. So let's just remember what Gitrog does, right? So 5 mana, 6/5, trample haste. So just already it's just why, right? Like, why a 5 mana 6/5? What exactly did we gain from this? It's just so good. And then when it deals combat damage to a player, sacrifice a creature that saddled it, and it saddles for 1. So just sacrifice literally anything, right? And then for all of that trample haste damage that you did, you're gonna draw that many cards and then put that many lands into play. Where X is the sacrifice creature's power. Oh, that's actually pretty good. Oh, it's the sacrifice creature's power. Okay, well, you have to sacrifice something big at the very least, but that's still fine. Good point. Why does this thing have haste? I don't know. It just kind of had to, I guess. It just kind of had to. But regardless, so pretty much the real cost of using this is sacrificing a creature with, like, big power. But you're going to make a lot of it back. Planeswalker they have is Nissa of Shadowed Bows. Landfall. Whenever land enters the battlefield under your control, put a loyalty counter on Nissa. Untap target land you control. You may have it become a 3/3 elemental creature with haste and menace until end of turn. It's still a land. Then -5. You may put a creature with converted mana cost less than or equal to the number of land cards in on the battlefield onto the battlefield from your hand or graveyard with 2 counters on it. That's a really strong +5. But even the plus. Wow, yeah, so you could play Nissa. Well, I mean, you could go turn 4 Nissa +1, right? Whatever. And then next turn, you can play the Gitrog, swing with like something else, right? Like whatever else, right? You can just swing with something. Put lands into play. Well, you have to put the 5th land into play for the Gitrog anyway. Sacrifice that creature and then get it back with 2 more counters on it with Nissa already after putting stuff in play. Yeah, this is Nissa of the Boats is definitely the right planeswalker to put in here. Definitely the right planeswalker to put in here. For sure, for sure. That's pretty good. Alright, so Ancient Green Warden. Play lands from your graveyard. If a land entering the battlefield causes a triggered ability to do this, blah blah blah. Avenger of Zendikar. Obviously, Avenger of Zendikar works with Gitrog for sure. You put a bunch of lands into play. All of your plants get a bunch of stuff. Yeah, no, that's great. Birds of Paradise, Bloodghast. Bloodghast at least means that you can always saddle the Gitrog for 2, right? Like, you'll always at least have 2, which is not a lot. Not a lot at all. But you do have that ability. See Bloodghast, I'm nodding my head. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you'll have that for sure. Bristly Bill. Man, Bristly Bill is in every fucking deck, bro. I swear to God. Cultivator Colossus, so this is someone that has a Cultivator Colossus, definitely really strong. I thought it was $27. Oh, I think it was a different art. Trample, power touch equal to the number of lands you control. When it enters the battlefield, put a land from your hand onto the battlefield tab. If you do, draw a card and repeat the process. Like, okay. It's pretty good. So yeah, Cultivator Colossus, obviously being able to sacrifice a Cultivator Colossus to get draw and then deal damage and then draw a bunch of cards, put shit in the play, that's huge. Demigoth Woe Eater, this is a very, very good card because like a 7/6 that you can feed directly to the Gitrog in order to just do the whole thing over again. Ghalta, I mean, just playing Gitrog brings Ghalta down to what, 6 mana? Because like 4 and then green, and if there's anything else on the field, God forbid. And then Ghalta, you definitely saddle Ghalta. You saddle the Gitrog with Ghalta, draw 12, put lands into play. Yeah, okay. Green Sleeves, protection for planeswalkers and wizards. Green Sleeves, Spiral Sorcerer, power touches to lands you control. Land enters the battlefield, make a 3/3 green badger. Cool. Draw the offshoot, land, gain life. Kazundi Nectar Pot. Land, gain life. Okay, cool. Kodama, the East Tree. I mean, you know how it is. Kodama, the West Tree. Okay. I guess with Bristly Bill, they get modified. I think that's the only thing I've seen so far. Just Bristly Bill and Avenger of Zendikar. We gotta see what other, like, modifications happens. Llanowar Elves, Lotus Cobra. Azusa Lost but Seeking. Nissa modified. Oh, that's true. Well, no. Her minus modifies. That's not really. That's, I mean, you know. Multani, another land guy. Nissa is just another, like, Nissa is just really good. She's another Lotus Cobra. Omnixilis, really good. Old Rutstein. As a battlefield, the beginning of your mill. Of your upkeep, mill a card. If a land is milled this way, create a treasure token. If it's a creature, make a 1/1. If a non-creature, make a blood. Okay. I wonder what Old Rutstein does for this deck, per se. I don't know. I can't immediately identify what Old Rutstein does for you. Oran Reef Hydra, landfall, counter on this. If it's a forest, make 2 counters. That's just another big guy to sacrifice. Rampaging Baloths, lands, make 4/4s. Okay. Sakura Tribalder, obviously. Scoot Swarm, of course. Spore Mounds, make a Saproling. Territorial Scythecat. +1/+1 counter on this guy that you can sacrifice to get Rog. That's fine. Tiller Engine to make them come into play untapped. Tireless Provisioner, make a bunch of blah blah blah. Uvenwald Hydra. Undergrowth Champion. Landfall, +1/+1 counter, sacrifice it. And then Yargle and Multani when you just want to really sacrifice an 18 to draw 18. Yeah, that's pretty good. Casualties of War, Cultivate, Farseek, Kodama's Reach, Nature's Lore, Rampant Growth, 3 visits. So one of the issues, just to flex, honestly, with Yargle and Multani, yeah, for real. One of the issues that I might be seeing is that if you, how many lands do you have? 38. Okay. You are going to have to depend on definitely sacrificing big creatures in order for the Gitrog to like draw you a bunch of lands to put into play, especially if you like Cultivate and Farseek and Kodama's Reach most of them out of your deck. The Gitrog wants to be able to like kind of get in there and sacrifice a big creature like as soon as possible. And if you're not, like on turn 5, if you're not sacrificing like a 4 power creature or less, Gitrog's like not really getting too much of that value. Is there a way to export a deck to show you on MTG Arena? On Arena you can click the export button and then you can go to any website that accepts, you know, imported deck lists, which is like all of them, but we use moxfield.com here, and on Moxfield you can definitely import a list from Arena. Although I'm going over Commander decks, I don't know how much Arena would I guess it would be a Brawl deck, but my suggestions would be not quite matching up. Yeah, Casualty of the War, a bunch of ramp, Toxic Deluge, sure. Archer's Charm, Assassin's Trophy, Crop Rotation. Do you need a specific one? Maybe. Deathroot Sprout, put a land, kill a thing. Entish Restoration is pretty good. Heroic Intervention, Putrefy, Worldly Tutor. Okay. There's a lot of creatures for you to get. I get that. Arcane Signet, Black Vapor Forge, Crucible Worlds, Decanter of Endless. Oh, you do need to have infinite, like, no max hand size. That's very fair. Lightning Greaves. Yeah, because the Gitrog doesn't need to be targeted by anything, right? Saddle doesn't target. Lightning Greaves, Silver Shroud Costume, so you can give something Shroud until the turn and then just unblockable. Soul Ring, the Wayfarer's Bauble. So what I learned when I started playing like a green deck is that you don't need Mana Rocks because you have Mana Dorks and extra lands. So like, you don't necessarily need an Arcane Signet because you've already like accelerated. You are the Mana Rock. Exactly. Your whole deck in and of itself is a Mana Rock. You have 5 Mana Rocks right here, sort of thing, right? Except for their lands, and you like lands. Retreat to Hagra. Yep. Retreat to Kazandu. +1/+1 counter on target creature. That's really strong. Splunking is fine. Unnatural Growth, of course. Yeah, Unnatural Growth is good because you begin combat, double the power, or saddle. Well, it doesn't really matter when you saddle, right? But saddle, go to combat, double the power, hit, sacrifice the creature while the power is doubled. Gold. And then the Crest Royal, put elementals into play. I think you want to go to 40 lands. Because you literally have triggers of when a land enters play, do X, Y, and Z. So I think you want to have 40 lands so that you're always triggering that and triggering that more often than not. You also have multiple creatures whose power, they all trample, and their power relies directly on how many lands you have. So like, you do not need Arcane Signet. It's just a Mana Rock, but like, every land in your deck is a mana source that's produced by a Mana Rock and also gives +1/+1 and says when it enters the battlefield you make a 4/4 Baloth or a 2/2 Elemental or an Insect, right? Like Crucible World seems unnecessary. I agree, because you don't even mill in this deck, right? When does a land go to your graveyard other than Crop Rotation, right? Like, every single land gets put into play in this deck, so you're never really gonna have something in your graveyard. Like, maybe, like, you know, you might have Terramorphic Expanse and Jungle Hollow. Okay. But then also a Marshflat. Okay. Inside of you, chat, there are 2 wolves fighting for dominance. One plays a Marshflats, the other plays a Terramorphic Expanse. I'm not even really. I'm really gonna like comment on the lands that you have. You do what you gotta do. Evolving Wilds does count for like double land drop, right? Like 1 land crack, get another one. So like it still works, it still fits. So that's fine. Go off my king. There are definitely better lands, like actual lands that have abilities that you could probably put in here, right? Just like a little bit better than a Necroblossom Snarl. But I mean, like, whatever, right? I mean, deserts that enter the battlefield and deal 1 damage will probably be better than a Jungle Hollow, right? Dealing 1 damage is better than a Jungle Hollow, which only gains you 1 life. You commit crimes in here, do you? You don't. Does the site group MDFC lands separately? It'll tell you. So right here, if you have an MDFC, it'll say you have 38 lands and then 40 with MDFCs if you had 2 MDFCs in here. So the MDFC on the front will be like the sorcery and instant because that's what the card is on the front. But it'll tell you over here with lands if you like what your land count is counting MDFCs, because this website is the best website. Okay, so with this in mind, and again, I think your deck's already doing the thing, so I don't even like. Let's see what can be done to make it do the thing more efficiently, if it can, right? Like if it can even do that. Gitrog already just like fucks so much. Oh yes. No, but I know one card that needs to be in here for sure. It's the brand new one. Yeah, you want the Vine Lasher. You want the Iridescent Vine Lasher in here for sure. Are there more cards like Iridescent Vine Lasher that say like when the land enters the battlefield do damages? I feel like there should be, right? Is there just not in like black? Probably play Golgari Rot Farm. Oh yeah. Like they do have a Zusa in here, so you could just like actually just like triple cat. Like you could, if you have a Zusa, you could just like bop 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 with Golgari Rot Farm, which is pretty sweet actually. That's cool. That could be really strong. Does the Black Refuge enchantment ping? Oh yes it does. Yep, we have that in here. The Retreat to Hagra. Good call, Crypt Rat. Good call. I would think most of those effects would be in red. It'll be like lose life instead of deal damage. That's like the main difference it would be. But you're not wrong. Red does have those things like Valakut, right? Valakut. But there's not a lot of black that drains you for lands coming into play. Not for you putting your own lands into play and triggering other people to be drained. You're all right on the money on that one. And you got Kodama and Scoot Swarm, so infinite landfall. Correct. Right. Exactly. Yeah, no, that's actually a good point. Yeah, so do we just suggest that? Do we just put Golgari Rot Farm as like infinite combo right here? Because they need to put it in, right? Like it's important that they understand that it needs to be put in. Shit. I missed most of this deck tech. Can you do like Blood Artist with landfall cards that make tokens? Yeah, actually, you could do that. Yeah. So it's very clear that the deck wants landfall triggers, right? The deck very much like wants the landfall to do things that will kill your opponent. So my first go-to Crypt Rat is to make sure that like landfall is what is triggering things, and then second would be to like Blood Artist to say when a creature dies, make sure that like, you know, other like that your opponent's hurt. That doesn't quite go exactly in line with like the landfall theme, so that's why like Blood Artist is lower on my recommendation list versus Iridescent Vine Lasher, which is certainly far more part of the theme, right? The other bounce lands would work too. Guild Commons and Arid Archway. Arid Archway, that's the desert one, right? Is that the black? Oh. Whenever an artificial enters the battlefield, if another you return on. Oh yeah. 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 I won't save it, but yeah, no, that one and yeah, Gilda's Commons, that those all work. Doing exactly, you know, exactly what we want here. Good call. Good call. Good call. What do we have in here? This is one of the new cards from MH3. So Spring Heart Nantuko, 1 in the green, 1/1, enchantment creature, insect monk, with bestow 1 in the green. So you can just enchant this on a creature. Enchanted creature is +1/+1 and landfall. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, you may pay 1 in the green. If Spring Heart Nantuko is attached to a creature you control, if you do, create a token as a copy of that creature. If you don't, create a token this way, create a 1/1 green insect, right? So if you landfall and Spring Heart is not attached to anything, you just make a 1/1 insect, whatever, right? Which is basically a copy of itself. But if it's attached to something and you pay 1 in the green on landfall, you make a copy of that creature. So as long as you make a copy of not a legendary creature, you're good. Either clone the creature for 1 green or make an insect for free. Exactly. Right? So like make a copy of Auron Reef Hydra, right? And then use the copy to crew Gitrog, right? And then now that creature doesn't go away. So Spring Heart Nantuko is definitely in here. Definitely a recommendation here. What else do we have? We have Yargle and Multani already. There's another Demagoth Woe Eater is one of those demons from Strixhaven. There's another one that I use in my my Golgari deck that is also a Demogoth something. Demogoth Titan, yes. Oh, perfect. This is actually better than Woe Eater. Yeah, this is actually better than Woe Eater. Because on Woe Eater, you have to sacrifice a creature, right? For 4, but like this one just says only when it attacks or blocks do you sacrifice a creature. You objectively don't need to do that. You don't even have to do that. You just saddle and then you're good. I think it's probably because if you saddle with this one, right, with Demagoth Woe Eater, each opponent discards a card, you draw a card, and you gain 2 life, which is cool, right, and everything. So you could probably just run both. But you do need to make sure that you have something early game to sacrifice to the Demagoth Woe Eater, which you probably don't, if I'm being honest with you, because your earliest turns are probably ramping, right? You probably have a Mana Dork and ramp spells until you get to 4 mana, and then you play a Demagoth Woe Eater, and then you go the next upkeep. You can only sacrifice your Mana Dork, and then you swing in with the Gitrog, and that's probably not worth it. So I would probably switch out the Demagoth for the other Demagoth. These are the suggestions so far. We loved the first suggestion, the Iridescent Vine Lasher. So I suggest Iridescent Vine Lasher and then Iridescent Vine Lasher's offspring token. I recommend both of those things. You probably want that for your deck. Highly recommend those. Issue. Just what I needed. The whole family in there. It is. Weren't you going to suggest bounce lands? I did. I thought I did. Did I not? Did I not? No, it was right there. Yeah, I just fixed it. I fixed it. It got saved over, yeah. Kuro's major theme of the day, Iridescent Vine Lasher. It's kind of a really good fucking card. Yeah. It's kind of a good card. It's kind of weird that this deck is so similar, but yeah, it's just kind of a good card, it turns out. What else would we suggest in here, chat? Is there any like landfall cards specifically that like really slaps? Like that just really gets in there? Boseiju? Nah, we're not, well, Boseiju's just like a good land, but the thing is the Boseiju would probably just get put into play from Gitrog. Well, I guess you don't have to put the land into play, because you know, it's just in your hand, but, you know, I mean, like, yeah, you could put the Boseiju in there if you want, but I don't think it's necessarily integral to any strategy. Is there anything like specifically good, like any landfall cards that are specifically super strong, you know? Are there any that really strike us? Like a Bane of Progress is always fine, right? Marin of Clan Neltoth lets us get cards back from the graveyard. I still don't know what this old Rutsine is in here for. I feel like this was just like an include. I don't really know what it's doing here. But that's fine, that's just one card to take out for the rest of these things. Is there another Planeswalker that works? Nah. Maybe like a Garruk that makes a 3. Sacrificing a 3/3 beast is not nearly as cool. I like Unnatural Growth, because like you could do the Phyrexian, like the creature Unnatural Growth that doubles your power, but I mean it's just like another creature that you'd sacrifice anyway, which you just don't really need to do. Is there anything in here that's like particularly super strong and landfall-y? I think this already has like the best landfall cards, right? Professor Kingdom, thank you very much for the raid, my friend. Appreciate you. Thank you. Any other suggestions for this one, chat? I mean, like, or what is the last suggestion? Not any more suggestions, because there's definitely more suggestions, but what specific? Lord of Extinction, that is a little too much mana. Is there anything with landfall specifically that like does something extra in here, you know? Because like this does landfall effectively. You have big creatures to sacrifice, you have creatures that like having lands, the Gitrog monsters here. Is there anything that's specifically like, I think maybe just a way to get your creatures back from the grave once you sacrifice them is worth it. Magic New Girl, hi. How are you? I think Oversold Cemetery. Chat, how do we think about this one? So a 2-mana enchantment that says at the beginning of your upkeep, if you have 4 or more creatures in your graveyard, which you will, you can return a creature from your graveyard to your hand. I think this one's pretty good. And I'm doing pretty alright, Magic New Girl. I'm doing alright. I like doing community deck review days. It lets me catch up on work, it lets me see what type of decks people are making, it lets me live vicariously through people, and my community's pretty creative with their decks. I've been able to kind of understand the lines that everyone's trying to go for, which has felt pretty good. It's felt pretty good to be able to go like, oh hey, I see what you're trying to do. This is like 50 different landfall triggers. Oh, I see what that Demagoth Woe Titan is for. It's for the Gitrog and blah blah blah. That's cool. Yeah, Oversold Cemetery, we're filling that one. There's Mikaeus, but he's expensive to play. Oh, that's not wrong. There's no humans in here either, right? And they come back stronger? You might be onto something there. Altar of the Brood, Cloudstone Curio. Also triggers off lands entering if you're just looking for more. Oh, Altar of the Brood. This deck doesn't care about milling everyone else, and it doesn't technically have enough lands to mill everyone else. So I don't think it's necessarily doing enough there, especially considering how many graveyard decks there are. How fun! I have to submit one. Yes, please do. Yep, right on in the Discord. There's a Kuro deck review channel. All I need is a like little paragraph / description of what you're trying to do with the deck, so then I can help fit my recommendations to what you're trying to do. Because I'm not here just to recommend that you just play the best cards ever. I'm here to recommend cards that help you do the thing that you're trying to do more. I like the idea of Mikaeus Sparks, but I also love Oversold Cemetery because it just kind of starts, you know, you can sacrifice freely now because you know that you're going to get this back. And Mikaeus would be targeted, right? Like people see a Mikaeus and they see what you're doing with him, and he will be removed. Oversold Cemetery, people probably won't go out of their way to remove it because like all you did was get a creature from your graveyard back to your hand. That's not that big a deal, right? Like it looks not that scary, even though it definitely is. You know what I mean? Meat Hook Massacre wouldn't be out of place. That's just like big removal. And your creatures would live because they're thick as fuck. So you're not wrong. But in terms of like the themes that we're going for, I think Oversold Cemetery is a little bit more in line with, hey, I recognize that you are a very creature heavy deck in a lot of ways, but you're also a sacrifice heavy deck. And this is what I would suggest to make sure that you always have creatures to kind of like get out, and for cheap as well. So that's the, to be honest, a Meatball Massacre wouldn't be out of place. Yeah. Oh yeah. I like Cauldron of Souls for a similar thing, but Oversold is better. Cauldron of Souls. Which one is that one? Jester, what were you playing today, bud? If you're still here. Cauldron of Souls. Not Agatha's Soul Cauldron, right? No, because there's no activated abilities in here. Oh, give Persist? Yeah. I mean, that would be equally hard to get rid of. I mean, it would be equally hard to get rid of as Oversold Cemetery. So you're not wrong at all. This would just cost less, you know. Maybe you'll just be able to you'll be able to play Oversold Cemetery and probably keep it throughout the game because everything else looks more like less threatening versus not. I was also thinking of Marin of Clan Neltoth because she kind of would, she's an in-between between Oversold Cemetery and Mikaeus. Maybe that's like pick number 6, right? Or maybe Mikaeus or Cauldron of Souls is pick number 7 and 8, right? But for the top 5 here, I think that this is what we're gonna go with, the Oversold Cemetery here. Yeah. Palace Siege and Genesis are also options. That's true. Palace Siege will keep on bringing a creature back to your hand, but Oversold Cemetery is basically gonna do the same thing as Palace Siege, just for 2 mana instead of 5, right? Unless your graveyard is super thin, Oversold should be popping off. I mean, you literally sacrifice creatures on purpose, right, in this deck. So I feel like it should be, Oversold Cemetery will get there when it starts to matter, right? If you don't have any creatures in your graveyard, it's probably because things are going well and you didn't need the Oversold Cemetery in the first place, right? Which also means you wouldn't need the Mikaeus, you wouldn't need the Cauldron of Souls because you're already fine. Grave Pact has Dictated Erebos is a thing. That is also true. That is also true, Sparks. Those would probably be in like the top 10 suggestions because you're only sacrificing 1 creature. I do prefer definitely recommending a Grave Pact or Dictate when like it's not specifically your win con. You literally only like in this whole deck you only sacrifice 1 creature at a time because of the Gitrog. So that kind of makes Grave Pact and Dictate of Erebos bad because you're only sacrificing 1 thing a turn. Like, okay,
but that also means that like it's a bit more fair. So like, is it really a suggestion? You know what I mean? Good at getting the table frustrated with you, right? And Gitrog, the Ravenous Ride, is already like a deck that people should be feeling frustrated against because they have 50 lands in play on turn 7, right? Or is there 50 lands here? They'll find 50 lands, I'm sure of it. The Magic Nerd Girl, I hope you have a wonderful night if you end up heading out. Thank you very much for coming by with our friends. Appreciate you. Is there? I was honestly, Sparks, you and I were of the same mind. I was thinking if this is another abundance deck. I think not. No, it's not, because we will pretty much always. We have 31 creatures. I'm sure we will always have something to saddle the Gitrog with and swing in for, and then just draw 20 cards, and then we get to choose what we want, right? We'll always have something. I don't think that we can. You know what would be funny? You know what would be even more funny is if we did do abundance, and then on the triggers for the Gitrog, yeah, if you would draw a card, say something else. So what would be funny? Does this one Journey to Eternity? It doesn't. It does not. If we sacrifice a 5/5 and then we would draw 5, we can actually, for abundance, say, I'm going to keep drawing, like, draw me 5 lands. Oh. That's... Wait, that's really good. Hold on. Wait, no. Shut up. I think this is an abundance deck. Nah. I think actually abundance is the thing. Underwhelmed Lich is self-mill, and this deck isn't actually a self-mill deck. I think this is actually another abundance. Okay, because like, think about what I was just saying, chat. You swing, like, you saddle with a 5/5, swing with the Gitrog, abundance, say you want to get 5 lands, you will guaranteed get 5 lands and put them into play tapped. So then next turn, you say, draw until I get a creature, right? And then you will put a creature into play with all of your extra lands. And then you will crew the Gitrog with that creature. And you will hit someone and you'll say, I want to go until I get 5 creatures. And then you will get 5 creatures. That's actually hot. Or you could stack it differently, right? You could say, like, I want a land, a creature, a land, a creature, a land. So you can guarantee get 3 lands if you sacrifice with a 5 and 2 creatures. That's actually super strong. That's actually like, that's a spicy play. If I saw someone with that on the table and they're like, I'm gonna do this with Gitrog, I'd be like, that's hot. That's hot, actually. Yeah, I'm actually I'm gonna save abundance to abundance over the Demogoth. I think the abundance goes hard here because of how I mentioned it. Like, you can literally choose to put X amount of lands into play, right? Like, that's strong. Being able to say, I'm going to put X lands into play. That's really, really good. Yeah, that's my top 5 Rex for this, for sure. All right, so as a quick wrap up. So this is Brian's Gitrog the Ravenous Ride. My suggestions for this deck would be the Golgari dual land. Tyron Blash, thank you very much for the subscription. Appreciate you. Big heckin' hearts to you. Abundance curves into the Gitrog even. True. Very true. Curves right into it. Thank you very much for the resub. That's awesome. Thank you. What was I doing? Sorry. Final wrapper for the Gitrog. So this is Brian's Gitrog Ravenous Ride. The top 5 suggestions are Golgari, Rot Farm, and like the other bounce lands, so that you can trigger landfall multiple times with the same land. Iridescent Vine Lasher. It's another retreat to Hagra, but now it's like in creature form. You can get 2 of them. Oversold Cemetery, because when you sacrifice a creature, you'll be able to put it right back into your hand, so then you can play it again, and then you can just sacrifice it all over again. Abundance, so you're able to say like, hey, Gitrog, I'm going to sacrifice a 5/5, I'm going to get 5 lands to my hand and put those 5 into play, and then next turn you can say, oh, I'm going to get a creature, play a creature, sacrifice that creature to Gitrog, I'm going to make sure I get 4 creatures because I sacrificed a 4/4, and then you'll be able to play those cards next. So Abundance gives you a lot, like very specific options of what you want to draw with a Gitrog, not leaving it up to chance, and I think that's super dope. And then the last one is the Nantuko here, which just lets you make copies of anything it's enchanted on whenever a land enters play. So if you want to make a copy of, you know, Oran Reef Hydra, which actually is what I would suggest. If you want to make copies of your non-legendary creatures, then that's what I would suggest doing. So then you're able to sacrifice the tokens and you get to keep the original, you know? And then number 6, yeah, Mimic Bat, because value. That's true. I mean, Mimic Bat is just good. But yeah, so those are our top 5 recommendations for you, Brian. Thank you very much for taking part in this. This is pretty fun. This is a cool deck. I kind of want to play against it. I'll be honest with you. This actually does seem like pretty freaking interesting. Yeah. All right. Let's on to the next one. Good job, chat. We're getting through these one at a time. Let me see if I can fix where I'm at on the list, because apparently I was not where I thought I was. Yours was... Alright, so let me see where I when last we left our deck reviews. Oh god, how far back was I? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, so yeah, I missed a couple. Like a month. 2. I did. I think I did this one. Sorry. Okay, yeah. That's an arc. Sorry, this one's on Architect. Tofu Fujiwara. This is on Architect, so I can't actually go. Well, I'm using Moxfield to go over things, so unfortunately I will have to skip that. Boop. All right, so I'm going to catch up to where I actually was, which was months back than I thought, which is unfortunate, but it's okay. Listen, we're gonna catch up on all of these eventually. Not all tonight, of course, but we will catch up. I think this next one will be the last one. Okay. Chat, I hope you're enjoying these. I'm enjoying this. And tomorrow, I think I actually don't have D&D tomorrow. So I could go live tomorrow so that we can get a couple more of these done. Did I lose my spot? No. Fuck, I was just there. Oh, I lost my spot. I did lose my spot. Here we go. Mimic Vat is indeed gas. Had a great game with it this week. Mimic Vat is a good card. People don't really use it anymore. Which is unfortunate, but okay. Okay, there we go. So Lamar, Magnus. That's actually sweet. I have not actually run into a Magnus deck. No, I think I ran into a Magnus deck once, and it did not get to do the thing, which sucks because I like Lamar. Sorry, I like Magnus as like a lore character, and I like him in Magic, and I just want him to be able to do the thing, and he has not been able to do the thing better than other commanders that kind of already like make your spells cheaper. I think that's the main reason why like Magnus doesn't quite work, is because like other Spellslinger decks exist and other people just like might like them a little bit more. I like my Mizzix deck more than I like Magnus. Magnus the Red. Alright, Magnus the Red. Here we go, everybody. Alright. And is it Commander? I hear the storm that's been approaching. Yeah. And honestly, so like, and I know I do, it does suck that I don't always like get to these as soon as you post them, chat. One potential benefit is that when like now there's new cards for me to recommend to you that have come out, right? So like it's not just okay as soon as you post it, okay, well, you know, you didn't have like this brand new card that came out and blah blah blah, but now I can go like, hey, listen, you haven't looked at this deck in like a month or so, but did you know that like 2 sets have come out since you posted it, and there's actually like brand new things that we can recommend that go in here, or maybe they actually don't really fit in here and they're not really that good. So you do get like literally fresh eyes of like someone who might have actually seen this a bit more recently than you. All right, Magnus the Red. All right, Magnus the Red. So Magnus the Red, this is Lamar's Magnus the Red. What description did they give me? They did not give me a single description. Good. I'm going to make assumptions that this is about making tokens and casting spells. Magnus the Red, 3 blue red, 4/5, legendary creature, demon Primarch, flying. Unearthly power. Instant and sorcery spells you cast cost 1 less to cast for each creature token you control. Blade of Magnus. Whenever Magnus the Red deals combat damage to a player, create a 3/3 red spawn creature token. Okay, so it's a deck that wants to sling spells that will cost less because of creature tokens you have. Easy peasy. And then when Magnus himself deals combat damage to a player, make a 3/3 red spawn. I mean, that's like, you know, it's just whatever. Saheeli, Sublime Artificer. I don't even think there's technically a better Planeswalker. Like, there's not a better suggestion than Saheeli, right? She's what? Like, yeah, obviously, cast on creature spells, make a token, right? Birgi, God of Storytelling, so now it's just like every time you cast a spell. So now, if you cast a spell, you get a red, and then that new and if you draw like cards, those cards are still reduced by like all the tokens you have. So you just get to keep on. You can just honestly storm off with Birgi because you always have red mana in the tank. Brunaclad will turn all your tokens into the same token, which is totally fine. Dockside Extortionist, obviously. Exalted Flamer of Tzeentch, very, very good for being able to get the spells back to your hand and also dealing damage to everyone when you cast things. Gutter Snipe, 2 damage to each opponent when you cast things. Harmonic Prodigy. Triggers on other shamans or wizards. So we'll have to see if shamans and wizards get triggered in this deck, because your commander is not a shaman or wizard. They are a demon Primarch. Loyal Apprentice, that makes a token for you. Loyal Apprentice is kind of like maybe one of the best cards ever made for Commander, right? You know? Because it fits in way too many decks. Murmuring Mystic, every time you cast instant sorcery, make a bird. Okiva, obviously, whenever you cast a big stupid non-creature thing, you make a bunch of tokens. Poppet Stitcher, whenever you cast instant sorcery, you make a 2/2 black zombie token with Decayed. If you control 3 or more creature tokens, transform the Stitcher into Poppet Factory. Creature tokens you control lose all abilities and have base power and toughness 3/3, which I mean, you get to turn your 1/1 Saheeli things into 3/3s, which is perfectly fine. Your tokens don't really your creature tokens don't really do anything else other than fly, which sometimes that might be like not worth the loss. So then if you go to your upkeep, you can just transform him back if you need the flying. Make sure you just remember which creatures are now flying, though, just in case this gets destroyed and you transform it. Alright, and then Spark Double, make a second Magnus. No, you probably make like a second Birgi or a second Flamer or something. You're not making a second Magnus, that'd be weird. Stormkiln Artist, it's just basically another Birgi. Talrand, make tokens when you cast things. Locust God, make tokens when you draw. Young Pyromancer, make tokens when you cast things. Like, okay, yeah, right. I mean, all the greats, all the great hits. If anything, we're going to see if there's like a new card that does something better than what these already do, but I doubt it. Blasphemous Act. I already know one card that should go in this deck. Blasphemous Act, Crackle Dackle. Crackle with Power is great when you get to reduce its costs. Expropriate, pretty good when you get to reduce its costs. Gamble, Goblin Rally, make 4 Goblin tokens. So like for if you have no tokens out, right? 5 mana, you reduce every spell, every instant or sorcery in your deck now by 4. That's huge, and God forbid this card's already being reduced by other tokens being out, right? That's huge. Hordeling Outburst, cool. Jessica's Will, obviously. Notorious Throng. Deal damage to a player with a rogue. I don't think you'll ever do the rogue thing, right? I think you just, like, this just makes tokens. Oh, right, yeah, make X tokens equal to the damage dealt to your opponents this turn. Holy shit. All of your opponents, all the damage that they've taken. Oh my god. Oh. Well, shit. In Electro Dominance to yourself. I mean, Electro Dominance with this, like, that's already 3. That's huge, actually. I didn't realize that this was, where X is the damage dealt to your opponent. So, like, all the damage. So, if there's an Electro Dominance out and you deal, honestly, when you cast this, right? If you have a Gutter Snipe out, right? And when you go to cast the Notorious Throng, right? So you spend 3 in a blue, and you're gonna go bam. When this resolves, I'm going to make X tokens, where X is the amount of damage I've dealt to you, my opponents. And your opponents are just like, you haven't dealt anything yet. Yeah, whatever. Okay, fine. But when I put this on the stack and I cast it, Gutter Snipe says, oh, you're casting a spell? 2 damage to everyone. They've all taken 2 for a total of 6. And then you say, okay, now this spell resolves. What number is X? Let me count. Oh, 6 damage. So then you make 6 fairy rogues, which then reduce the rest of your spells by 6. That's actually quite huge. I do wish there was at least 1 rogue in this deck so that you can maybe do the prowl cost, but no. Well. Ponder is good. Solve the equation, good. Song of Totentanz is good. Tempt with Vengeance. Create X/1/1 elementals with haste. Any with haste for each opponent who does make. Oh, yeah. I mean, no one's gonna say yes, though, right? Like, literally, no one's gonna say yes. No one's gonna say yes to you. So, if no one's going to say yes with the Tempt with Vengeance, then you might as well. Or, honestly, if someone does say yes, it's because they have a use for tokens, right? Like, they have a need for tokens. And that's probably not worth it. So I would probably just take Tempt with Vengeance out. I think there's something out there. And then Time Warp. I mean, yeah, fuck it, right? Access denied. When this costs only blue, access denied is pretty cool. Blue Sun Zenith, draw cards, Brainstorm, Capsize. Just remember that buyback gets reduced by Magnus. So if you have 4 tokens in play, you can just pay blue to bounce a permanent to an opponent's hand and then get Capsize back to your hand. Just saying, you just get to do that, and you just blue. Pretty strong. Chaos Warp, Counterspell, Cyclonic Rift, Deflecting Swat, Disallow. Okay, if you have Fierce Guardianship, Force. So there's a lot of counter spells in here, which is, I guess, pretty Magnus themed, right? Just having like infinite, like, no. 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 Mystical Tutor to put this up in play. Next, oh god, next is a fate. Okay. Pull from tomorrow, draw more cards, reiterate. Reiterate again is going to be like another like red copy of spell. If there's already four tokens of yours, you get to put it back. Recast. Searing Touch is the same thing. So Searing Touch goes infinite with your Burgi or your Stormkiln Artist, and 4 tokens and Magnus out, right? So Searing Touch for a red, and then buy back a 4. Deal 1 damage to target creature or player. If Burgi's out, you're gonna get a red back, or if the Stormkiln Artist is out, you're gonna get a treasure. And then the 4 tokens will reduce the cost, so then you literally win. You win as soon as like that happens. So you gotta be on the lookout for that as an opponent. Arcane Signet, Chromatic Lantern. I don't agree with Chromatic Lantern. This is a 2-color deck. It's 2-color deck and it's blue and red. I mean, I don't know. You should be fine. You do not need Chromatic Lantern. Is it Signet? Jeweled Lotus. All right, fine. Fuck it. Yeah, get Magnus out on turn 2. Whatever. Lotus Petal. Man, Jesus Christ, man. Goddamn. We want Magnus. Well, how fast do we need Magnus even out? What makes you tokens in this deck? I guess it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess so. I suppose. Wish there was a little bit more token makers for you. Mana Rock. Skull Clamp does draw you more cards. Sensei's Divining Top. I wonder what you need that for. Do you need Divining Top? Man, I don't know. This is not really about what to take out. Impact Tremors. I don't even think. No, sorry. This is not about what to take out. Mystic Remora, draw cards. Sorcerer's Class on level 2 lets your creatures tap for mana, although I mean they already reduce it by that much. And then obviously draw more cards. 35 lands is a pretty decent amount of lands to have, probably more than you need, to be honest with you. Yeah, that's what the big token. What is the big token engine right now? I mean, like, they have Okiva, they have tokens in here. I just wonder if there's not something like a little bit more by now. So obviously you want like Pinnacle Monk, right? Because that's like a cool land. You can do the new Ral Crackling Wit. That would, oh, Glimpse, yeah. Glimpse the Impossible. Glimpse the Impossible is I did just type in Glimpse like an idiot, didn't I? Glimpse the Impossible is actually kind of busted. Hey, mental misplay. Sheesh. Let me finish that ride up for the mental misplay raid over here. Hello, friends. How we doing? Thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate you. Alter Ego. Michelton, good to see you. Good to see you, everyone. Ooh, what were you playing tonight? We're playing some CDH, my friend. Big old appreciation for you, Mental. I hope you're doing well. And chat, welcome to the stream deck review day. Just going through different decks that chat has put in my Discord. If you want to take part at some point, please join the Discord that's down in the panels below. But we're having a good old time here. We're going over a Magnus the Red deck, which is, I mean, there's not much to say. I mean, Magnus the Red is just really good. And I'm trying to see Glimpse the Impossible, as you can see right here, is one of my recommendations because it's a newer card that makes tokens for you that also tap for, like, sacrifice for mana too, which you can yeah, Glimpse is really good here. Magnus is pretty gross. Magnus is really gross. Honestly, I think the only reason that Magnus isn't more popular is because there's like other commanders that do similar things, like with the spell reduction aspect. So like if you just have already fallen in love with those other ones, or just like don't really care for like tokens that much, then like Magnus kind of falls to the wayside. But he does what many others do. Paint cans, yeah, I can we can jump to yours, paint cans. I'll find it after this one, just because you've been so patient. So yeah, now we're just kind of going over suggestions. The deck is like pretty lit. So the way my deck reviews go, chat, is not about saying like, hey, you should take this out and you should like just add, you know, every 0 mana rock that exists. I always ask guests to write just like a little small couple sentences or paragraph just saying what it is that you want the deck to do, and then I try to suggest things that can help you make the deck do that thing more, right? Like, how can I help you make your commander deck make you feel like you're winning because you play this commander more, not just because like you have 12 dock sides or something. I don't know. Dock side still fits here. I'm not even, and I don't even suggest taking like things out, right? But I definitely say like, hey, you know, I think that especially like this newer card, like Glimpse the Impossible, definitely goes into this form of deck now. The new Growl Crackling Wit's pretty good. I'm surprised this doesn't have storm cards. Like Third Path Iconoclast is pretty good. Like it's kind of, it's not in here for some reason, but like Third Path Iconoclast just kind of slaps already. Oh, the new otter, the coruscation. Coruscation. I did not. I could never understand the word. Boomburrow. It's red. Coruscation Mage or something. It has offspring. Yeah, this one. Coruscation. Yeah, Coruscation Mage. So Coruscation Mage is an offspring card that makes you a token, right? So already it does what Magnus wants you to do, but it says whenever you cast a non-creature spell, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. That's literally what like a couple of the cards in your deck already do, and it triggers both it and the offspring will trigger with Harmonic Prodigy, which already doesn't trigger with like every card that you have, but most of them. So Stormsplitter does. That's not wrong. Huh. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're very correct, actually. Stormsplitter tokens go away, which feels bad. That's true, but I mean, like, you're gonna use this on a turn that you're about to go sicko mode anyway. You know what I mean, Brownian? You're gonna go ham with this already. Oh, no Archmage Emeritus, right? Like, why not keep the draws going? Like, you have a lot of counter spells, like a lot of counter spells, which, you know, but like, you're not really drawing. Are you drawing cards here? You have the like you draw cards in big bursts because the X cost is paid. So like you do, and you take extra. Yeah. I mean, I guess you do. You draw the cards that you want with Ponder and extra turns and all that stuff. So I suppose you do. But it is a little strange. Witty Roastmaster. So I suggest the Coruscation Mage in trade of the Witty Roastmaster, because the Witty Roastmaster does the exact same thing. Play a non-creature spell, deal damage to everyone. It's just that Coruscation Mage for 1 additional mana is 2 creatures that does it, right? And one of them's a token that fits Magnus's theme. I don't think that this entire deck is about like every time I cast a spell I ping everyone to death. It's clearly not. Like it has Gutter Snipe, but like I mean Gutter Snipe just it chunks you for 2. That's just what it does. But clearly that's not the entire theme of this deck. The theme of this deck is to get tokens that make spells cost less and then just cast every growthy spell. And that's fine. That's completely fair. So that's why Withy Roastmaster in there. It does run Impact Tremors. It does run Impact Tremors, yes. It does. Roastmaster triggers for creature ETB. Oh, am I thinking of... Sorry, I was thinking of a completely different card. Withy Roastmaster would... Is it a wizard or anything? You're right. Yeah, why not, right? It makes tokens. This deck likes tokens. It likes spells. It makes tokens. We already know that. Can't see why not. Is there another Impact Tremors? Or is it just the creature versions of it, right? Withy Roastmaster is a citizen, so it doesn't get double triggered by Harmonic Prodigy. Sadly. Rionia is not in here. It would make Rionia would make token copies of what though? I mean, I guess of like Gutter Snipes or some shit. Yeah, and then you just play more spells on main phase 2, I guess. Purpho's got a forge, so I'm assuming Brownian, if Purpho's isn't in here, it's because like they already considered it and they just don't want it, right? Like I'm sure that they know Purpho's exists. So I'm assuming that there's some reason that it's not here, you know? Maybe it just like doesn't go with like the spell theme enough, you know? Maybe not. I don't know. Same thing with Withy. It's kind of the same thing with Withy. I've already... Yeah, it's kind of the same thing with Withy. Molten Gatekeeper is an artifact creature that does... Oh, true. That is true. Let's see if there's another theme that we can find, or like another piece to this theme that we can find, right? Like just to kind of keep on going before we just do like another oh, hold on. That's goofy. It's just this is just one of the demons in the Tzeentch deck anyway. If we're talking about the theme with Magnus the Red, why would you not have pink horrors in here, right? Because like whenever you, I mean, Jesus, yeah, whenever you cast Tzeentch, whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, deals 2 damage to any target, right? Now, any target is kind of a huge deal, not just to people's faces, but specifically, hey, this card over here is being a big bother. I'm gonna deal 2 damage to that thing directly, which gives you a bit of removal, which this deck actually doesn't have a lot of. It has a lot of counters, but it actually doesn't have like a lightning bolt, right? Like it doesn't actually remove things that well, unless you are going like infinite with a capsize. But I think like a pink horror, and if the pink horror dies, you make 2 tokens, which again like fits the Magnus theme. I like to campaign for Aria of the Flame. I do like Aria of the Flame. That card is very funny, and this deck casts a lot of spells. Empty the Warren. Yeah, Empty the Warrens is also somehow not in here. Huh? What? Huh? Okay. Because I like all of those suggestions. I want to suggest the pink horror just because it's removal in a deck that actually doesn't have removal in it, right? Like it doesn't have it. It has Blasphemous Act, which resets your own board too, and it has Capsize, which you're only doing when you win, and Chaos Warp, and like a Psych Rift, but like it doesn't really have like removal as much. And I think having a pink horror just at least allows you to do that, and it also fits in with the token theme at the same time, and it's also a Tzeentch card. So that's gonna be like recommendation number 4. But I like the Aria of Flame. Agate Instigator is Impact Tremors on the Offspring body. Oh, it is. Oh, it is. That's right. It is. And it's a rogue. Ooh. 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 Wait, that's kind of important actually. Because there's no rogues in here to trigger the Notorious Throng, but what if there actually was a chance that you triggered Notorious Throng? That's actually kind of cool. Okay, fine. Yeah, all right, fine. I take it out for the because I still want to do the other suggestions that you had, so we'll take it out for that one. And then we said Aria of Flame, Whispers of the Muse. Why does that sound like a card I don't like? Whisper. Why did I just type in Whisper? Like, right. Oh, yes. Whispers of the Muse is the buyback card, which would let them just draw their entire deck, which lets them just get to Searing Touch and win. The only way that you get infinite blue though is through Stormkiln Artist, which is fine. Like that's actually like pretty reasonable. Or just like enough sorcerer class triggers. Sounds like a card I don't like, misjudged by its name. It's true, it was the Muse thing. I was thinking of like Windborn Muse, which is like a weird zombie. Like a weird zombie card. Oh no, that's not that. Oh, that's a different Muse. I was thinking of a different Muse. A blue Muse. But yeah, Whispers of the Muse is certainly what I use in my decks that have like cost reduction. And this will let them just win. Just straight up just win. With one more suggestion. Okay. Hold on. I think first we do the Empty the Warrens. Empty the Warrens definitely deserves to be in here more than this one for sure, because it's just like, why is Empty the Warrens not in here? It just kind of literally does all the things that you want to do. And you know what, to spice it up, there probably should at least be one blue card in here that we actually suggest, and I think Whispers of the Muse would should be that card. I think that's fair, right? Does that seem reasonable? Just to you know, spice it up just a little bit. Again, it's like, you know, this is already a fully formed deck. This person obviously is already doing a good job, right? Their deck is already doing approximately the thing that they want to do. Well, I'm gonna take my little crack at it and go, you know what? I think that I, at the very least, would suggest trying to find places for the brand new Glimpse the Impossible, because it makes tokens, it draws you cards, it's a spell, blah 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 blah. Warren, Empty the Warrens, because it's a spell that makes you tokens, it does the thing, literally like cast another spell before it, and you get 4 tokens, which already puts you in like winning range for half of your deck, most 90% of your deck, all of your deck. Yeah. Whispers of the Muse, that's a way for you to be able to infinitely draw if you have the right cards out. And then the 2 Offspring cards from, like, these are actually new cards you probably haven't thought about yet because they just came out. But both of these cards make tokens on top of do things that your deck already like wants to do. Like, technically, if you're nasty, you could replace the Impact Tremors with the Agate Agitator, because it costs the same amount up front, and then for 2 more you get another one, right? You could do that if you don't, especially like with all the counter spells you have, you're probably not really worried about an actual board wipe taking everything out unless you want to. I also say Shark Typhoon, but I just like Shark Typhoon. Shark Typhoon's also good. Yep. Shark Typhoon is just like Okiva. I think Okiva makes more tokens, right? So I think they've made their choice there. Although Shark Typhoon is probably better than Talrand's, but it costs 6, which is quite a lot. And we'll throw in another one. It's double the value. I mean, that's what Offspring is, right? Same thing with the Carcasian Mage, right? Like double, like yeah, it's a Gutter Snipe, right? It does Gutter Snipe damage, but there's a token involved, which reduces the cost of spells with Magnus, which is great, right? Like that's just kind of sick. That'll do just as much as a Loyal Apprentice, technically. Actually, that would no, don't take Murmuring Mist. No, I'm not gonna tell you what to take out, but yeah, it does work. So these are my suggestions. I think that these would kind of go in the deck pretty fine. Obviously, wherever you want to put them. But yeah. So Lamar, that is our Magnus the Red deck review for you. Let me see where we're at. Where was I just at? There's a lot of these, chat. I thought I was at a certain spot and then I wasn't. And then now here I am. Alright. Lamar. Here is your Paragraph's thumbs up and a reply saying your review ended at 4:10 on the 8-6 before video stream. I can't like directly link the stream because the stream's not over yet, but we got that one done. All right, so I said I was going to skip directly to a deck list because I felt really bad for skipping it because I thought I was much further up the list than I thought, and I was very wrong. Paint cans, you have Voja, right? And that's the first list I think I see from you. And then this might be the last one of the night, maybe, probably not. Paint cans. Voha. God. This fucking card. This card over here, chat, man. Yikers. Alright, let's see what we got going on here. And everyone, again, thank you very much for coming by to the Kurotsuki channel. I know you came in here with meant to misplay. Hopefully you like what you see going on here. Deck reviews are something that I'm going to try to start doing, kind of like interspersing a couple more during the month. But yeah, it's just deck reviews trying to help your deck achieve what you already, like what you say that you want to achieve. And not just saying like, hey, take out all bad cards, put in good cards. So yeah, if you like what you see here, be sure to drop a follow and be sure to join the Discord so that you can leave your own deck so that we can review. Yeah. All right, so let's see. Paint cans. Your suggestions are probably put Voja here. Voja. All right. So Paint can says, "This is my Voja list. There are many like it, but this one is mine." So true. I'm trying to make a list that really creeps the line between casual and CDH. I'm aware that Voja can technically be built to be CDH, but the only way I have seen it used is stacks, which doesn't really entice people to play with you. Very true. I'm trying to make it as optimal and precise as possible, only using the best elves, and the rest of the creatures are either used for protection, value, or as a win con. I'd like your opinion to see how optimal you think it is, and if you swap a few cards, because I want this list to be optimized enough that it has new cards get released, I know which cards I can / should cut from their slots. Alright, sounds good. Thank you for all the content. Keep at it. Love. Aw, appreciate you, Pink Cans. Alright. Well, I'm glad I'm finally getting to this for you, bud. Voja ain't bad, overrated. Correct. Yeah, so my stance on Voja, just like in general, Voja itself is not a bad card, right? Voja is not a bad card. I think it's a poorly designed card. I think there's a very stark difference between the two. Voja, and what the type of play pattern that Voja convinces you to do, and honestly almost forces you to do, unless you, I mean, even if you try to like do a dumbed down version, right, and you try like not to go too hard, you could use the worst elves in the world and still like it does more than it should, like than one commander should. So I feel that the pathways that it pushes you down as a player are not good. Therefore, I think it's a poorly designed card, but it itself is not a bad card. So, and the demon appears, and he is, when kills like curls up. Hey, bud. How you doing, Puncher? Give you 100k for every year you take off your life. Oh, I'd do that for like a year. Like a year is fine. 100k. Like, listen, you don't understand my life. I would take off a year. I think a one solid year for 100k would be perfectly fine. Easy. Because then I would just like invest well and properly and just live a pretty good life with just like 1 year off for sure. I wouldn't do multiple. Just like Nadu, why does it have 4 toughness? Bird doesn't die the vault. True. Come on, do 2. No. He's upselling now. Critical thinking, I know, right? Well, listen, when people ask me these questions, I'm going to give you an honest answer. All right. Okay, paint cans. Let's see what we got here. Voja, Jaws of the Conclave. So, 2 and Naya, 5/5, legendary creature, wolf. Vigilance, trample, ward 3. Whenever Voja, Jaws of the Conclave, attacks, put X +1/+1 counters on each creature you control, where X is the number of elves you control. Draw a card for each wolf you control. Alright. Okay, so our goal here is to make this creeping the line of CDH and casual. Now, I play with Joe Johnson on Thursdays. Mr. Them, have a wonderful night, bud. On Thursdays, I host the Tabletop Jocks live on Thursdays with Joe Johnson and Voja, who he has an altered version to be Doja Cat, plays this often. And the deck that stream is described as like high power, right? It's a bring your mains is the tagline. It's a high power deck, not specifically like CEDH, and apparently according to CEDH players is actually a little difficult. Joe loves Naya. It's crazy. Joe loves Naya. But it seems that like it's not actually the easiest to make into CEDH, even if you have like the good mana rocks. So you can still make a pretty powerful deck and be at the border of at the very least high power, but it's not CEDH apparently. But let's see. I mean, yeah, I think this is actually going to be a pretty hard deck to talk too much about. So we have Invasion of Ikoria, as we know, that gets a creature from your graveyard or deck, which is like, the graveyard part's pretty strong for X and green. Minsk and Boo, Timeless Heroes, Minsk and Boo, ETBs. You make a hamster, put 3 counters on a target creature with trample or haste, which Voja has trample, so you could always just put 3 counters on Voja. And then -2, sacrifice a creature. When you do, deals damage to any target where X is that creature's power. If the creature was a hamster, draw X card. So I mean, keep doing things. Incredible Altar, yeah, it's a really good altar. Alright. Allosaurus Shepherd, spell can't be countered. Green spells you control can't be countered. So like already you're just fucking with green. So on the turn, each elf creature you control has base power toughness 5/5 and becomes a dinosaur in addition to its other types. And they already have +1/+1 counters on them, so it's just like, okay, sounds strong. Arbor Elf, Beast Whisperer, Birds of Paradise, Bloom Tender, Creator of Behemoth, Druid of the Anima, Ella Domri. I think this guy, if I remember correctly, doesn't even care about elves. You can look at the top card of your library anytime. You may cast creature spells from the top of your library. Green and tap. Tap 2 untapped creatures you control. Reveal a card from your hand or the top card of your library. If it's a creature card, put into the battle. What the fuck? Tap 2 untapped creatures. Reveal a card from your hand or the top card of your library. Sure, I guess. What? What is this? Is this hard to do? Is this supposed to be a challenge? Like, what is the... What is the clearance distance between the floor and the ceiling of this card? Is it just this? Is it just like a small sliver? Where's the challenge? You can def win with Voja. A lot is going on depending on the other decks and the level of interaction, and it needs heavy interaction, a lot of board clear. Unfortunately. It won't look like the typical non-CDH list, but it's not an impossible task. Yeah. But alright, Eladamri is just putting shit into play for free. Like, okay, Elvish Archdruid, yeah. Elvish Mystic, yeah. Esper Sentinel, yeah. Paint Cans did say that they're trying not to do stacks, right? Most of the CDH lists that they've seen are stacks based, and they don't want to do that, and that's completely fair. So that's one way that we're kind of staying away from like the CDH environment by basically, I mean, you're allowing everyone to play all of their cards. It's just that your deck is outrunning them almost by default, so like they really gotta like catch up, right? But you're not getting slowed down. From Faber Elder, Finhaven Elves, Grand Abolisher, Incubation Druid, Kodama of the West Tree. Yeah, right. Modified creatures have trample. You give plus counters to elves. Yeah. Voja gets... Right. No, sorry. All of your creatures get +1/+1 counters. It's just equal to the number of elves you control. That's so fucking stupid. So dumb. Cutzel, another Grand Abolisher on your turn. That also draws you cards because your creatures are going to have more power and greater power than the base power. Okay. Can you link the deck? This one? I mean, I guess. I guess. If you need it. If you're talking to me, I just kind of posted. Okay, so Cutzel, Lanor Elf, Marwyn the Nurturer, Elves, Mirror Entity. If you just really, oh yeah, Mirror Entity can turn all of your creatures into all creature types. So you will draw a bunch of cards and put +1/+1 counters on everyone because there are elves and wolves. Yep. Paradise Druid. Yep. Priest of Titania. Yep. Ranger Captain of Eos. This is, I mean, I know you said you don't want to do stacks, but Ranger Captain of Eos is there to tutor up an Allosaurus Shepherd for you, or an Esper Sentinel, and then you can sack it to be like, no, you have a board wipe this turn, stop it. Is Railway Brawler in there? He's also pretty dumb. You don't need Railway Brawler in here. It literally would just slow you down. Objectively, it would just actually just slow you down. Roaming Throne, so you can trigger Voja twice. That's great. Rocco, so you can just tutor up any of these cards that you need. Savala, Heart of the Wilds, is strong, and you're always going to have the biggest creature on the board because you have Voja. What about Mono Green Arwen? Is that too slow? She's an elf. That's a fair question. Probably not. Because all the creatures get stronger and stronger because she gets stronger when Voja attacks, so then everything gets stronger. So yes, Railway Brawler would slow you down because it's like a 5-drop. Arwen is a 3-drop, does the same thing, and is an elf. So gets, yeah. So actually, yes, that's a good counter. Savala, Shalai and Halar, +1/+1 counters being thrown all around. Why not just kill everyone with it? Shalai, Voice of Plenty, sure, why not? Taurian Mauler is an elf and a goober. The Red Terror, whenever a red source you control deals damage to one or more permanents and or players for the +1/+1 counter Red Terror. I don't think you need this. I think this is the first, unless... Never mind. Okay, never mind. Toski, Bearer of Secrets. Whenever a creature you control does combat damage to a player, draw a card. Yeah, why not? And then Vorinclex, Monsters Raider. This is double your counters, half your opponent's counters, rounded up. Great. Or rounded down? Rounded down. Farseek, we get land. Finale of Devastation, tutor up a creature. Natural Order, tutor up a creature. Ramp, draw a fuck ton of cards, cast something for free. Ramp. Chroma's Will. I don't even, man, you need a Chroma's Will. Boros Charm to give you indestructible, Core the Calling, deflecting SWAT, Enlightened Tutor. Oh right, probably yeah, to get the enchantments, flawless maneuver, protect your board. Just Force of Vigor is really good. Heroic Intervention, Legolas is quick reflexes, so you can just give yourself hexproof, and whenever this creature becomes tapped, it deals damage. Although Voja won't become tapped, but like fine, whatever. Swords of Plowshares, Timeout Safekeeping for extra protection, Teferi's Protection, and Worldly Tutor. I mean, I don't even think there's any better instance that you can have in these colors, quite frankly. Artifacts. Okay, so Arcane. Well, how much? What is your ramp? Hold on. Yeah, you have the full like elf ramp package. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, my eyes glazed over, so I forgot. Arcane Signet, Jeweled Lotus, Lightning Greaves, Maskwood. Do you really need a Maskwood Nexus, man? Do you really need this? I'm a hater of Maskwood Nexus, so that's my own fault. Mithril Coat. Shut up, Dwight. Shut up. You don't. Soul Ring, Great Henge, so you can just keep on drawing cards. And the One Ring, because of course, literally why not, right? All will be one, so when you put whenever one or more +1/+1 counters, because that's all you do, is placed on a permanent or player, all will be one deals that much damage to target opponent. Creature an opponent controls or a planeswalker an opponent controls. I didn't see the comma there, so I was just like, to target opponent creature an opponent controls. What? So yeah, you get +1/+1 counters every time you swing. All will be one will clear the way for Voja. It's an extra card draw for every elf on the battlefield. Quiet you. Annie joins up. Just double triggers abilities of legendary creatures. That's Voja. Just do it again. Guardian Project. If you're playing Commander and you play creatures, draw cards. That's just what this says. Rhythm of the Wild. Give your things haste. Yep. This is pretty close to Joe's list. Ancient Tomb. Cavern. Gentry's Gardens. Komentar, obviously. Mana Confluence. Lands. There is Mana Oh, City Brass. Right there. I didn't recognize the art. Yeah. This seemed, I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't really even have much to comment on the land. So, let's see. What would even be different if I don't even know what would be different, to be quite honest with you. I think it's more like I'll have suggestions on what I've seen Joe play. Joe plays, oh god. Yeah, hold on. I know one stupid card. This stupid card. All right, like this goes in here, right? If somehow, God forbid, someone happens to actually, stop you from doing anything. Not a Tulsa Mirror in sight either. I know, right? In fairness, Voja became this way because Dulcimer died, but yeah, Evolution Witness is a brand new combo-tastic elf, great an elf, that would definitely go in this deck for sure. This is suggestion number 1, the prime suggestion right here. Yeah, that's suggestion number 1, because it does all the things, checks all the boxes. Oh, Joe has what is her name? It's Joe's favorite woman. What is her name? Samet. Voice of Dissent. So it's another card that gives all your creatures haste, which is important. And she herself has double strike, vigilance, and haste. Obviously, like, you swing with your commander, she gets bigger because she'll have +1/+1 encounters because of all the stupid dumb elves you have, which will of course just make her that much better, you know. So Samut, Voice of Dissent, is definitely one of my I've seen, like, it's a very, very like Joe centric card too, and I've seen it do way too much work in every single Naya deck he has. Aki Battle Squad, 6 mana. It's 6 mana in a deck that doesn't need it. You know what I mean? Like, I know that elves tap for mana, so it's like you're not really wanting, but like still at the same time, it's 6 mana where all it does is kind of give you 2 combats, which is not, you know, it's not nothing, but it's also not everything. 6 mana in Green Curl, it's like 2 to them. You're so true for that. You're so true for that. Well, you just can't you just do a creature? Aren't there creatures that just kind of do that for you? Like there's enchantments. You could just use an enchantment to give yourself extra combats. Why do you need a goofy little creature for? I'm trying to think, like, what would even make this deck less powered in some way, shape, or form. Felja has Trample. Oh. Uncivil Unrest. Oh, oh. That is good. Okay, that is good, actually. That's like a 5 mana end the game for you, right? In a way. That is pretty good. Yeah, you can, yeah, because you give everyone haste, and then when you swing, you put +1/+1 counters on anyone, anyway. Yeah. That's actually pretty dope. That's actually pretty gross. Yeah, good call on that one. Uncivil Unrest is good on that. Yep. Are there any goofy planeswalkers we can put in here that, like, somehow, some way is worth it? Like, I doubt it, but, like, what if, you know? Some Domri? Yeah, some goofy guy. Can you board wipe? I know they have. Do they have a board wipe in here? Honestly, this deck doesn't need the board wipe. This deck board wipes because they beat people to death and force them to block with the meager creatures they have, actually. So this deck does not even need, like, a Blasphemous Act. I was thinking of that one board wipe that, like, kills everything without a counter on it. Like, it would do that. You know, you would just live. Yeah, like, you would just live, strictly speaking. What? Aggravated Assault, doubling season. Oh, I was thinking maybe Innkeeper's Talent, but I don't think that really does it. I know it's a new card. Oh, Innkeeper's 2 ends, of course. I don't think this actually does it. No, at the beginning of your upkeep, like, put 1 count, like, that's like what you were gonna play an elf on turn 2 instead. This is kind of lame. Oh, yeah, no, you're right. Sorry, Oran Frostfang. I forgot. Because I saw that this doesn't have it, and Joe definitely has it, and I was like, that's weird that I don't see an Oran Frostfang here, and then I tried to blank it out of my memory, so thank you very much for bringing that back. Appreciate it. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. Heroic's Uprising also gives trample. I think the last thing I would suggest is just like, what's the draw power in here? Do you only draw when do you only draw for like Bow of Nylea to give trample on it? So we don't need it like as much, right? So Orin Frostfang is already gonna give like, listen, believe me, I've played against Joe enough. Orin Frostfang is enough to make people like choose to just get hit instead of like lose their creature, right? This is already enough. Man, look at those eyes in the top corner over here, man. That's fucking spooky, bro. Stupid wolf. The draw power is changelings into wolves, right? Yeah. The Orin Frostfang is enough. And you are right. Yeah, you're right. You draw from wolves, which we don't even have. Do we even have a single wolf in here? Oh, Beast Whisperer. That's right. You draw for Beast Whisperer. You do draw for Beast Whisperer. Yeah, there's no wolves in here. Just your commander. Yeah. Is it other wolves? No. Of course it's each wolf. I don't even know why I asked that. But yeah, Orin Frostfang will be your draw, as well as Toski, Bearer of Secrets. That's gonna be your draw power. The fact that you keep on attacking with creatures that your opponents can't even dream of always being able to block in the first place is your draw power. You don't actually need that much more, but imagine thinking Voja doesn't do the best possible version of a thing. I know. Okay, so there's two things that Joe's deck list does. So Joe's deck list either has one, it has trouble in pairs. It has Trouble in Pairs, aka Trouble in Paris. I know Joe has this one because like that's also a lot of extra draw for you based on what your goofy little opponents are doing. Which Cards Expertise also draws cards equal to the greatest power. Yeah, I was wondering if they only drew off of the rich cards, but then I forgot all of the everything that they all do. So yeah, it's Trouble in Pairs. As just like an extra enchantment that draws, and then he also has Temur Sabertooth. Now, Temur Sabertooth allows Joe a lot of ability to just kind of end the game if there is like some way, shape, or form that you like can't get through a board state, or you like just kind of want to end the game a little bit quicker. Temur Sabertooth into Dockside to get like infinite who's a what's it, and then things like, what was it, something keep on giving you plus one counters so that Shalai Halar and All Will Be One keeps on triggering. Forgot what else he does. This is also a wolf and an elf. Infinite damage. He does have an infinite damage thing. I kind of forgot. Let's see, actually. That's not my dex. This is... You can actually look at Joe's list right here. Also follow Joe's list. Also follow me. Voja. I forgot this is a list of everything he does. Voja. Oh, it's right there. Duh. Alright. So, Joe's list. Oh, right. He doesn't have... Yeah, those two. That's the main difference there. Tovalar's Huntmaster. Return of the Wildspeaker versus Rishkar's Expertise. True. Yeah, he has Arwen. Weaver of Hope definitely fits in here. Avacyn's Pilgrim for more mana. Aven Interrupter. Man, that's a new ad. I didn't see that shit yet. Beast Whisperer, Bloodbraid Elf, Gloom Tender, Boreal Druid, Circle Delay the Halfling to make Voja just uncounterable is also nice. Devoted Druid, Dockside, Elvish Mystic. Damn, that's a beautiful Elvish Mystic. Oh, it's gonna make it. Elvish blah blah blah. Elvish Visionary, draw a card. Oh yeah. So like Elvish Visionary with the infinite treasures from Dockside does let you draw your deck, right? Like that's another way to just kind of like be able to draw by itself. Mr. Sentinel, Essence Warden, hey, infinite life or whatever, like why not? Ewit, although we're using the token one, it's just kind of as good. Fauna Shaman to like get more creatures directly into the battlefield or slash to your hand. Because why not? Glistener Elf, I've never seen the win with Glistener Elf. Guardian's Faith, this is a different list than normal. Imperial Recruiter does just kind of like get you the thing. Hovelar's Huntmaster, I gotta look at that. Rexage, Priest, Recruiter, Terror of the Peaks, that's right, yeah, Terror of the Peaks also. So and you don't have to do exactly what Joe's list is. This list doesn't even have the Temur Sabertooth. Right. Oh no, it's right there. My mouse is over it. I think my mind was trying to blank it out so I could deny its existence. Yeah, and the list changes around too, and he has different stops in there, Angel's Grace, Orange Chance, and everything like that. Cloudstone Curio is definitely a part of that package too. Concordant Crossroads, literally one of my most hated cards in existence is Concordant Crossroads. This is just an extra Temur Sabertooth. General question, because I'm wondering why does nobody run Roaming Throne? Nobody. You mean everybody or nobody? Say that again, but slower. Nobody or everybody? I mean, in the Voja deck, I don't see him that often because you are playing with fools, I guess. No, I see Roaming Throne in every Voja deck I've gone against, so I don't know. But like, this is Joe's list. You obviously don't have to like go directly off of Joe's list. There's multiple ways to do this. But I am saying, like, if you do want to have a way, I mean, you do have a way to break lines already with Red Terror and All Will Be One. So like, you already have that. That's like your way to just kind of like do an infinite damage thing, and then you just kind of get there. And it's the same with Shalai Halar, right? Roaming Throne is expensive. It also is expensive. It is a $26 card, and this is the cheaper art, I think, because it's the alternate art is somehow the cheaper art. But yeah, yep, that could be a reason, or you just don't want to. I own like 3 Roaming Thrones. I only have it in like one deck because I just don't want to see it in every deck. I'm just anal like that. I think Arwen is our last suggestion. I think Arwen, Weaver of Hope, is going to be the final suggestion here, because I think that was the right call. Throne is a bit gratuitous. Oh, it's super gratuitous. Oh, there's an there. I didn't see it. My fault. Recognize. Yeah, no, you're good. Because of the artwork, I was wondering why he doesn't run it when he wants to go. No, he said he wants to ride the border between CEDH and casual, which means like high power, which is what this is. But yeah, so I think these are my suggestions here. Personally, I like that Riot, the Riot one was definitely a good call. That was a good call. Orin Frostfang is gonna push through a lot more damage and draw you a lot more cards than you realize. Yeah, I think this list still stays within a casual vibe without going too far into the deep end paint cans. So okay, here we go. Yeah, that's gonna be the final review on that one. So paint cans. You wanted to have a Voja deck that kind of straddles the line between CDH and casual, which is like that high power band. Voja for sure in it of themselves is just like a high power commander and a high power deck. There's honestly not that much you can do about it. But I do like that you are embracing it though. You're not just going like, I'm gonna run only, you know, mice in my Voja deck. That's the one way to make it not powerful. It's like, no, you're like, I want to find that line so I can play a commander that I like and just be able to do that. And I hope that you continue to find tables and pods of people who will let you do that, right? Like let you play a high power game, because that's what it is. As long as you're honest with it, hopefully they'll be honest with it too. Our suggestions for this deck, I wouldn't even say what to take out, because I think the deck is already good. So I'm not saying what to take out per se, but if you like these cards more than you like something else, or if you just want to switch it up a little bit, right, then these are my suggestions. The first one is Evolution Witness. It's just like Ewit, but instead of doing ETBs, which you're not super like big on doing ETBs. Clearly, you don't have Temur Sabertooth Loop and anything like that. Then Evolution Witness will just put a +1/+a counter on itself with Voja, get a permanent from your graveyard back to your hand. Samut, Voice of Descent, just gives all of your creatures haste. She herself is going to get super strong because Voja will make her super strong, and she'll have double strike, vigilance, haste, and all that cool stuff. Arwen, Weaver of Hope, that's going to it's an elf that will progressively get bigger and make every other creature in your deck enter the battlefield even stronger than it already was, which is gross. Oran Reef Hydra. Sorry, Oran Reef Hydra. What? The snake. Oran Frostfang. Jesus Christ. Oran Frostfang will, because of the Death Touch, even though it's just a 2/6, no one wants to block a 2/6. No one wants to lose a creature just to prevent 2 damage. So you're going to get a lot of card draw out of Oran Frostfang, even if it's not like trampling over everything. You're gonna get a lot. Sorry, that was 2 decks ago, I know. Oran Frostfang is gonna do a lot for you. Not even that your deck was super low on card draw, but like, well, now you just have an even cooler creature that just makes you card draw even harder, right? And then definitely the chat suggestion of the Riot card here. Being able to say all of your creatures have haste. They're just gonna come into play with haste, and then Voja's gonna swing, and then put +1/+a counters on all of these creatures with haste anyway. And then if they do any damage, it's going to double that damage. That's huge. You're gonna be able to close out games that way for sure. There's definitely other suggestions, like, hey, maybe you want to focus on the trample a little bit more. You know, we have you have the Oran Frostfang that gives Death Touch. Maybe if you had Bow of Nylea or Garruk's, whatever the enchantment is that Garruk has, that gives your creatures trample and also lets you draw cards when big creatures come to play, blah, 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 blah. There's a lot of options you can do, but you're already in the right direction. And I like that you're not doing, heavy stacks and everything, although I do see a Ranger Captain of Eos. But I mean, it's a good deck, it's just a good deck. That's just kind of what Voja pushes people towards. And in all honesty, it's not a bad thing that Voja pushes people towards that. I still think Voja is a poorly designed card. But I would change my tune on it being a poorly designed card if WotC was able to say, no, like, we wanted to make a high power card, right, that like did a high power thing. We wanted to give this niche of players a very specific commander, and therefore we built Voja that way. If they said that, then I'd be like, okay, well then your design hit the nail on the head, right? If you can admit that this was never supposed to be a casual card, like at all, then this was actually pretty good. Okay, cool. If you won't say anything, which, like, I know they can't, right? But like, if you don't give us an answer, then I just gotta like go like, hey, as a casual card, this is one of the worst casual commanders I've ever seen, because it's like not hitting the market being even remotely casual at all, right? or even just like not cutthroat, because just the text that you put on the card makes it cutthroat no matter what. How do I set my deck in for review? You have to join the Discord, Truth RIP. And then there's a section, which thank you very much for the follow. There's a section for deck reviews. All I need is a couple sentences or a paragraph from you telling me what you want your deck to do, so then my advice can be pushed towards what you want your deck to do. Not just saying what better cards to put in, but how you can do what you're setting out to do better. All right, paint cans. There you go. That is your review. $4.49. All right. I think we can do one more deck review, chat, and then we're going to head to bed because it is 12:21 for me. Let me figure out the last. Boy, Holly, can't wait till you get to your Quain deck. I'm gonna probably throw up because it's group hug. Knowing me, I'm gonna go bleh. Okay, I think I've definitely caught up, and I found the right spot. Yes, I did. All right, so I'm actually at the right spot. I actually didn't have to go that far to get the paint cans. This is No, I could have swore I did KJ the Hero's thing. I could have swore I did Ryu. Was exactly my reaction when a friend wanted to sell me the Bloomborough Group Hug deck. No, the Bloomborough Group Hug deck, I haven't actually seen it in action, but I think it's probably closer to what I like about Group Hug than not, if I'm being honest with you. Okay, I guess I'll do this just to stay on theme. All right, last one, chat. Last one of the night here. Remember, if you want to be a part of these deck reviews, if you like the vibe that I have going on in general, if you want to see me play some Commander with a bunch of other content creators throughout the space, then definitely be sure to drop a follow. If you're on YouTube, drop a subscribe so you can see me go live. That's about it. I got 51.5 Commander decks, chat. We've crossed the Rubicon on that one, and boy howdy, we are still in love with this damn game somehow. All right, KJ the Hero. This is their Ryu World Warrior. You should also join the Patreon. I'm so bad at pushing the Patreon. But if you would like to support me in any way, shape, or form, that would be fantastic. Patreon works, Twitch sub works, YouTube sub works. Honestly, just coming by the hangout and converse here. I mean, like, you can clearly see I'm taking advice from chat too when I'm going through all of these, because I mean, I can't, keep track of every single card in the world, but chat has some wonderful suggestions, absolutely wonderful suggestions. So I thank chat for all of that. All right, let's go into the last one for the night. So this is KJ the Hero's Ryu World Warrior. Their only description is just for kicks. I'm going to put this deck list here. So, grumble. Voltron style deck focusing on stacking auras. Also has tricks to activate Ryu's Hadouken ability multiple times in a turn. Damn, I wouldn't have fucking known that. Thank goodness there was at least a little bit of a description over here. Jesus. Alright, Ryu, World Warrior. 2 and a white, 2/4, legendary creature, human warrior with training. Training is whenever this creature attacks with another creature with greater power, put a +++ encounter on Ryu. Okay? Hadouken, 4 and a red, untap, discard a card. Ryu, World Warrior, deals damage equal to his power to any target. If excess damage was dealt to a creature this way, draw a card. Okay. Okay, so the goal is to make him be big, and then discard a card, and then deal damage equal to his power to any target. So he can't go straight to face. Okay. Agitator Ant. At the beginning of your end step, each player may put 2+1/+1 encounters on the creature they control. Goad each creature that counters put on it this way. And you always put 2+1/+1 encounters on your own Ryu. Because goad yourself, whatever. Armored Sky Hunter, that's going to get you auras and equipment from the top of your deck. Champion of the Flame, loved having auras on them. Danitha makes auras cheaper. Heliod's Pilgrim lets you search for an aura. Hero Iroas makes auras cheaper. Kellen the Fey Blooded lets you search for auras and equipment. Spirit Dancer gets you more auras and draws you cards. Light Paws. Light Paws. It is Light Paws. Okay, like just it. Light Paws. Light Paws is Light Paws. Piece of shit. And by piece of shit, I mean really good. Mason Enchantress cast an enchantment, draw a card. Nomad Mythmaker. That's a new. I've never heard of that one. Put target enchant creature card from your graveyard into play. Enchanted. Oh my god, what? I have never seen this card before in my life. Huh. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I like that card. God damn. That's pretty spicy. Nomad Mythmaker is kind of bussin'. Okay. I had no idea this card existed. I can see why it's $3. I'd buy that for $3. Do I have any? No, I don't have any white decks that use auras. That's really good. That's strong. Okay. Orzhov Advocus, very similar to Agitator Ant. At the beginning of your upkeep, each player may put 2+1/+1 counters on the creature they control. If a player does, that player can't attack you or a planeswalker you control until next turn. You put it on your own Ryu because you're not attacking yourself. Squee Goblin the at the beginning of your upkeep, you may return Squee from your graveyard to your hand. Oh, so you can discard it to Ryu. Okay, yeah, sure. That's what yeah, that makes sense. SRAM, whenever you cast auras, enchantments, or vehicles, draw a card. Starfield Mystic, enchantments cost less. Enchantments cost less. Auras cost less. Enchantments that are on him gets you a bunch of creatures. That's fine. I wonder if you... So, you're putting auras on other creatures, it seems, which is interesting. Not putting it on Ryu. Brilliant Restoration. Return all artifacts and enchantments from your graveyard to the battlefield. Hopefully your auras will have something to target. Idyllic Tutor for an aura. Search for an aura. Return all auras and artifacts and enchantments from the graveyard to the battlefield for all players. Now that's a risky one. Open up. Ever since Brilliant Restoration came out, it's been real risky to run and open the vaults. That's on you, bud. Retailer, return each aura card from your graveyard to play. Only creatures can be enchanted this way. Swallow a hole. Additionally costs a tap and untap creature you control. Exile target tapped creature. The plus one kind of creature tapped. Oh, that wow! This is a weird card. I know you want to tap Ryu down. Oh, you want to tap Ryu down so you can untap him, and if he doesn't have haste, then he can't tap down normally. Okay, and you still get to exile a tapped creature for like just because. That's kind of fucked up. Tragic Arrogance lets you board wipe everyone and keep your own Ryu alive. Winds of Abandon lets you exile everyone's stuff, keep your stuff alive. Winds of Wrath, destroy all creatures that aren't enchanted. They can't be regenerated. Well, look at that. Look at that. Disenchant, Path to Exile, Swords, Wear and Tear. Not a lot of instants in here. Very interesting. Artifact. Not a lot of artifacts either. What is your land count? 35. Oh my god. I've never in my days, bro, I've never seen a deck that's like out of dry dock, like, you know, in the wild being played I haven't seen the deck have this many just like straight up basics and not like every special land in existence for a long time. That's fucking funny. That's funny. I was not prepared for this, chat. I was not. That's crazy. Can't be bothered with them special lands. Honestly, so same, so true, bestie. Special lands are kind of cringe, apparently. But we're gonna add some special lands for sure. Yeah, that goes wild. Okay. I do like that you did manage to find lands that let you tap untapped creatures specifically. Like you were looking for these. You were looking for these. Also, why is it like it's like both of the lands that let you tap an untapped creature are both like, you know, lands that are depicting survivors after like a planar devastation. Kind of, that's a fitting theme, I suppose. I don't know. Your artifacts are not a lot. Top 5 card Rex is just going to be land. Honestly, yeah, one of them will be. You can definitely like trade out some lands for just like a little bit more, because like the thing, like Ryu's untap ability is like 5 mana, is like that's kind of a bit, like that's a decent amount of mana, so we got to look at that. Black Blade Reforge, you know, get +1/+1 for each land you control, and then you can just like, you know, Hadouken. Helm of the Gods, +1/+1 for each enchantment you control. That's actually pretty good. You run 18 to 20 basics in most of my 2-color decks, mostly because I play Price of Progress and you're afraid of yourself. Damn. Mind Stone. Yep. Soul Ring. Springleaf Drum. That's good. There's another Springleaf Drum, isn't there? Is there not another Springleaf Drum artifact? I'm thinking maybe it's like that blue one. I think it's like a blue artifact that lets you do this. Yeah, okay. And then Thought Vessel. So Springleaf Drum obviously lets you put your boy in the play tap, which is, or you know, let you tap Ryu. Okay. We have to go over the stuff that they claim allows them to do Ryu's ability multiple times a turn, because I haven't quite seen that with the creatures for sure. There's a lot of creatures that make your auras cost less, but like, man, you only need like 1 or 2 of these guys out on the field at any given time. Like, and you have a lot of auras that only cost a color. So let's see what we're doing here. Inspiring Statuary. Improvise. No, improvise. That's artifacts. Yeah. Artifacts. We need Convoke. Convoke would be the proper phrase here. Although, yeah, Convoke is what we need. All that glitters, obviously. Arcane Teachings. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and has tap. It deals 1 damage to target creature or player. I'm picking up on what you're laying down now. I now understand, and I'm now very interested. Benevolent Blessing. Enter battle, choose a color. Enter protection from their chosen color. This effect doesn't remove auras that you control that are already attached to it, which means if you do choose white, because you're, or red, because that's what you're playing against, you know, Path to Exiles and everything, you won't be able to add more auras. So that's Burning Anger, right? Deals damage equal to its power to any target. That's strong. I like how that's 5. I like how Burning Anger is like a 5 mana enchantment, and then Hadouken is a 5 mana ability. Apparently 5 mana is what's the worth of a creature dealing its power to something. You may cast this blessing into the bench. It comes into play, choose a color. If this doesn't move, only doesn't remove child mana. Is there a Oh my god. Typed everything wrong there. Or any Oracle text. Yeah, just specifically doesn't remove Chamano's blessing, but does remove other things. Who is Chamano? Huh. Cool. They're very pretty. You can have them crew vehicles. That's huge. That's huge. Dragon Throne? Dragon Throne of Tarkir. Cryptic creature has Defender and 2 tap. Other creatures you control get trample and +X+X, where X is the creature's power. It's kind of hot. I don't. Yeah. So your plan is to use auras in order to give yourself protection from things at instant speed, but all of your like aura cost reducers wouldn't even make these cheaper. So I'm not the biggest fan of these. Dark Mutation, Elemental Mastery, enchanted creatures X, tap X with haste for X the creature's power. That's very strong. Like that's huge. See, now this makes sense to me. Tap, make a bunch of things, Hadouken, tap again. Like that's dope. That's really strong. Escape Velocity. I love the art on this card. Countries 1-0 haste, escape, exile to other country. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Atali's Favor. Atali's Favor is good. This is a good one. Lets you discover 3 on ETB, which is good. +1/+1 in Trample. Wish you could flicker it. Ethereal Armor. Actually, Atali's Favor might not actually. Like, I know the ETB lets you discover 3. I put Atali's Favor in my Stang deck because I get free copies of it. You know what I mean? Like, Atali's Favor is really good when you have copies to trigger the ETB and everything, but just 3 mana by itself to get you like 1 other card, I don't know. I actually don't know if that's like still worth it. Ethereal Armor, blah blah blah. Face of Divinity, pursue as long as another chance your creature has first strike and lifelink. That's really good. How do you feel about Idolize? Ooh, Idolize is a good one. Idolize. Whenever it attacks alone, get +X/+X or X the number of non-land permanents you control, and that's kind of hot. That's huge, actually. Face of Divinity, +2/+2 as long as another aura is first strike lifelink. That's good. Frenzied Rage, +2/1 in Menace, and it is actually reduced by the creatures that you have. Giant Spectacle, 2/1 in Menace. Okay, we like that. It's literally the same card. It's literally the same card. It's actually the same card. Gifted of Immortality, that does, that makes sense. Madcap skills can't be blocked except by 2 or more creatures. Cool. It's really good. Do you get unblockable with this and Menace, except by 2 or more creatures, Menace, no, yeah, it's the same thing. Mantle of the Ancients, obviously Mantle of the Ancients is in here. It's in every single one of these decks because it just gets all the stuff from your graveyard to your hand, or to the, attached back to them, and you get +1/+1 for every aura and everything on you. Prophetic Ravings has haste and discard a card, draw a card. Okay, sure. Reprobation. Enchanted creature lose all abilities and lose a power. The creature with base power 0/1 and toughness 1. And they can't block, right? Cowards can't block? Right? Cowards can't block, right? No, they can't. No, they can't. It's a. How does it work? Hey, KJ, I just finished your deck on before. Coward. What is cowards? I think it's cards reference that cowards can't block them. I think that's what it is. I think there's cards that say cowards can't block me, not that there's a rule that says cowards can't block. I think that's what it is. In which case, I would just block with this creature and then the enchantment goes away. So I'm not a fan of this at all. Suspects or whatever. Well, no, I mean, Suspects is a new way to do it, but like, what is it, like Bodolvin Bullies or something like that? Cowards can't block MTG. Cowards can't block warriors is, I think, like something weird. Cowards is a creature class. Cowards are people who lack the courage of facing dangers. Okay, thank you. First creature is Craven Hulk. Craven Hulk can't block a lot. Wow, it's really just a giant. Wow, okay, that's kind of cool. Cowards can't block this turn. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, Bodolvin Intimidator, that's what it is. Cowards can, okay, it's a card that specifically says cowards can't block warriors. That's what I thought. Yeah, Bodolvin, okay, I was right about Boudoir Intimidators or whatever. Yeah. And Kargan Intimidator. Okay, that's what it is. Sorry, I just had to, like, remember that. So it being a coward doesn't do anything. So I don't really like this card. Creature type giant coward is ice cold. There's an effect that says cowards can't block, and it isn't a rule. Thank you. Yep. You didn't have to do them like that, right? Songbird's Blessing. I'm sorry, was there a Universes Beyond BioShock Infinite that I didn't know about? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. This card's great. Not yet, yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. Sage's Reverie, but the anime art, which is kind of hot, actually. Sage's Reverie, right. Draw a card for each aura you control that's attached to a creature. +1, that's a big draw for you. Shielded by Faith. Indestructible. Enter the battlefield, may attach Shield of Faith to a creature. Sure. That's expensive. Spirit Mantle, obviously. Squeeze Embrace. +2/+2, when the champion creature put into a graveyard, turn to the owner's hand. Sticky Fingers. I love Sticky Fingers. I can't wait for there to be like a JoJo crossover, and there's an alternate art for Sticky Fingers. Menace deals combat damage to player. Draw treasure. Timely Ward. Indestructible. Don't even do Shielded by Faith, right? Like, don't even do Shielded by Faith. Just do Timely Ward. Protection from creatures. I forgot this is only 3 mana. Crazy. And then Volcanic Strength. 2/2 and Mountain Walk. Okay, there's gotta be better auras. Right, chat? Like, there's just gotta be more and better auras. There's no equipment. Oh no, you do have equipment in here, so you're not like opposed to using equipment because ooh. Okay. Oh, that's what it is. That's what it is, chat. I knew there was a thing. Paradise Mantle. Silly chat. Paradise Mantle is the other Springleaf Drum. Paradise Mantle is the other string. In fact, I like it better than Springleaf Drum. Hold on. Is it just better? It's just better. So, Springleaf Drum still requires a creature, is the thing. Springleaf Drum requires you to have a creature. So it doesn't, like, there's no difference. There's no difference between, like, paying, it's like pay 1 to equip, right? But you had to pay 1 to cast the Springleaf Drum in the first place. Whereas Paradise Mantle was free. Sorry, saying just better is the wrong phrase. I think it's better for this deck, and considering Ken wants to be able to tap itself. Oh, true. Nope, that's a good point. Thank you very much, Nikaido. Springless Dump does bypass summoning sickness. That's true. That's true. That's very, very fair. See? That's why we have this discussion here. I feel that Ken being able to retap himself is very on brand, apparently, from what they say. Like, according to this, that's what Ken wants to do, allegedly. So I think having mana that you can spend in order to... Did I say Ken? Ryu. I don't play these games. I've never played Street Fighter. I've never played Street Fighter, not once in my life. I'm gonna advise a Paradise Mantle because it's also a mana that you can use to do reusability. Real question, chat. Do we want illusionists? Yeah, there we go. Do we want illusionist bracers? Don't say that to Joe. I know. Don't tell him. Illusionist bracers? Ooh, or Battle Mage. Or Battle Mage's bracers. So illusionist bracers costs 2 colorless, right? But 3 to equip. And it's just anytime this ability is activated, you just copy it, right? You always copy it, no matter what, as long as it's not a mana ability. Whereas with Battle Mage's bracers, the equipped creature has haste, but you have to pay 1 to copy it. I think illusionist, right? There's a way to make Hadouken cheaper. I know. We're gonna get to that. Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, KJ, you got it. And there's another way as well on top of Zerda. Yeah, I think you're right. I think illusionist bracers, because when we activate things like Burning Anger, it gets doubled with illusionist bracers. Yeah, so I think illusionist bracers is the call. Yeah, that's the call, I believe. Also vehicles too. We want to do a vehicle thing. Let's just talk about Zerda now, right? We need activated. Hadouken's a strong, like a very expensive ability, so we want Zerda to make that ability cost literally 2 less. So now Hadouken only costs 2 in a red and untap, right? Which is way cheaper than 4 in a red, right? Like huge. I could have swore there's another one from Zerda though, because I use it in my other decks. Training Grounds is the card, right? And that's in my Doctor Who deck, which is not here. However, there is Hearthstone. Also been equipped to... See, now this reduces it for everyone, but like, you know, you're probably gonna use it more. Maybe, you know, this one's a maybe. But we're gonna recommend Zerda at the very least, just to, like, you know, start off strong, say, hey, you want this. Is he a warrior? He is a warrior. Okay, how about if we had this Are there no... Wait, hold on. Are there not, like, auras with totem armor already that could just, like, you know, kind of, like, do stuff better? Like, does that not exist already? Like, because, I mean, I think that Umbra Mystic's cool, but it's, like, a creature that can still die. But is there not just, like, a straight up... Are there not auras that are a little better for tapping and dealing damage and all that stuff? It's kind of strange that I'm not seeing a lot. Maybe I was thinking maybe like the runes. Moth Dust Changeling to tap creatures. Moth Dust. This is blue, so we can't do that. Ryu is Boros, so we shan't be doing that. Shan't be doing that. Surprised not one auras that like tap and deal damage. It's kind of wacky, honestly. Or just tap in general. It's a little strange. I'm not really big on like Boros auras though, so that's kind of on me. Well, not. I mean, it's just like a blind spot of mine. I've never really dealt with Boros auras. I've done blue, red, green auras for my Stang deck, but I have not done Boros auras. But Zerda is here to definitely save the day. There's too many so a lot of these cards are reducing the cost of auras, and that's fine. But there's nothing that's like we have Light Paws. What does Pearl Ear? What's the new Pearl Ear do? Pearl Ear. Enchantment spells that have affinity for auras, which is crazy. And then whenever you cast an aura spell that targets a modified permanent... Oh, okay. So this is more draw card. Hold on. I want Sigarda's Aid in this deck. Why? To cast... Oh, what? To cast auras at instant speed? I don't think this deck really cares, to be honest. So, well... You want to save up mana so that you can Hadouken. I mean, I feel like the deck is already like tapping out all the time just to like do Hadouken in the first place. It's such an expensive ability. Pearl Ear would be solid. I'm thinking Pearl Ear, Imperial Advisor. You might be right. Yeah. I feel as though like I don't think this deck has extra mana, which is why I'm kind of surprised that, well, I don't know, you have stuff like this and Cho Mano's Blessing, you know what I mean? Like you don't got mana for that, especially because it doesn't even get reduced. You ain't got the time, you ain't got the mana, you ain't got no catch up. Question: do you crew at instant speed? Yes. Is this a Braid of Fire angle? Ooh, that is a good... You do crew at instant speed, just to answer that question. So yes. Cumulative upkeep. Add red to your mana pool. That... Now this is big. Now that's big, actually. That's a good call, Brownian. Proud of you. That's a good call. So cumulative upkeep, add red to your mana pool. So at the beginning of your upkeep, you put an age counter and you get red mana, right? So like the red mana will be gone by the time of your main phase, so you have to use that red mana, like if you want to use it, like as soon as possible. So being able to crew Ryu, use Ryu, tap, whatever, at instant speed, and then use that mana to untap with the Hadouken, and then you can, proceed with the rest of your turn. Like and it gets better over time too. Like it's just more and more red mana, red mana, red mana, red mana. So that's actually really cool. Like a lot of red mana. That's huge. Oh, and your Tai Joaquin deck? That's cool. That's awesome, Brownian. I like Tai Joaquin. I like this. That's gonna be recommended. That's number 5, technically. Let's just keep thinking if we have anything more. We need to think of, Relic of Legends also is Relic of Legends also as a mana rock. Tap and untap legendary creature to add 1 mana of any color. That's better than, okay, it's not better than, I'm gonna stop saying that, but it's a little Springleaf Drummy. I'm just saying, it's a little Springleaf Drummy. That's extremely synergistic. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And this deck has like no ramp, so like 1 land away into 1 Relic of Legends. You know what I mean? Springleaf Drum coded, yeah. God. Yeah. I think my biggest issue with the deck is the weird like instant speed auras to protect you and stuff. Especially because they do literally, like, if you're trying to protect yourself from white or red, you will make other stuff fall off or not be able to add on in the future, and that's a problem. So I'm not a big fan of that. The instant speed auras actually serve a dual purpose. I know they're auras, right? And they trigger all your aura things, and they make you, you bait out a targeted removal and everything like that. It's just that like this one, I don't know. This one's not reduced, and it makes you not able to put on auras. This one makes other auras fall off, right? Shamano's Blessing. This one actually makes other auras fall off. So I really don't like this one. I do not like this one. That one's not good. And then Benevolent Blessing doesn't let you add more auras onto it later. They're also used offensively to keep opponents from protecting their creatures with target spells. Right. Yes, that is true. You can use this offensively. That's one of the reasons for like Reprobation or something. There's another aura that was instant speed that did something like that, where I was like, oh yeah, you can use this offensively. I forgot what it was. Yes, that is true. You are also able to do that. Make your opponents not be able to cast things, especially this one here, Benevolent Blessing. At least that gets reduced. You're right. You're right. You're right. Do we just have solid removal? There is a call for just maybe solid removal though, right? Would there not also be a call for solid removal? And the Sigarda's Aid is also a good idea if because you can cast auras with flash. So Sigarda's Aid would also be a good idea for say like a Darksteel Mutation or a Reprobation at instant speed, right? That sort of thing to cast on your opponents. If Ryu is tapping, we have mana. Technically, we have loads of removal. Oh, that's also true. Right, and honestly, if you deal excess damage to a creature, you get to draw a card. So you are actually right. Ryu is also removal by himself. Removal that your opponents might just not be thinking about whatsoever. That's a super good call. That's a super good call. Are there better creatures? Are there better creatures and stuff like this? Also, Ryu does have to discard cards. I know we have Squee in here in order to like not feel super bad about it, but you know, maybe we feel a little bad about it. It's kind of funny that all of these aura cards, all of those equipment cards that like Did you know that Arden, Intrepid Archaeologist, the guy that like puts all equipment you control onto one creature, did you know he also puts auras too? I had no idea. I just skipped that line of text. Did you know Halvar, God of Battle, also gives creatures who are aurified double strike? We do want that new land. What's that new land? The Boros one. Legion Leadership also. And we've already like suggested all the cards for now, but I do want to mention that Legion Leadership. Yeah, Legion Leadership is also super on brand and on point for what we want here, by the way. Again, take out maybe like a land and put something in. If Ryu is tapping, we have mana technically. Yeah, so like 2 mana, double Ryu's power from whatever it is, and then start dealing damage to face, creature, player, blah blah blah. That'll be like enough. That'll be a lot. Emma Sky, alright, chat, we're gonna keep on going. Looks like we're gonna keep on going. Oh, it's like 1 a.m. though. Jesus Christ. We can do one more deck. I am Skyward. Thank you very much, ladies, for coming on in. Welcome to the Barrel Tiki channel. We're doing deck reviews today. And we're just finishing up with this Ryu EDH deck. Chat was extremely helpful with this one. Yeah, if we had more recommendations, we would definitely go for like Legion's Leadership and things like that. But I think these cards here that we're suggesting definitely like answer a lot of the kind of like things that we're seeing here. Emma, thank you so much, my friend. Appreciate you. Big ol' shout out to you. And also a big ol' heart. I hope that you were having fun. Playing some Bloomburrow, perhaps? Ooh. Infinite deck review stream. Yeah, in a streamathon, subathon, infinite deck review. Okay, so yeah. KJ the Hero, this is your Ryu EDH deck. Our recommendations. I think this deck is really cool. I just think it needs help mana-wise, just to make sure that you have enough to spend in order to do Hadouken a lot of times, because it's 5 mana, which is a lot. So our suggestions were Paradise Mantle, because that will literally allow you to like tap Ryu for mana at any time, and then do your untapped shenanigans all you want. And then Illusionist Bracers allows you to get 2 triggers out of your Ryu. Not only for Hadouken, but also for things like Burning Anger and anything like that, or Arcane Teachings and all that cool stuff. Braids of Fire is something that you can use at your upkeep, or like at the beginning of your upkeep. You'll get a bunch of red mana throughout the game, and then you can use that red mana, tap Ryu somehow, and then untap with Hadouken for free, basically, because eventually the red mana will be paying the cost. Pearl Ear is a newer card, kind of like a newer version of Light Paws, but basically they're just going to keep on giving you auras and also letting you draw cards when you put auras into play on your modified creatures, which is great. That's what you want. You want to be able to keep on drawing. And then honestly, I think the biggest addition here is Zerda. To make your activated abilities cost 2 less. You need that because 5 mana is a lot, but 3 mana is like a way more palatable. But yeah, you're definitely gonna want a Zerda in here for sure to make this way easier to play for you. But I think this is really cool. I do like there's definitely a big emphasis on auras and being able to cast them for as cheap as possible, so that does keep you drawing and everything. You do have some pretty neat auras. And I think as Magic goes on and there's more and more auras that get added to the game, there's just gonna be cooler and cooler things, right? Like there might be, I want to say there's a better escape velocity out there already. I just can't think of it, but like I think there just already is. And then sixth mention here is Legion Leadership. It's a new land. Your lands are very I don't want to say bare bones, but your lands you can definitely have more lands if you want. Legion's Leadership is brand new card that literally doubles Ryu's power that you can use to hit people in the face and all that sort of stuff, and then also be a land if you need it. The lands are budget friendly. Yeah, budget friendly, budget size. little budget size. But yeah, that's gonna be that one. It's a budget build, so the land base is very bare bones. I mean, I don't. Sure, I'm honestly like considering the cards that are in here and what your strategy is, KJ. I feel like, I mean, the only thing that makes this under $1, and I guess like wouldn't push it to be, I mean, it's just the mana, like really, right? Like just, I don't know, different mana box, different lands, but like all the enchantments, all the instants and sorceries and the creatures probably stay pretty similar, right? Like you don't, even if you were to have an, break the budget past 100 and go to 200, I feel like most of this would actually be the same. There wouldn't be too much different because the theme of being able to Hadouken is the goal. And I mean, you can do that. You can absolutely do that. And I think even our suggestions aren't breaking the bank that much either. I think Braids of Fire is the most expensive at like 20. Some cheap dual lands, yeah. Okay, chat, we're gonna go beat for the Raiders. We're definitely going to do at least one more for you. This is going to be, I'll just give you a heart, tell you that your deck is protected at 545 for the 8-6. All right. Let's see, budget Feldorn. I don't do budget. As in, I can't stick to a budget. I'm not able to, I cannot keep track of sticking to a budget. That's just not where my mind goes. I build decks equal to my collection. Stay strong, Streamer. Thank you very much, bud. This will be the last one. I promise. Chat, thank you very much for coming by. I hope that you have a wonderful time here. We're doing our community engagement week, making sure that we do some deck reviews for the community. Normally I'm playing Commander games, but the first week of every month, the first full week of every month is community time, making sure I give back. This is a friend of mine. Gush on Upkeep is doing Elminster. Alright. Thanks for the Rex. No problem, KJ. Appreciate you. Deck is 2 years old, so there's some good options to fix those. Yeah, for sure. Alright, so this is Gush on Upkeep's Elminster deck. Let's see their description. Also, every deck that I have, or at least I try to have, KJ, the requirements for deck reviews is, just put in the Discord and everything, but I need at least like a paragraph or at least a couple sentences saying what it is you want to do with the deck. I'm not here just to recommend saying like, hey, take every bad card out, just put in 12 Jeweled Lotuses and call it a day. I'm here to say like, okay, you said that you want to do more of this thing. Here are some suggestions to do more of the thing that you said you want to do with the deck. So we're gonna read a little bit of a description right now so you get a theme for it. So this is Gush on Upkeep's Elminster deck. Let me just put the Elminster card right here so you can always see it. Of course, I spelled it wrong. Alright, so Elminster. Here's my casual blue-white control, taking turns, blow up everything. Elminster, Planeswalker, control, EDH. God dang it, you. Pretty much, this is a Teferi deck. You're playing mostly Planeswalkers, so you need to worry about the thing most dangerous to them, creatures. I despise creatures with a passion, so the deck's idea is to kill and exile all of them, or make them into 1/1s with humility, and then use your 1/1 dragons or 1/1 from Elspeth to protect your Planeswalkers. Once you protect yourself, the deck wins with multiple value time locks from the decrease cost from Elminster, or approach, or cat combo. Oh, he's lucky I know him in real life. Oh, he's lucky I know him in real life. We went to college together. Okay. Alright, Elminster, 3 white blue, 5 loyalty Planeswalker. Whenever you scry, the next instant and sorcery spell you cast this turn is X less the cast, where X is the number of cards looked at while scrying this way. +2, draw a card, then scry 2, or then -3, exile the top card of your library, create a number of blue, 1/1 blue fairy dragon creature tokens with flying equal to the card's mana value. Okay. No, that card stays exiled forever too. You don't get to use that card. Interesting. How do you despise creatures? I feel wounded. Listen. Ew. God. Ugh. I don't want to look at it. I saw so many extra turn spells. Oh, it's so gross. He's so lucky I know him in real life. This is fucked, bro. Okay. Let's get through it so I can get to bed. Alright, there's only like 7 planeswalkers. You don't even win the game by having a billion planeswalkers. You only have 7. I have to sit here for 12 turns for you to draw a planeswalker. Oh my god. Okay. So whenever you scry, so the deck wants to scry, the next instant sorcery, it costs less, so it's only 1. How many Teferis do you want? Null of them. Every single none of them. Alright. Okay, Elspeth, make 1/1s board wipe. Jace is part of a combo, but you don't even have Gideon's. Fuck this. Okay, so Jace is just here to scry. Okay, Jace is here to scry. You're not even comboing with him. Fine. I felt that groan. Yeah. I appreciate the singular lone displacer kitten. Yeah, of course, right? Like, of course. Absolute degeneracy. Narset, part of the Reveals, Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, Untapped Lands, Bounce a Thing, Emblem, Teferi, Master of Time, Draw, Discard, Phase, 2 extra turns, Teferi, Temporal, these are different Teferis, yes, okay, sure, if you say so. Corporate wants you to tell me the difference between these 2 planeswalkers. There is none. Whenever you draw a card, put a loyalty counter on them, draw a card, make us 2/2 spirits, 2 target opponents, blah blah blah. Teferi stuff. And then Teferi Time Raveler. Isn't there like another Teferi we're actually missing? Oh, the mono blue one. That lets you untap like 6 permanents. Yes, I just typed in Teferi. What of it? Can't you also do like Invasion of New Phyrexia? Wouldn't that be kind of funny? Wouldn't that be goofy? Never mind, this would suck. I take it back. Yeah, I really did this to myself, didn't I? Oh, there's another one. Yeah, okay, hold on. So, yeah, I mean, untap 4 target permanents is kind of big. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of... I mean, that's usually pretty strong. Apparently, that's not what they want. And then, whenever you draw a card, put a time counter on them. Oh, is that? Oh, it's... Oh, I didn't notice that this was mono blue because it looked multicolor. Okay, never mind. What would they hit the back? All right, fine. With all the knights that they make from Invasion of New Phyrexia. Okay, calm down. Jace Vryn's Prodigy. Oh, Displacer can whenever you cast a non-creature spell, flicker a permanent. Cool. Jace Vryn's Prodigy just turns into Jace Telepath Unbound, which does not scry, but makes 2 creatures get 2 out until on its own. That's kind of like whatever. Deep time. Thank you for follow. Appreciate it. We have Approach of the Second Sun. At least maybe the game will end. Day's Undoing. Okay. Devastation Tide. That'll be they're gonna draw it and then scry it to the top or some wacky shit to miracle it. Although it's gonna bounce their stuff too, but I forgot that they're a monster, so they're willing to do that. Right? Yeah. What stuff do they own? Expropriate. Yes. Farewell. Yes. Farsi. Scry 2, then draw 2. Your spells will cost 4 less. For the next spell costs 4 less. Tarn Temporal Sundering. Martial Coup. Hey, look, creatures. Part the Water Veil. Ponder, Preordained, Serum Vision, Supreme Verdict, Timeo's Epiphany. Yeah. Terminus, Time Stretch, Time Warp, Treasure Cruise, Urza's Ruinous Blast, Walk the Aeons, and Wrath of God. Does this deck win? No, everyone just loses. Very true. Arcane Denial, Brainstorm, Commit to Memory, Counterspell, Cyclonic Rift, Deliberate, Desertion. Which is funny because you can take people's commanders still. I'm pretty sure you can still take people's commanders with this, right? Yeah, because they go. Yeah. Dig Through Time. God, they would. Oh God, he would. Dig Through Time. Donovan's Veto. Leadership Vacuum. Target player returns each commander they control from the battlefield to the command zone. Just just to be a goof, a gaff. Mana Drain. Mystic Confluence, Nexus of Fate, of course, popped. Path, Predict, Swords, Teferi's Protection, Unsubstantiate. You don't even have cool Teferi's Protection, Goober. Unsubstantiate. Damn. Your top 5 cards will actually just be 1 mono red Planeswalker. It's just a Chandra. Azorius Signet, Ickermoon Gauntlet, Jeweled Lotus. Must you? A man of your talents. Mind Stone, Mox Amber, Shorakai. Shorakai does make creatures to block with and draws you cards. Soulring and Thoughtvester. What is with everyone with like the most bare bone artifact list? What are the lands here? 32? What is with everyone with the most bare? Every of like the 7 decks we've gone through today, 5 of them have just like the most bare bones artifacts for ramp and mana. I don't get it. You don't even have the talisman, bro. You don't even have the talisman. Like, hello? Castle Ardenvale, that's how we'll hit the battle. True. So true. Alright, Dress Down. Enters the battlefield, draw a card. Creatures lose all abilities. Sacrifice it. Sure. I also have talents. Okay, fine. Activate the Planeswalker. Blah, blah. Humility. All creatures lose all abilities on their 1/1s. Oath of Teferi, double your Planeswalker thingies. Omen. Oh, there's one. Hold on. I know what card we're. Will. Okay, that was dumb of me. Fine. Will Kenrith. Will Kenrith needs to be in this deck. Omen of the Sea is Scries, I guess. I mean, like, I guess. Whatever. Path or search for Azcanta, Smothering Tithe. Teferi's Aegis Insight into Teferi's Talent. Okay, so I mean, other than just like hating everything I've seen, God, I don't want to arm you, but at the very least, Will Kenrith is my first suggestion. If you simply look at Will Kenrith's abilities, you will see that he is cracked out of his mind for a deck just like this. Mainly the -2. I mean, the +1 is that you make 2 creatures on the board, right? Lose all power and all abilities, and they become 0/3s, which is like really important, by the way. And then the -2, target player draws 2 cards. That's going to be you. Until your next turn, instant, sorcery, and planeswalker spells cost 2 less to cast for you. Is that enough for you? Monster? Yeah, that's kind of like that easily goes in post haste. Mystic Speculation is not good here. Well, he literally doesn't want to have creatures, right? He doesn't want to have creatures to like swing in with. That's like the point, right? So I can't really suggest like cards that give you creatures or anything like that. Oh, that new card, Temporal Anchor. So at the beginning of your upkeep, you already just straight up scry too, right? And then whenever you choose to put one or more cards to the bottom of your library while scrying, exile that many cards from the bottom of your library. During your turn, you may play cards exiled with Temporal Anchor. I mean, you probably just don't need to do this. If you're scrying stuff to the bottom, you literally just didn't need it, I guess. So, I don't know. I don't think you'd probably put I don't think that you'd pay 6 mana just to, like, put an extra hand to the side that you might lose. So that's probably not what I would suggest. Boy, oh boy. This is brutal. What is very interesting about Elminster is that whenever you scry, the next instant or sorcery you cast this turn is one less to cast. So, like, you only get it once. You need Flash. You need more Teferi, Time Raft, or abilities to make these sorceries instant speed. You actually do. As much as I like hate to say it, you do need these sorceries to be at instant speed. What could be? What could do that for us? Pretty much something non-creature based, right? So we're not doing creatures. Instant sorceries and artifacts, enchantments, high hugs and roses. Oh, Mystical Tutor. Hold on, did we not just have a Mystical Tutor that just pushed it to the top of our deck? Why are you not trying to end the game? See, this is the chat. This is the type of person this man's is. Like he's not even just like doing a Mystical Tutor. Just put the shit on top. We have to wait. We have to wait this whole game until we get to the approach of the second sun. Doesn't even have the courtesy to tutor to the top. Okay, I keep doing this to myself. Why do I just type in the first letter or the first word as if that's like all there's gonna be? Okay. These two. Mystical Tutors. I'm trying the best to be helpful, but this deck is so far beyond me, I literally have no knowledge of this entire side of the game. It's fine. It's the dark and shadowy place that we don't go to. Save yourself. There's no hope left for me. None. Actually, would they enjoy the Palantir? No, they wouldn't. No, because the Palantir of Orthanc is at the end step. Palant. Oh my god, I'm wrong. How do you spell it? Palan. God damn it. Palant. Yeah, at the beginning of your end step, you scry too, and like you're done casting like your sorceries by then and your instants and all that stuff. So no, you don't want this. As much you want it because you can scry, but he already scried. You know what I mean? Like he already scried on main phases with Elminster and all these other spells. He already did that. So like scrying at the end step, what to just like maybe draw a card is probably not worth it. Hey Worthy, how's it going? Oh, we out here just doing deck reviews. You know how it is. Don't look at what I'm reviewing. Like just don't look at it. You know? But just don't look at it. Don't look at it. I'm sickened and disgusted by what I'm having to do here. Sphinx's Revelation. What do you draw with? Do you just draw with like one mana drops and that's kind of it? You can scry and draw forever, but why not just like Sphinx's Rev or something, you know? Most base deck I've ever seen. Jace as well. For which one? For scrying? Yeah, or for scrying purposes. He needs a Heliod's intervention. Do you destroy permanents? You bounce permanents with Cyclonic Rift. And that's about it. You're very creature hating, but not. You have Farewell in here. You do have Farewell in here. Okay. I mean, I was just gonna. Yeah, there you have Farewell. You're fine. Farewell's fine. You just need instance and things that will make instance. Final Showdown would be an instant speed board wipe. Yeah. Well, you have to scry on like someone else's turn, which you can do. You do. Oh, is all scry on like sorcery speed? Oh my god. Oh, you don't even have. Oh, you have ops. Yeah, you scry once. Okay, maybe not. Again, I'm flabbergasted at the choices that he did choose to put in here, because none of these choices. There are so many choices to take extra turns just to spin wheels instead of like actually drawing cards. You know what I mean? Like, instead of like, you would rather spend 4 mana to scry 4, draw 2, reduce your spells by like 6 this turn, right? And then like hope to have like, you know, blue to then cast Karn's Temporal Sundering or something like that. And it's just like, what if we just like drew a bunch of cards though, right? Like, what if we just Sphinx's Revved on our turn? Just to prolong our suffering? It really is just to prolong our suffering. I know that he can play a better deck. Like, I know he can. This is actually just to prolong our suffering. God. Oh my god. Like, Unraveler of Secrets is scry 1, draw 1, or bounce 2. It costs 5 mana though. It costs 5 mana. Will Kenrith does like way more for 6, and he's just like way more worth it. Why don't you just run Terminus as well? Why Devastation Tide and not Terminus? Oh, it's right there, my bad. Why play this game? Also, that's my second question. Why are we playing this game? Seagate Restoration. Seagate Restoration. If you don't run at least one big draw spell that can also be a land, please, I'm begging you, just put the things into the hand. Unravel, yeah. Still new, but it seems like drawing is king for blue. Yes, Hugs and Roses, yes. So blue as a color. You think the Discord link down in like the panel below is not expired. That will, in fact, chat, I will add a, here you go. Here's a link right there, just in case y'all want to be in it. I do have to get rid of the one in the chat. What was I just saying? Yes, blue as a color tends to draw a lot. Every deck does draw. Every color does its own version, like either draws in its own way, right? Green will draw based on creatures, typically, where blue will just draw for the sake of blue. Red will exile the top card of your library, and you can cast it until the end of your next turn, but if you don't, it goes away forever. That's like red versions of draw. white just draws when other people do things, and then black draws when you like sacrifice life for it, you know. But like everyone does draw, but drawing for the sake of drawing, blue, yeah, it just tends to do that more often. That's all. Every color does do. Don't get into the mode of thinking like, oh well, if I want to draw cards, I have to play a blue deck. Nope, literally not true. Every single deck draws because that's part of the game. It's just like, you know, different aspects of it. Like this card will scry to, then draw. At sorcery speed because my friend is an asshole. We need. I need. Sunfall. Sunfall is a decent board. I need flash. There's just like you just need flash. I need Leyline of Anticipation in this deck, just so we can stop being like literally pussyfooting around. On sorcery speed, please, for the love of God, Leyline of Anticipation. Okay, I think these are the Rex here so far. That's, hold on. Don't look at that one. Netherized Puzzle Ward, gambling is fun. No, okay, listen, Brownian. I know what it's gonna be like when they go to roll dice, like to go find dice to roll. No, that's out of the question. That's out of the fucking question. You shut your damn mouth. Fidalcan Warrior's instant speed as well. Yeah, it is. I'm just gonna suggest the enchantment one that's blue that has a chance of being in your opening hand, right, and just put into play. That's it. That's all. Like there's no other reason. It's just I'm just gonna suggest the one that could be for free, and make people scoop sooner rather than later. Narset Transcendent. Narset. Yeah, you don't have Narset Transcendent. Of course, you have, like, you know, the Bully Narset, of course. But did you know that there's another Narset that lets you have 2 spells for free? 2 spells? Is Oath of Jace in here? Oath of Jace is not in here, actually. Hold on. Huh. Well, okay. There's not enough Planeswalkers in this deck, which is one of the issues. Mind you, this is one of the problems of the deck, is that there's not even enough Planeswalkers in here for your opponents to go, okay, he just took 12 extra turns. Are we going to lose at the end of those 12 extra turns? Or do we just stay? And you're going to look at an empty board state with nothing on it and be like, well, I guess I'll just wait. And then on the 10th turn, they will play an Elspeth Sun's Champion because they finally got to 1. And then you'll go, well, I think I can survive 2 turns of 2+1+1+, make 3 1/1s, and then the game keeps going. And then it gets back to their turn, and then they take 12 more extra turns. It's awful. But yes, there's not enough Planeswalkers for Oath of Jace. But that's all there is, streamer? No, the deck is breaking my will, and I'm not even in the game. I know. 12 turns to play 12. Yeah. One of my suggestions will be more Planeswalkers, and one of them is going to be Narset Transcendent. Because being able to just flat out say, hey, listen, I've scryed, okay? I am going to cast this extra turn spell. I'm going to minus this Narset so that I get it rebounded, okay? Is this still worth playing for you? The answer might shock you. No, it's not. And the sooner we can give our opponents options to just concede a game that they shouldn't have been playing in the first place, the better. So we're just gonna do this. Oh, Displacer Kitten combos with Elminster. Oh wait, no. Actually it doesn't. Like it does, but it actually doesn't. It doesn't stack. That's interesting, right? Because like Displacer Kitten, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you exile Elminster and bring it back. So Elminster says whenever you scry, the next instant or sorcery spell will cost 2 less. So if you plus him, you draw a card, you scry, the next spell will cost 2 less. You cast that spell for 2 less, you flicker Elminster with Displacer Kitten, it's a brand new Elminster. He's still saying, I can activate my ability, and like you're good to go, but he didn't see that scry, right? Like that the original scry, this new one didn't see. So you have to wait for like, you have to plus him again to scry 2, and the next spell is only gonna be 2 less, because like it doesn't stack all together because he wasn't there to see all of those other stacks. That's actually pretty interesting. Most commanders or planeswalkers would just kind of like say costs less for every like scry that you've made this whole turn, right? Most cards would say that, but no, this one specifically just says the next one after you did a scry, which is interesting and more annoying somehow. But yes, a Narset Transcendent in here will ideally make your opponents just concede faster. Okay. Least upsetting Rampant blue-white control. 12 turns. I mean, that's why he only has 8 artifacts in here, with like 6 of them actually being ramp. And it's because you can take enough turns to just put enough lands in play. Okay, that's gonna be it. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. I'm out for the night. I cannot believe I had to do this. I'm so mad. They're lucky. They're lucky I know him. Alright, chat. That's gonna be it for me. This was a lot of fun. I love doing these. Free us, free me, free Kuro. I love doing these. These are a lot of fun. I think I don't have anything after work tomorrow, so we might do another one after I get like a short project done. So perhaps maybe more deck reviews, because I gotta catch up to where I thought I was, which I'm apparently not at. So alright, chat, I'm going to send y'all over to Janelle Santa Cruz, who seems to be going through a Bloomborough Collector Booster Crack-a-Lackin' pack here. I want to play against this. Nobody ever. Yeah, no, I don't play against this in the slightest. Remember how vibrant and excited Streamer was after the Gitrog deck? I was. His smile and excitement, gone. I was really hyped after the Gitrog deck. And I was hyped for the Ken deck, too. Alright, chat. Deuces. Let me start this raid. Thank you all again for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. You are a cinema. And yeah, please join the Discord if you are interested in. I have a lot of stuff going on in the Discord chat. I've added a lot of features. You might have noticed that like I've like kind of doubled how big the Discord is in the first place, just with like a lot of different options. Really trying to help kind of build and bring the community together. So if you would like to join me in that quest, please do join in on all the fun. All right, see y'all tomorrow. Get some good sleep. I need to get some sleep ASAP. I have nightmares about the fairies and mono blue decks. All right, have a wonderful night, chat. See ya.